Chapter 1. A Strange Experience. It feels like all my nerves were ripped out and then stomped on for good measure. The last thing Percy remembered was the thrill of finally reaching Orange after a decade of relentless effort. The jeers and sneers from his cousins and uncles had only pushed him onward. He'd done it, tripled his remaining lifespan, and achieved a new level of power. He'd made it. His first act had been to try tapping into his family's bloodline once more. The clone ability had always eluded him, but perhaps now, with his newly strengthened core, things would be different. He remembered the initial rush of mana, and then pain. A lot of pain. A world of pain. I'm not exactly an expert, but I don't think excruciating agony is a common side effect of using a bloodline ability. As he fought to open his eyes, he was greeted by a strange sight. A creature with humanoid features, but certainly not human, stood before him. Its skin was pale as milk, its eyes pitch black, resembling obsidian orbs that glimmered with an emotion Percy couldn't quite discern. Worry, perhaps? The creature's strained smile and tightly clenched fists at the edge of the crib betrayed its concern. There was another standing opposite the first, this one bulkier. A male? It was hard to tell. Both were hairless and wore baggy robes concealing any distinguishing traits. Percy raised his hands with difficulty, noticing they were tiny and the same pale color as the giants around him. His skin was smooth as porcelain. What's happening? Who are these people? He tried to speak, to ask a question, but no sound emerged. To his horror, he realized he couldn't breathe. The female, at least he thought it was female, panicked, moving a device to his mouth before casting an air spell. A breath was forced into his lungs, and though it hurt, it kept him conscious. Barely. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the walls were sleek, made of some polished material. They definitely didn't have anything of the sort back on Remio. Strange decorations adorned the room. There was a painting that seemed to have been drawn in 3 dimensions somehow. Through the window, he glimpsed 3 suns, green, yellow, and blue, illuminating a turquoise sky. At any other time, Percy might have appreciated the novelty of the situation. Right now, however, it only brought him unease. Desperately, he turned to the only source of familiarity he could think of, his status tab. He summoned it, hoping it still worked. Guhat, Percival's clone. What the hell? His relief at being able to check his status was quickly replaced by shock. Guhat was probably the name given to this body, but what did it mean by Percival's clone? Wasn't he the real Percy? Wait, clone? I succeeded! Under other circumstances, he would be ecstatic. His family had given him a ton of grief over his inability to use it. Everyone, Percy included, thought he simply hadn't inherited it. But this wasn't how it was supposed to work. Fueled by their life affinity, the Avalon House's bloodline allowed them to cultivate a biological copy of themselves, to delegate dangerous or tedious tasks to. Did I inherit a mutated version? Or is it because I don't have the life affinity? Percy had never been sure of his affinity. The standard test at age 5 had shown nothing, but there was a slim chance he had a rare affinity it couldn't detect. Of course, better tests existed, but his family hadn't thought it worth wasting the resources on a red core like him. Let's see what I'm dealing with here, he thought, focusing on his status once more. Guhat, Percival's clone. Mana cores. Mana core 1. Red. Mana core 2. Red. Quoten. Grants access to your status. Quoten. Grants a second mana core. What? Seeing the loss of his orange core stun, given how long it had taken to get there, But it made sense, since he was in a new, infant body. 2 cores? I'd never heard of anyone possessing more than one. Well, that wasn't quite right. Percy had never heard of a human possessing multiple cores, but he did vaguely recall a rumor of an alien race famous for precisely that. What were they called? More somethings. He couldn't remember the exact name, but they stood out even among the countless species the Divine Order protected his world from. And now I get to be one of them. His eyes almost sparkled with hope, but he quickly quashed the optimism. What was he thinking? He was just a botched clone who wouldn't survive much longer. His new body barely functioned. He couldn't even breathe without assistance. Everything hurt, and he felt himself beginning to collapse. Even if he survived, both his cores were red, leaving him at the bottom of the pecking order here as well. No, I can't give up so easily. I want to live. I want a chance. He clawed desperately at his fading consciousness. The pain was excruciating, as if he were being ground to dust, but he refused to give up. He didn't care that he was just a clone, nor did he care that his cores were red. He had to fight with what he had, to live with what he had, to make the most of what he had. But sometimes sheer will wasn't enough. The air affinity spell was beginning to hurt more than it helped. His heart felt like it was about to burst, darkness seeping into his vision. At the same time, an inescapable force pulled him, slowly prying him out of the broken body. As Guhat's eyes closed, the blurry silhouettes of the couple he guessed were his parents faded, their distraught cries replaced by silence. His final thought was a bitter one. I'm sorry for putting you both through this. Chapter 2. Alive. Percy was being pulled in a certain direction. It was as if a tightrope was glued to his back, forcing him to travel, to plunge through a seemingly infinite darkness, unable to resist. He couldn't tell how long it took. Maybe a week? A year? A century? Regardless, his mind was murky, his thoughts failing to fully form. Perhaps this was purgatory, his punishment for casting that ability. It's not like he'd known what it would bring, but he appeared destined to pay the price all the same. At least it wasn't so bad. He was at peace. The pain was gone. Until it wasn't. A throbbing headache was the first new sensation, followed by warmth. He instinctively took a breath, and then another, and a third, ecstatic to have functioning lungs again. Next, he tried prying his eyes open, but his sight was blocked by something wet. A towel? He tried lifting his hands, but his limbs were weak. In the end, he shrugged, or he would have if he could. Instead, he just remained in that position, appreciating the rhythmic sound of his own heartbeat. Did they manage to fix me? He opened his status again, but what greeted him wasn't at all what he expected. Percival Avalon, Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange. Mana Core 2, Seed. Bloodline, Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Grants access to your status. Grants a bloodline. Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent life and mind mana to germinate. Holy shit. The shock somehow gave him the energy to sit up, the wet towel falling from his face. Glancing around, he found he was back in his room. His human room. His human body. No Guhat or Percival's clone. I guess the clone's memories return to me when it dies. He exhaled in relief. Not only was he somehow still alive, but it appeared he wouldn't be condemning a version of himself to a horrible fate every time he used his bloodline. More importantly, there it is. My orange core is back. Also, the clone bloodline.
This was Percy's first time seeing his bloodline listed in his status, but not because he didn't have it before now. Both bloodlines and core affinities were fixed from birth.
Naturally, he'd had clone his whole life. He just hadn't known. The status page wasn't omniscient. The only things it could detect through the simple test most kids underwent at age 5 were the starting grade of one's mana core and the common elemental affinities. As for rarer affinities and bloodlines, those required a more specialized investigation, which was reserved for kids lucky enough to be born at Orange or higher. The rest had to either earn enough money to pay for the test, or to slowly discover their affinities and bloodline, if they even had any, on their own. But what is this section with the question marks? He frowned. He'd never seen or heard of anything like that. Still, most of its contents weren't new. The section seemed to contain 3 separate items. One was access to the status itself, which everyone had. Another was the access to his bloodline. It appeared to be like a hidden section. Did it only become visible because I brought this third entry back? Percy wasn't sure what to make of it. He seemed to have partially retained the unique trait of the alien body, but not the complete version. His second core was just a seed, a dormant state, below even red. He wasn't sure if it could be salvaged. Either way, this is good. His core had advanced to orange, and it turned out he did have clone, despite what everyone had told him. He probably had a rare affinity, too. At the very least, he couldn't imagine doing what he'd done with pure mana. Even if I can't get the second core to work, I'm still better off than before. Not that he wouldn't try, of course. He was about to make a mental checklist of things he needed to do when the door opened. "Percy!" a female voice yelled. His ears were sensitive, the shout giving him a buzz, as did her loud footsteps on the creaking planks lining the floor. He just about managed to raise his arms, shielding himself from the incoming aquamarine-haired missile. A lean silhouette leapt on top of him, the two bouncing on the mattress, the shoddy frame of his bed barely holding under the weight. He'd told her several times not to do this, as he doubted their grandpa would pay to get his furniture replaced. What little he had, anyway. Neither of them was that heavy, but the old wood could only take so much. Still, he couldn't stay too mad at her, seeing the worry in her blue eyes. She hugged him tightly, as if he was about to disappear. "It's all right, Elaine. I'm all right," he said, struggling to pry her off him. In the end, he managed to free up his right hand, peeling a black strand of hair from his forehead. Elaine was the only member of his family who didn't treat him like shit. In fact, the only reason he hadn't been kicked out entirely was probably because Elaine had been born at Yellow, which made her one of the more talented members of the house. Naturally, it gave her some sway with their grandpa. "What do you mean you're all right?" she yelled. "I found you on the floor. You've been out cold for a week. I had to use my water magic to feed you soup." Percy raised an eyebrow. He hadn't quite realized he'd been unconscious for so long. He felt a pang of guilt for worrying her, but a fuzzy feeling also grew in his chest. If it wasn't for Elaine, they'd have probably left him alone to die. That's assuming they would have even realized he was missing. "I'm sorry. I tried to use clone upon advancing, and it had a weird interaction with my affinity." Elaine let go of him, covering her mouth in surprise. "Advancing?" she asked as she closed her eyes, trying to sense his mana. "Oh my God, you've reached orange." Percy rolled his eyes at her reaction. He knew she was just happy for him, but it wasn't that strange that he had advanced. Most people took about 10 years for their first promotion, so reaching orange at 15 was pretty much expected of him. If anything, nobles typically had access to resources doubling their purification speed. All his cousins had advanced at 10. Sadly, those resources weren't abundant enough to be wasted on lowly reds. The world of Remior was a cruel one, where the talented were showered with resources, letting them grow even faster, while the rest were left in the dust. Elaine, who was roughly the same age as him, had already advanced to green years ago. In any case, it was only a few seconds later that she seemed to grasp the rest of what he'd said. Wait, you said you have clone? And an affinity? I told Grandpa to test you properly before writing you off. Yeah, right. As if Baldy would waste a copper on his worst grandkid, Percy chuckled. Elaine flicked his forehead, causing him to wince. Stop calling him that. I know he needs to start treating you better, but this isn't helping. Percy wanted to protest that it was just a shorthand for the guy's name. Archibald, Baldy. Also, he didn't have a single hair on his head, so it fit. But they'd had that conversation before, and he was too tired to get into it again. In the end, he shrugged. Well, this is all wonderful news. Have you figured out what your affinity is? She spoke again. Percy shook his head. No, but I'm 100% sure I do have one. It wasn't just optimism. Bloodlines were hereditary. Occasionally, somebody would fail to inherit one from their parents, and on even rarer occasions, their bloodline would mutate into a new direction. Still, for the most part, they were passed along intact. Affinities were less hereditary. Sometimes one would inherit one from their parents, other times they wouldn't. But there were exceptions. The clone bloodline his family possessed was strongly correlated with the rare life affinity. Most members of the Avalon house tended to inherit both, while few got neither. It was a potent combination, which made their family one of the stronger noble houses, even though they lacked a white core. Still, there had been instances over the centuries when individuals would be born with the clone bloodline and a different affinity. And there had even been cases where people had the bloodline and no affinity. But no other combination had ever done anything noteworthy. The only explanation for Percy's misadventure was that he must have an affinity never before seen in his family. Then we need to ask Grandpa to get you a proper test, Elaine said, grabbing him by the forearm. He nearly stumbled as he was pulled, his legs still a bit wobbly, but he managed to follow her without falling. Truth be told, Percy wasn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of asking his grandpa for a favor. The man had never deigned to give him anything, despite the rosier version of him in Elaine's head. Alas, he needed to figure out what his affinity was before he could even begin to understand how to use it. If he had to pay for the test himself, it would take him several more years, as he had already used up his savings for his advancement. So, in the end, he swallowed his pride and hoped his cousin's help would be enough to advocate his case. Besides, Baldy had something else he needed. A potent source of life mana, huh? I bet that tree of his qualifies. Chapter 3. A Meeting with Baldy. Come in, an authoritative voice said. Elaine opened the door, dragging Percy behind her. The two found a man sitting at his desk, the afternoon sun reflecting off the top of his head. Despite his shaved scalp, he didn't look old. His appearance that of a burly man still in his late 20s, even though he had lived for centuries. The office was larger than Percy's room, both the wooden floor and the furniture in better condition. A pinky-sized vial made of a hollowed-out sapphire stood on the desk next to a tall pile of paperwork. It was empty, which meant Baldy had already drunk today's elixir. "Grandpa," the girl said, clearly eager to share the good news. Archibald lifted his eyes, glancing at Percy. They were gray, much like his own. It was one of the things Percy hated the most about the man. He'd rather not resemble him at all. In any case, Baldy's gaze barely lingered for a second before returning to the documents he was reading. Percy rolled his eyes, realizing this was already a lost cause, but his cheerful cousin didn't seem ready to give up just yet. She bit her lip for a moment before speaking again.
Grandpa, Percy is okay.
The answer is no. The man cut her short.
Just hear me out. He has managed to...
Elaine. Archibald stopped her again. I can tell he's at Orange. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. You know that already. The girl deflated, looking down at her feet. On Remier, the most important trait determining one's achievements in life was the grade of their mana core at birth. Sure, one could continue to advance throughout their lives, but each promotion was exponentially more difficult than the one before. The first typically required about a decade, the second a century, the third a millennium, and so on. Having access to more valuable resources could halve each of those milestones, of course, but that didn't affect the way they scaled. At the same time, each subsequent grade typically tripled one's physical and magical ability, as well as their remaining lifespan. Somebody who spent their whole life at Red would only live about 80 years at most, while somebody at Orange would average 240. Naturally, this meant that somebody like Percy would never get to green in his life. Having reached Orange at 15, he could maybe hope to reach yellow by 115, and then remain stuck at that level until he died of old age at 400. Even if his grandpa decided to treat him to the same resources his cousins had access to, and he reached yellow by 65, he would only live to about 500, which wouldn't be enough for the next grade. By comparison, somebody born at Orange, just one grade above Percy, could potentially live for thousands of years and reach all the way to Blue, 2 grades above him. As for those born at Yellow, like Elaine and Archibald, they had the potential to reach Violet and White, living up to 40,000 years. Percy's grandpa was already at Violet, having lived for over 700 years, but he still had several millennia of lifespan left, as well as the hope of reaching White. Elaine clenched her fists. He can still be of value to the family. His mana core and lifespan may be capped at Yellow, but he can still pass his bloodline and affinity on, she insisted. For the first time since the two walked into the room, Archibald raised his eyebrows. He tossed another look at his grandson, this time not so quick to dismiss him. "You've used clone?" he asked. Percy nodded. "Actually used it?" Archibald pressed. "There have been others without the life affinity in the past, but water clones and pure clones just disperse." It definitely did something interesting. As for what exactly, I don't fully understand it yet. His grandpa furrowed his brow at the implications. Noticing that, Elaine was over the moon. See? Even if Percy can't become too powerful himself, his kids could start a new branch of the family. We should invest in him. Archibald tapped his fingers on the mahogany desk for a few seconds, seemingly lost in thought. "What you said makes some sense. We've never had another useful affinity paired with clone. If the new combination is truly valuable and easy to pass on, it could indeed be good for the family." Elaine clapped her hands, obviously excited to receive a positive response, but her grandpa shot her a warning glance. "However, that doesn't mean we should spend cultivation resources on Percy. 100 years will be more than enough for him to sire plenty of children. He doesn't need to be stronger to do that." Percy gritted his teeth. As much as he would have liked those resources, he was more annoyed by the callousness of his grandpa, treating him more like an asset than family. Still, he had agreed to follow Elaine here for a reason, so he didn't let it get to him as he interjected. "I don't want your cultivation resources. I'm only asking for a better affinity test. After all, that can help us both figure out how the bloodline works in my case." The man looked him in the eyes for a while. "Very well. Gawain will accompany you for the trip. Elaine, too. She could use some experience." Archibald turned back to the scroll, not leaving much room for debate. Still, this outcome worked for Percy and Elaine, too, so they rushed out of the office before their grandpa changed his mind, nearly tripping on a vase by the entrance. As they walked back through the long corridor leading to Percy's room, he replayed the conversation in his mind, his hands balled into fists and drained of all color. Faced with his grandfather's coldness, Percy had come this close to spilling the beans on his second mana core. He so wanted to see Baldy's face twist as he learned the grandson he treated like trash had achieved something no human ever had. Not the white cores, not even the lofty existences in the divine order could boast of such a feat. He had stolen the most important treasure of one of the strongest and most famous races in the universe. He had done that, with a worthless orange core. But he'd held himself back. First of all, it sounded quite unbelievable, and he couldn't exactly prove it. Speaking of the event might have made his grandpa think he was lying about the whole thing and robbed him of the affinity test. More importantly, he owed the old man nothing. If it wasn't for Elaine, he would have left this shitty family already. Whatever his second core meant for him, he would discover it on his own and forge his own path. His biggest regret was that he needed to get close to his grandpa's treasured tree. It was the family's most prized possession, and he hoped it was precisely the potent source of life mana he needed to germinate the seed. Let's leave it for now. If Baldy was so stingy with the affinity test and the cultivation resources, there's no chance he'd let me anywhere near the tree in a million years. But it didn't matter. He knew where it was. He could figure out a way to sneak there later. Besides, he still needed to find a source of mind mana for his plan to work. He grinned. As it so happened, the advanced affinity test would be held at precisely such a place. The duo were about to enter Percy's room, but he stopped in the doorway. Elaine looked back at him in concern.
Percy, don't let this get to you. If your affinity is really useful, we can convince him to give you more resources later.
He chuckled.
It's not that. I've just realized that I haven't even tried practicing with my core since it evolved. Between everything that happened with the bloodline and running to tell him, I never got the chance. As he was about to head to the training grounds, she grabbed his arm again. Seriously? You were in a coma for a week, and we are about to head out in a couple of days. What you need right now is to get some rest.
Percy looked her in the eyes as his lips curled and parted. Smiling, he said,
Thanks.
Seeing her forehead crease in confusion, he hurriedly added,
For caring. You're the only one who does. But I still need to do this.
Then he walked away, leaving her behind. It was true, he could use some sleep. His mind was exhausted, his body weak. But he had to get stronger soon. He understood there weren't many people he could rely on. No handouts for him. Everything he needed, he had to fight for. Soon he reached the training grounds, just a section of the garden, really. He briefly paused to appreciate the birds chirping on the trees and the squirrels bolting up and down their trunks. He walked to the middle of the grass, facing a wide, dead oak tree that people typically used for target practice. As he'd expected, nobody else was around. His cousins rarely trained, since they were mostly content lazing around and gulping expensive elixirs that cleansed their cores and lengthened their lives. They didn't need to practice their magic to be stronger than the likes of him. Shaking the irritating thoughts away, he raised his palm towards the aged trunk and willed his mana to accumulate in his hand. He held it until the pressure in both his core and mind became unbearable. Steadying himself, he released it.
A faint distortion phased through the tree but didn't do much else. Percy wasn't exactly surprised. His unknown affinity had done nothing for him at Red, aside from giving people a slight chilling sensation. It was to the point that nobody was convinced he even had an affinity back then. But he now knew that he did, so he was determined to make it count. He gathered more mana, holding it a moment longer and trying to condense it even further before firing. It still didn't do anything, but he didn't care. Again! He kept firing, bolt after bolt, minute after minute, hour after hour. Every so often, he would take a break to refill his core before resuming his practice. By the time he fell to his knees, the sun had already set. He had practiced as long as he could, and then some. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Not yet. They all looked down on him. He didn't care about most of them. He was used to it by now. But he cared that Elaine looked down on him. Unlike the others, she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't do it maliciously. But she did it all the same.
She had been surprised he had reached Orange at 15, as if it was some great achievement. She had pushed him to beg for scraps from their grandpa, and it stung so fucking much. But he'd never given up on himself. He was the only one who knew. His heart thrummed with ambition, to reach the pinnacle of magic, to live as he wished, free of sickness or old age, without people telling him what he could or couldn't be. And one day, he would show them. He would show them all. Chapter 4. Whistling Woods. "Let's just get this over with," a man seemingly in his 20s said as he climbed on his horse. His hair was a light blue color, like Elaine's, though his facial features were sharper. Gawain was her father, even if he appeared to be another cousin at first glance. Funnily enough, he had reached Green about the same time as his daughter, despite being around 50 years older. It was the inevitable consequence of being born at Orange and having a child more talented than he was. That, coupled with the fact his branch of the family hadn't inherited the bloodline, meant his status had only ever been slightly higher than the likes of Percy. At least until Elaine came along. "Sure," Percy nodded, getting on a second horse, with his cousin right behind them on a third. He didn't dislike this uncle as strongly as the others. They'd never talked much, and it wasn't like Gawain had ever particularly shown any care for him, but at least the older man wasn't among the crowd mistreating him either. If he had to be escorted to the temple, and he did have to, as it was a long and dangerous trip, then he wouldn't have picked anyone else. The horses galloped forward, and Percy already felt excited about their destination. He was still tired, of course, having trained relentlessly over the last 3 days, but the thought of finally learning his affinity after being in the dark his whole life was invigorating. "Not to mention the other thing waiting for me there," he grinned. "You seem to be in good spirits today," Elaine chirped as her horse neared his. "Well, Your Highness, us low-borns don't get to leave the house very often," he chuckled. This earned him a casual punch in the shoulder. He rubbed the injured area in an exaggerated manner. He made it seem like a joke, but truth be told, it did hurt some. Elaine had 2 grades on him, which translated to a 9-fold advantage in physical strength. Even a light tap from her felt heavier than she realized. "Let's see if you're still as cheery after 2 weeks on horseback," she replied with a smile of her own. The trio pressed onward for several more hours, with Elaine and Percy chatting at the back, while Gawain ignored them, riding a few paces ahead. Around dusk, they entered a forest. It smelled fresh, especially to Percy, who hadn't ever breathed anything other than the stale air of the mansion. On either side of the path, rows upon rows of tall, wide-trunked pine trees stood. Their cones were a strange oblong shape, the surfaces filled with small holes. Every now and then, a gentle breeze would blow, causing them to emit soft, high-pitched sounds. It was precisely this unique variety of trees which made the whistling woods famous in the region. Only when the sun began to set did Gawain stop, gesturing at the two of them to help him set up camp. They'd have to spend 4 nights in the forest and another 2 along the grasslands on the other side before reaching the foot of the mountain where the temple was located on the 7th day. "Uncle, how safe are these woods exactly?" Percy asked, gazing nervously at the imposing trees, which already looked much scarier than they had just minutes ago. Gawain chuckled. "Don't worry, kid. The most dangerous thing we can run into is a pack of wood goblins, and a simple crude spell from a green can easily kill a whole pack of them." Percy eyed his grinning cousin, his uncle's reassurance reminding him that the innocent-looking girl was really a little monster in disguise. Shrugging, he finished preparing his tent before sitting by the campfire with the others and eating some dried rations. The group dined in silence, as he and Elaine had already spent most of the day chatting. His uncle went to sleep shortly afterward, leaving the two to take the first watch together. Percy was too weak to take a shift by himself. If they were ambushed, he might not be able to do much before waking the others. Consequently, Gawain and Elaine had to split the night between themselves, with Percy simply serving as a second pair of eyes for his cousin. To his relief, their first night at the Whistling Woods passed uneventfully, as did the one after. It wasn't until the 3rd day that they stumbled upon a grizzly bear, but it merely fled from them on sight. Most animals on Remir, even the ones which didn't possess magic of their own, had evolved the ability to sense another's mana core, mostly to avoid danger. "She fell asleep again." Percy rolled his eyes. While Elaine had been a bit tense at the beginning, she had noticeably relaxed over the past few nights. This was the 2nd time she had dozed off an hour before their shift ended. He felt bad waking her up, especially since nothing would happen, most likely. Still, he knew he couldn't protect the group by himself on the off chance that it did. "Elaine?" he muttered, trying to rouse her without waking his uncle, who was sleeping just a few meters farther. Yet he couldn't hear his own voice. Come to think of it, even the whistling sound of the wind passing through the trees had gone silent. He frowned. "Elaine!" he yelled again, no longer caring about waking Gawain by accident. Nothing. He felt his vocal cords vibrate, but not a sound came out of his mouth. Paling, he darted towards his cousin, hoping to shake her awake. An arrow landed soundlessly just in front of his foot, stopping him in his tracks. Another soon followed, whizzing by him and nicking him in the shoulder. Turning to peer in the direction the projectiles had been fired from, he spotted several pairs of bright yellow eyes, glinting in the darkness. "Shit," he thought, right as a 3rd arrow hit him in the thigh. The pain made him wince, but at least his experience with that clone of his, coupled with his higher grade, made it a little easier to endure. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his dash to Elaine. She was only 3 meters away, though it now felt farther as he limped, barely dodging the 4th arrow by accident. He was about to reach her when the 5th arrow hit his other calf, sending him tumbling across the dirt. Normally, the sound should have woken her up, as he was only half a meter away, but something was still muting all noise in the area. Percy stretched his arm, trying to reach her foot as he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he found a silhouette standing over him. It wasn't very tall, probably shorter than he was. Still, the savage look in its eyes, coupled with the glint of its weapon's edge, some kind of hatchet, were enough to convince him of the danger it posed. As if by instinct, he turned his palm the way of the creature, repeating the same move he'd been practicing over the days leading to the trip. He hurled the mana a second sooner than he would have liked. While he could have charged it more, he had to stop his assailant before it swung its weapon. Not even waiting to see if it had any effect, he reached for his cousin, finally succeeding.
The girl's eyes snapped open, as did her mouth. She tried to scream, but he couldn't hear her. Luckily, she regained her wits a moment later. Just in time, too, as she was already surrounded by 3 more of the fiends.
A quick flash of azure later, and the upper bodies of all 4 of the goblins, including the one still standing motionless over Percy, were cleanly separated from their legs. Another spell sent a bucketful of water splashing over her father, waking him up. Percy let out a breath he hadn't even noticed he was holding as his relatives rounded up the remaining goblins. The creatures tried to run away, of course, but their short legs couldn't possibly outrun a green-cored human's. Only now did he take the time to examine the arrows sticking out of his flesh. The wounds burned, the blood-soaked clothes sticking to his skin. Riding a horse is going to suck so much tomorrow. Chapter 5. Affinities. Percy fought to stay upright on his horse, his short black hair glistening with sweat. His forehead creased as he tried to keep his mind off the discomfort, focusing on the feeling in his palms. Every few seconds, he released the accumulated mana, trying to gather a bit more of it with each attempt and compress it to an even tighter ball before letting go. Riding made concentrating a challenge, but it was the only way he'd found to keep his thoughts occupied. And he had managed to pull it off, for the most part. At least until his horse stepped on something uneven, and the bump made him wince. Elaine hadn't said much over the last couple of days. Well, if he excluded her frequent apologies. She'd already told him how sorry she was over falling asleep 1,000,000 times. And here she was, approaching him for the 1,000,001st. A beautiful azure ribbon snaked towards him, gently caressing the wounds on his legs. It felt cool and soft, soothing the sting briefly. Still, it couldn't heal him. Back at home, life users were a copper a dozen, and any one of them could patch him up rather easily. Hell, it would take Baldy less than a second if he deigned to waste his mana on him. Sadly, both of his escorts for this trip had the water affinity instead. Such was the cruelty of genetics. He'd have to put up with this for another week.
Percy, I'm so sorry,
she said again as he raised his hand to stop her. By now, he felt a bit bad seeing her squirm. He was tempted to undersell his injuries just to make her feel better. After all, the only reason she and her dad were accompanying him in the first place was because she had pleaded to their grandpa for his sake. But Percy wasn't the best actor. He couldn't downplay the pain. Besides, learning from this mistake would serve her well in the future. Even prodigies couldn't be careless in the wilderness. Just be careful from now on, he ended up muttering. However, upon seeing her downtrodden expression, he couldn't help himself. It was an accident anyway. Who would have thought we'd run into a goblin mage of all things? Most of the creatures were born at red, which was one of the reasons his cousins had often called him Goblin, among other names. A goblin born at orange was even rarer than a human born at yellow. Even then, they wouldn't necessarily figure out how to use their magic. Huh. Come to think of it, that one was probably more talented than I am, he chuckled. Still, the most surprising part about the attack was the affinity it had used. According to Gawain, the silencing effect had most likely been the result of a crude sound spell. Mana affinities typically came in 4 flavors. The 5 elemental affinities were the most common. About 80% of humans on Remior were born with fire, water, air, earth, or lightning cores. Next were those born without an affinity, about 1 in 5 falling into this category. It sucked to be in this category. Not that pure mana was entirely useless. Concentrated, it could still pack a punch,
Yet a blast of pure mana was typically a full grade weaker than it was supposed to be. Less than 1% of the population was born with anything else.
This minuscule category was further split into two groups. One included the rare affinities, such as space, time, life, mind, and so on. Those were generally difficult to pass on. His family was an exception, as their clone bloodline allowed nearly half of them to be born with a life core. It was one of the reasons the Avalon house was so respected. The final group were those born with a composite affinity. It was nothing more than the combination of two elemental ones. The sound affinity the goblin had used was a result of air and lightning mana mixing. As for anything else? Well, to his knowledge, nobody had ever heard of a triple elemental affinity or a double rare affinity. In any case, Elaine nodded, letting him return to his practice. Percy willed the mana to gather in his hand once more, as he recalled the moment he had used it against the goblin. It definitely did something. The blast hadn't left any visible injuries on the creature's body, but it had stopped the thing in its tracks for an abnormal amount of time. It had just stood still, waiting for Elaine to bisect it several seconds later. No sense in torturing myself thinking about it, I suppose. He'd already waited 15 years. He could wait another day. For now, he was better off just learning how to shape his magic. Bolt after bolt, he kept firing his mana randomly, working on both his cast time and potency. It wasn't until they rode up a hill that Elaine pulled him out of the trance again. "Percy, look!" Lifting his eyes, he gaped at the colossal shadow stretching across the horizon. It was faintly obscured by a strange rosy mist, but there was no mistaking it. The Oracle Mountain. This was their destination. Or, well, the temple located somewhere at its base was. The trio pressed on for another few hours before setting camp that night. Elaine was visibly tense, scanning their surroundings as if her life depended on it. Percy chuckled at the sight. The grasslands could be more dangerous than the forest, as bandits typically roamed them, looking for easy targets. But not this close to the temple. According to Gawain, even the dumbest lowlifes knew not to provoke the affiliates of the Divine Order. His cousin didn't seem to know that, however. Her dad clearly hadn't told her, probably still punishing her for her neglect. Percy wouldn't interfere in their family matters. Looking back towards the mountain, he tried to make out the layer of mist surrounding it, but he couldn't see it. He knew it was still there, but it was invisible against the dark blanket of the night. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. Even though he'd never had the opportunity to travel much, he'd spent a lot of time in the house's library, reading all sorts of things about Remior and the upper echelons of the world. Those were the heights of magic he'd always dreamt of reaching one day. The weirdly colored fog was one of his targets for the trip. Supposedly, it was a gift from the Titaness, Phoebe, the current leader of the Divine Order. Showering the mountain range, it trickled down the rocky slopes and accumulated in a basin, where it was used by the temple as fuel for the affinity test. Similar locations existed all around Remior. As far as he knew, the Order was interested in evaluating children early on to fish out the brightest talents among them, replenishing their ranks. But more importantly, Percy was interested in what the rosy mist was. Mind mana. And in just a few hours, he would practically be bathing in it, swimming inside a sea of it, inhaling it with every breath. If that wasn't enough for his second core, he genuinely had no clue where to find a better source. He was almost tempted to jump on his horse and ride towards it right then and there, but he didn't feel like explaining to his cousin and uncle why he was so eager. It wasn't like the priests performed appraisals during the night. Plus, horseback was rather painful for him. In the end, he shrugged. resuming his practice as he formed a colourless blob of mana in his hand and squeezed it down into a transparent ball, about the size of a tangerine. He wasn't sure if he had improved at all. One typically needed weeks, if not months of work before they noticed a difference, not days. At least he could train a lot more since his advancement. He was able to store more mana than before, and to recover it much faster. Still, despite all his efforts, his status page had not bothered to register his magic. Apparently, he hadn't even crossed the threshold of a crude spell yet. Tell that to the goblin rotting somewhere in the woods. Of course, Percy knew that if his magic hadn't registered yet, it probably meant he was using it incorrectly. It certainly didn't seem to have any physical effect, so he'd considered it might be mind mana. That would explain how the blast had disoriented the creature. But that didn't sound right. His colourless mana didn't look anything like the rosy mist surrounding the mountain. 8 more hours, Percy. Just forget about it for 8 more hours. Chapter 6. Pilgrimage. Waiting in a queue must have been a novel experience for Elaine. There weren't that many people in their house. Being one of the chosen ones, she was generally given priority for most things. Strictly speaking, the same was true here, just like everywhere else on Remior. Yellowborns always went first. Still, the sheer number of people waiting their turn was simply staggering. Even the lucky groups who had a Yellowborn among them easily numbered in the triple digits, which meant the trio would have to spend the better part of the morning in the line. Percy, on the other hand, was amazed he got to skip most of the wait for a change. He flashed the Orangeborns behind him an apologetic expression, not too comfortable cutting in line. It wasn't like he particularly minded waiting at the back either. For one, he was already used to such things. More importantly, this was perhaps the only time he wished he could stay here longer. Well, okay, he was naturally eager to find out his affinity, plus his legs were killing him. Elaine was propping him up as they waited, which wasn't exactly ideal. Still, he had another reason for taking his sweet time. Soon after entering the valley, he'd verified his guess had been correct. Once the density of mind mana around him had increased to the point where each breath carried with it a sliver of the rosy mist, he had felt a part of his body stir. It wasn't his sternum, where his original core, everyone's core, was located. Instead, this was happening in his abdomen. He hadn't been able to examine his temporary alien body for long enough, but it seemed that's where the second mana core tended to take root. Doesn't matter where it's located. In any case, he'd be happy to get one on his forehead if it meant giving him an edge. Grants the seed of a second mana core, requires potent life and mind mana to germinate. The text in his status read the same as his abdomen continued to suck in the mind mana like a gluttonous vortex. Percy even made a conscious effort to take deeper, more frequent breaths. He didn't know if it would help, but it couldn't hurt, right? He had no idea how much mana the seed needed to germinate, although he hoped he would manage to collect enough by the time they had to leave. Eventually, he shook his head. This was too important to leave up to chance. I'm not going anywhere until it's done. If necessary, he'd make up some excuse to get Gawain to wait here for a couple more days. He knew his uncle wouldn't be thrilled, but if he claimed his injuries were acting up, the man would listen. Maybe. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Percy studied the other people around him to pass the time. He quickly realized that 2 types of people were standing in the queue. Some wore finer clothes, much like them. They were clearly nobles of various houses, and he recognized many of their insignias, having stumbled upon them in his studies. All in all, there weren't too many prominent houses on Remior, only about 1,000. Each required a violet core at minimum to survive, and those didn't exactly grow on trees. Even yellowborns had to guzzle down expensive elixirs for several centuries and survive countless assassination attempts to get to that point. Only 1% of them did. Baldy was one of those. The second group was dressed in simpler clothes, ranging from worn linen outfits to dirty rags. Those were the commoners. They rarely had a bloodline of their own, and even the few who had one didn't particularly stand out, as it was obviously not powerful enough to help them establish a house. Still, even the poorest commoner could give birth to a yellow-born child, and the divine order made sure that all the talented children were given a chance to rise in the world. How nice of them, he sneered internally. Both the nobles and the peasants had a few things in common. First, every group escorted at least one toddler, about 5 years old. Furthermore, all of those children were orange-born at a minimum. Percy's was the only group who escorted a red-born teenager, earning him no small number of disdainful stares. Yeah, well, fuck all of you. As annoying as it was, it made sense, really. Phoebe was powerful, but she couldn't fill the whole world with mind mana. Instead, she mostly focused it on places such as this temple, which administered the more advanced test. Beyond that, she mass-produced a lot of trinkets, which smaller temples used for a more basic version of the test. Children were typically brought to one of the minor sites at 5, where their status was awakened and the grade of the core measured. From there, all the promising kids would be brought to temples like this by their parents to be tested further. It was possible for a redborn to pay for an advanced test, of course, but most of them didn't bother. After all, few had a rare affinity or a bloodline they couldn't identify on their own. Even fewer had the disposable income to waste on such a pointless endeavor. Well, unless you have rich parents who care enough to pay for you. Sadly, Percy was out of luck in that department too. First of all, both his parents had been redborn, like him. Secondly, they had both been killed, along with most of the other redborns of the family, in a nasty attack from a rival house, only a couple years after his birth. In any case, there was another thing the young children shared, besides their grade and age. Each of them had a bowl clasped in their tiny hands, filled with a thick, syrupy liquid, and they were gleefully eating spoonful after spoonful of it, licking their lips in the process. It was called whistling sap, and it actually came from the pine trees in the nearby Whistling Woods. It was quite sweet, and it was customary to give a bowl to children before their evaluation, at least in this region. Perhaps they did things differently in other temples. Maybe the tradition had started as a way to celebrate their higher grade, or as a means to shut them up while waiting in the queue. Percy didn't know which one it was, but he'd sure love some. He sighed. Forget it. It would have been embarrassing to ask Baldy. His family was actually one of the primary exporters of the sap, since the Whistling Woods fell predominantly within their province, though they didn't make much money from it. It was rather cheap, enough so that even commoners could easily afford it. But he was too old for it, and he didn't want to give these people another reason to look down on him. He was only brought out of his thoughts when it was their turn to enter the temple. The structure looked even more grand up close. It had a strange shape, its roof like a staircase of progressively smaller concentric rings, rising about 100 meters to the sky. Each of those steps were lined with rows of marble statues, depicting various men and women, their features more beautiful than any mortal he had ever seen. The figures were polished and immaculate, clearly enchanted to weather dust and rain alike. The gods of the divine order. Each of the temples depicted statues of every single god that had ever risen in the history of Remior. Apparently, whenever a new one emerged, another statue was added. Not that it happened often. Even Baldy didn't stand a chance of reaching divinity, let alone the likes of Percy. On paper, at least. But he certainly intended to try. "The test is only free for Orangeborns and above," a male voice said. Percy looked at the guard who had just spoken. The tall, blond man bore the characteristic appearance of being in his late 20s and possessing a green core like his uncle. He wore a funny-looking toga and a pair of sandals, holding an intricate spear that looked more decorative than suited for combat, as did the other guard opposite him. The two had crossed their weapons, blocking the way to the tall, golden gate of the temple. "Naturally," said Gawain, handing him a heavy pouch filled with coins. The guard opened it to check its contents, allowing Percy to partially glimpse at their golden luster. He swallowed hard, realizing the test was even more expensive than he'd thought. If he hadn't convinced Baldy to subsidize him, gods knew how long he would have needed to pay his own way. A few steps into the temple, Elaine spoke.
"Dad, why do they charge so much for a simple test? Aren't they just making things difficult for Redborns?"
Gawain shook his head. "Listen, Elaine, I know it seems unfair, but the Divine Order genuinely wants what's best for Remior."
"But then why?"
"Isn't it best to help everyone figure out their affinity?" "In a perfect world, yes. But it takes a tremendous amount of mind mana to perform the test, and Redborns are 60% of the population. There just isn't enough for everyone." Percy, who was only partially listening to their conversation, felt cold sweat trickle down his back.
"Shit, I hope nobody realizes how much I've taken already."
The density of the mist had tripled by the time they had reached the temple, but that wasn't even worth mentioning compared to the changes upon entering it. Inside, it was easily a dozen times thicker, to the point where they could barely watch where they stepped. And even worse, the seed in Percy's abdomen didn't seem to care about optics, only doubling its efforts to absorb it. By now, he could even see the mist spiral around his mouth if he paid close attention. He was forced to slow down his breaths, trying to hide what was happening. So focused was he on doing so that he failed to notice when Gawain stopped walking, crashing awkwardly into his uncle's back. "Ouch!" he said, rubbing his forehead. It felt more like he'd bumped into a wall than a person. Gawain tossed a glare his way to shut him up, and Percy abruptly realized they weren't alone. Chapter 7. The Most Ancient Art. A beautiful woman stood in front of them, wearing an elegant red dress that reached all the way to her ankles, leaving only her arms and the upper part of her cleavage exposed. If that hadn't been extravagant enough, a golden tiara adorned with flawless rubies rested on her head. Percy's mana sense revealed her core thrumming with an intimidating blue color, a grade higher than the two attendants by her side. The High Priestess didn't seem to mind his previous lack of attentiveness, flashing him a bright smile before gesturing at another golden door. It was half as tall as the other one. "Please enter the pool inside and extract some mana out of your core. The enchantments will take care of the rest." Percy frowned. "Alone? Don't you have to, supervise people?" Gawain shook his head in exasperation as the High Priestess tilted hers. "Why? Are you planning to damage the sacred pool?" she asked. No. Definitely not. I just thought, isn't it too precious to leave unattended?" She chuckled. "I'm just messing with you. The evaluation is a private affair. Nobody can force you to disclose the results against your will. As for the integrity of the pool, you don't need to worry about it. Even I can't put a scratch on the materials, and nobody below Violet could possibly snatch any of the concentrated mana in there." "I guess we'll see about that." Outwardly, he only nodded before limping towards the door. "Do you need somebody to accompany you?" the High Priestess offered as she noticed his injuries. But he shook his head, cupping his fists politely. He really didn't want anybody watching whatever was about to go down in there. He rushed forward as quickly as he could manage, wincing with every step. Luckily, nobody seemed to notice anything else was off. It was probably normal for those undertaking the test to be excited. It was a significant turning point in their lives, after all. However, that wasn't what Percy was thinking. He was holding his breath, trying to mask the suspicious flow of mist. As soon as the golden doors closed behind him, he stared at the only thing in the room. It was a circular basin with a diameter of about 6 meters, filled to the brim with a dense red liquid that looked a bit like glowing blood. The liquid made a crisp sound, rippling as something fell into the middle of the pool. Looking up, Percy saw the mist swirling and gathering in the center of the ceiling. A decorated stalactite-like structure appeared to collect and condense it. Its edge was shaped like the beak of a large bird, funneling a droplet that enlarged as he watched, held in the tiny gap between its 2 points. Once it grew large enough, it fell, sending another ripple. "Cool. I hope it still looks like this after I'm done with it," he thought as he undressed. Sadly, that was nothing but wishful thinking. Not even a moment after he dipped his toes into the pool, all hell broke loose. The seed in his abdomen didn't bother waiting for him to inhale the mist anymore. A violent suction force emerged from his belly, directly causing the liquid to flow up his skin and seep into it. Percy panicked. The commotion could easily draw the attention of the High Priestess. He tried to step back, but his foot was stuck in the flowing liquid. He put more strength into trying to extricate his body, causing the red material to stretch like rubber before snapping back, pulling him into the pool. The sound was muted, as the fluid was already coiling around him. "I can't breathe!" Not only was it traveling up and through his skin, but also down his throat. Percy used all his strength to stand up. It was hard, and it took him several seconds to right himself. Even when he did, he couldn't bring his head out of the liquid, as he was covered from top to bottom like a crimson snowman. He tried to claw the material out of his face, but it didn't help. More kept flowing to replace it. Dizzy, he fell to his knees, his consciousness slipping. Percy thought he was a goner, when the flow suddenly eased up. It quickly lost its viscosity, falling back into the pool and trickling down his skin. But he wasn't out of the woods just yet. His second core was clearly a sloppy eater, having failed to clean up after its mess. The liquid outside his body had stopped hugging him, but that didn't help with the part still in his lungs. Percy desperately hit his chest, trying to cough the substance out, with limited success. "No, I can't drown during the damn test." That would be such a dumb way to die. Thinking of something, he climbed out of the pool and felt an attractive force tugging at the liquid in his lungs. The High Priestess wasn't kidding when she said nobody could steal it from this place. He opened his mouth, letting it flow out, but it was still slow, and he was running out of time. Suddenly, he had another bright idea. Reaching for the mana inside his first core, he followed the High Priestess's instructions, beginning the assessment in earnest. This was what he was actually here for, after all. Soon, a few runes lit up on the walls and on the floor as the volume of the liquid still in his lungs began to decrease and the mana in his core to empty. The taste of air was so sweet when he could finally breathe properly again. Though he didn't get to enjoy it for very long, as somebody knocked repeatedly on the door, breaking him out of his thoughts. "What's taking so long? Are you okay in there?" a female voice asked. Percy didn't recognize it. He guessed she was one of the attendants. "Yeah, everything is fine. Sorry, it took me a while to figure it out." The voice remained silent for a couple of seconds. Percy wasn't sure if she had bought his lousy excuse or if she was still trying to process it. Well, it was the latter. "What's there to figure out? Please tell me you haven't pissed inside the sacred pool," she yelled again, a hint of anger seeping through. He scratched his head, unsure what to say. "What? Of course not.
Who do you take me for? Was what he ended up going with. Hesitating, he took another look at the pool. Its surface was a little over half a meter lower than before. Evidently, he'd already drained about a third of the volume. I'm afraid you'll wish I'd only pissed in it, he chuckled awkwardly. Then he raised an eyebrow. I mean, it would raise the water level again. But he shook his head. He had desecrated the holy goo enough for one day.
With a sigh, he picked up his clothes, pulling up his status as he dressed. Maybe he should have waited until he was safely out of this place before worrying about it. But he figured he might as well check it now in case they murdered him and he never got the chance. Percival Avalon, Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange, Soul. Mana Core 2, Seed, Bloodline, Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Question. Grants access to your status. Question. Grants a bloodline. Question. Incomplete. Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent life mana to germinate. Success! The changes were small but important. Not only had he finally learned he possessed the soul affinity, but the trait granting him the second mana core had graduated from fractured to incomplete. It now only needed life mana, which meant Percy was merely a step away. Now he just had to make it out of the temple in one piece. Exiting the room, he found all 5 people giving him strange looks. What? I'm injured. It took me ages to undress, he shrugged. The attendants eyed him suspiciously, but luckily the person who had the final word, the High Priestess, didn't dwell on it. All right. I trust everything went well then, she asked. Percy nodded. Great. As I said before, you don't have to disclose your affinity if you don't want to. Still, if you are willing to share it, we can give you some basic guidance. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a tempting offer. A soul affinity was even rarer than others, and he doubted he could learn much from the library. He opened his mouth to speak when one of the attendants beat him to it. Mother, he's already wasted more than enough time. Percy recognized the voice as the one that had spoken to him earlier. Erythia, the High Priestess said in a stern tone. Basic guidance is a part of the service. The attendant gritted her teeth. But he's just a Redborn. There are hundreds of kids waiting outside, she protested. The second attendant didn't say anything, but Percy guessed he agreed with his colleague based on his expression. Luckily for Percy, the High Priestess didn't. And that's why he had to pay a hefty sum to be tested. Now that he has, he deserves the same treatment as everyone else. Her daughter, or subordinate, or whatever Erythia was, clearly didn't like the response, storming off to the room he'd just exited. Fuck. I hope she can't tell the difference. The High Priestess didn't seem to pay her any heed. She turned to him, evidently still waiting for his answer. Percy looked at his uncle, wondering if it would be okay to reveal this information. After all, depending on how things went, it could easily become a secret of House Avalon. Go on. The High Priestess can be trusted, Gawain said. He nodded at his uncle before turning back to the elegantly dressed woman. Yes. Some guidance sounds peachy. I have a soul affinity. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Interesting, the High Priestess mused before turning to Gawain. And I take it Archibald wouldn't have sent him here if he hadn't inherited the bloodline too. Is House Avalon about to develop a new branch? That is very much our patriarch's hope, Gawain said. Percy was surprised his uncle hadn't hesitated for even a moment before replying. He couldn't tell if he knew her personally, or if all the Order's clergy deserved such trust. She seemed ready to offer a few words of advice when a shriek came out of the room. A moment later, the gates slammed open, Erythia storming out, her face red like a ripe tomato.
What did you do?
She grabbed Percy by the collar, shaking him like a doll. The High Priestess grabbed her wrist to calm her down, but didn't speak, only flashing her a questioning gaze.
Half the condensed mana is gone!
Arythea yelled, causing everyone's faces to fall. They all looked at Percy, demanding an explanation. Knowing he didn't exactly have many options, Percy swallowed hard before falling back to the most ancient art invented by mankind. I found it like that. Chapter 8. Soul. Percy and his relatives barely managed to escape with their lives, leaping out of the wolves' den by the skin of their teeth. Okay, maybe that was a bit of an exaggeration. The High Priestess let them go. Relatively easily. Not that Percy's hastily constructed lie was particularly believable, but at the end of the day, there wasn't any evidence incriminating him. After all, she had said it herself. Nobody below Violet could steal the dense mind mana, let alone an orange-cored teenager. While she had certainly seemed somewhat colder during their subsequent interactions, in the end, she did give him some tips on how to train with his affinity, like she had promised. That was why he was squinting really hard right now, trying to peer into Elaine's soul. "Cut it out, will you?" she grunted in annoyance. "What did you even do in there?" "I tested for my affinity," he shrugged. His cousin rolled her eyes. "Fine, keep your secrets. Just try not to get us all killed in the future." Percy was about to comment on the irony of her statement, but in the end he chose to let it slide. He was too busy to walk into another argument. The High Priestess had explained that the soul affinity could be used for offense. Even though it wasn't good at affecting physical objects, there were ways to shape it into a potent weapon against living things. What he had done to that goblin was proof enough that it was possible, but it still didn't explain why Percy was so bad at it. After all, even a red core could easily injure somebody with a fireball or a stone shard. Why had he needed to advance to orange before he could stun even a single goblin temporarily? Hearing his worries, she had advised him to start by developing something called soul vision. Simply put, it was a specialized version of the basic mana sense that everyone gained upon awakening their core. Soul vision made use of his affinity to observe another's soul directly. Once he managed to pull that off, he could more easily understand what he had been doing wrong with his magic. The trio finally made it to their horses, much to Percy's relief. As painful as riding was, it was several times better than walking. Only after they headed off did he resume training, willing the soul mana to build up in his eyes. This time, he focused on his uncle to avoid his cousin's complaints. Getting some rudimentary version of soul vision to work wasn't too difficult. Even the slightest trickle of mana allowed him to see things he couldn't previously. The main challenge was fine-tuning the process to make this new sense of his as effective as possible. If he used too little mana, Gawain's soul was barely visible, appearing as a few faint wisps of silver swirling around his chest. Using more than necessary, on the other hand, was like pulling wool in front of his eyes, as the excess soul mana obscured his sight. The trick was to find exactly the right amount, so that he could discern his uncle's soul without obstructing it. He knew it was just a matter of practice until he nailed it, but he did hope he could get it done by the time they returned to the Whistling Woods. He would need it for the next part of his training, after all. Better make the next 3 days count, then. Just a little more. Percy sent another clump of mana to his right eye. As it settled, Gawain's soul came into focus, letting him spy on it more clearly. To Percy, human souls appeared like semi-amorphous flames contained inside one's body, spreading to roughly cover its entire volume. They did flicker a bit, so their shape constantly diverged from that of the person's flesh. Also, he had no idea what happened to somebody's soul after they died. Still, This was good progress in his book. And the best part was that he only needed a few seconds to fine-tune his soul vision. Not to say there wasn't any room for improvement, though. Percy breathed hard as the mana dispersed from his eyes, returning his sight to normal. Sadly, he couldn't keep his new trick up for too long before having to stop. It took quite a mental toll, plus it did cost a fair amount of mana to maintain. Undaunted, he figured both would improve over time. Perhaps one day he would even be able to keep soul vision up indefinitely, although that was more of a long-term project. It'll do for now. He looked up at the rows of pine trees appearing in the distance. He had trained relentlessly over the last 3 days, and luckily it had paid off. He had managed to get his soul vision to an acceptable level by the time they returned to the forest. It took some begging, but he had convinced Gawain to help him find some more goblins to practice on, now that he finally had a tool to figure out what was going on. His uncle had initially been resistant to the idea, but he'd eventually relented. Percy wasn't sure if the man had warmed up to him, or if he was doing this because his daughter had asked him to. Percy appreciated it all the same. "Just remember, we won't spend more than a week here," Gawain reminded him. "Have I mentioned you're my favorite, Uncle?" Percy asked. "We both know that's a low bar," Gawain rolled his eyes. "And you've passed it with flying colors." Percy didn't let up, and his uncle quirked a small smile in spite of himself. So, it turned out wood goblins were a lot tougher to find when one was actively looking for them. Well, either that, or the trio had just been unlucky last week. In any case, it took them 6 full days to find one on their journey home, and that was only because they stumbled across an injured loner abandoned by its pack. Percy would have liked to put the poor thing out of its misery. But truth be told, the creature's misery was only about to begin. He did feel a little bad, but he had to test his soul magic on something. Inanimate objects obviously wouldn't work, which left humans, innocent animals, or ugly goblins. Sadly, Percy's new green pal was the most disposable of those targets. "Don't look at me like that. I'll start easy," he told the creature tied to a tree. Activating soul vision, he spent a few moments calibrating it until the goblin's soul came into focus. It looked disturbingly similar to his uncle's, only slightly smaller. Percy didn't know if goblin souls were fundamentally different to those of humans, or if they only looked smaller due to having less space to expand to. "Judging from how I managed to possess an alien body, I suppose souls of different species are somewhat interchangeable." Or maybe not. His clone had fallen apart rather quickly. He abruptly shook the philosophical thoughts out of his head. He couldn't keep his soul vision up for too long, so he had to make it count. Pulling more soul mana out of his core, he gathered it in his palm. Normally, it appeared colorless, to the point that he could barely see it with the naked eye. Not now. Through soul vision, it appeared like a bright silver orb, about the size of a cherry. Once he'd gathered enough, he fired the bolt towards the goblin, carefully paying attention to the changes. As the projectile slammed into the similarly hued silhouette of the creature, he saw it bend backwards and distort. Its shape clearly rattled. Dispersing the mana in his eyes, he watched the goblin's physical form, curious to see what would happen to it. Percy's prisoner looked disoriented for a while, but its eyes regained their focus after a few seconds. He nodded. He'd held back with the last attack, partly to conserve his mana, and partly to avoid dealing permanent damage to the creature too early. The blast had only been at the level of what a red core would be capable of. He repeated the process, opting to charge the orb as long as possible and letting it reach the size of a tangerine before shooting it at the creature. The impact was a lot more violent, causing the goblin's soul to stretch, almost leaving its body. Just when he thought it might be torn from the creature entirely, it snapped back, shaking intensely for a few seconds,
like a boat trapped in a storm. Despite the disruption, it settled down eventually without any permanent damage visible on the surface. Percy switched to his regular vision and observed the changes to the goblin. The creature slumped against the tree trunk and remained out of it for longer than an hour before eventually regaining its senses. It still appeared somewhat dizzy afterwards, but the damage didn't look like something a few hours of sleep couldn't fix. As I thought, my attacks barely do anything. Any other affinity I know of would be deadly at orange. He frowned, trying to work a way around the issue. The problem was that the goblin's soul was surprisingly resilient, and judging from his experiences growing up, human souls were even more so. Anyone he'd ever tossed his mana against had shrugged it off without feeling more than a simple chill. Thinking back to his attacks, it was a bit like trying to punch a sandbag. No matter how much strength he put behind the blast, it would just deform to absorb it. A sandbag, huh? Percy willed his mana to gather in his hand again. This time, rather than shaping it into a ball, he focused it on his index and middle fingers, trying to make it as angular as possible. It was his first attempt at shaping it, so it took a while. The construct crumbled a few times, and he couldn't make it too sharp without it falling apart. But eventually, he managed to get something about as pointy as a spoon's handle. He reactivated soul vision as he walked up to the goblin.
As much as he would have liked to throw the new projectile, he knew it wouldn't survive the flight. He pointed his augmented fingers towards the goblin's chest and stabbed forward. His actual fingers stopped on the creature's skin, but the surrounding mana dug an inch deeper. The goblin shrieked, the sheer agony contained in its voice making Percy's hair stand on end. Covering his ears, he took a few steps back, but kept his soul vision active to figure out what was going on. There was a small scar on the creature's soul. It was tiny, as if it had been nicked by a fingernail, but unlike the blunt damage from the mana orb, it wasn't recovering. Percy didn't know if it would, given enough time, but he could tell the goblin would be in a world of pain until then. The creature's cries instantly reminded him of his experience possessing the alien body. What the goblin was feeling appeared to be similar to what he'd felt back when his clone fell apart. Maybe not quite as intense, but still torturous. He turned around just in time to catch Elaine heaving out her lunch, her father watching her with concern. The two had been observing him during his experiments, as they were also curious about his soul affinity. Percy turned his attention back to the goblin. Even though the little buggers had shot him full of holes just days ago, watching the creature squirm churned up his own stomach. Besides, he'd learned more than enough to plan out the next phase of his training. Pulling a knife out, he plunged it into the goblin's neck, putting an end to its suffering. A soul affinity, huh? Clearly not meant for the faint of heart. Chapter 9. Family. Elaine helped Percy walk as they passed through the corridor leading to Baldy's office. She hadn't spoken to him much during the last stretch of their journey, obviously still shaken after watching him torture the goblin. He didn't think she held it against him or anything. Hell, he'd watched her butcher plenty of goblins herself just days ago. Still, she'd kept her distance from him every time he practiced since then, clearly having some newfound appreciation for the danger his affinity posed. And he didn't exactly blame her for it. Who would have thought such a small cut on one's soul would cause such suffering? Truth be told, his mood hadn't been much better, but that didn't mean he could take a day off training. Those at the bottom of the ladder didn't have the luxury to stop climbing. Whenever they did, the rising tide drowned them. Consequently, he'd spent the last few hours of their trip honing his projectiles into knives. They already looked much better than what he'd stabbed the goblin with, and he could even throw them a short distance before they crumbled, though they weren't ready for combat. Not yet, at least. Reaching the office, they knocked a couple of times. "Come in."
The two entered, finding their grandpa much as they had left him. Does he even sleep, or has he spent the past 2 weeks in that seat? Thanks, Elaine. You may go. Percy wasn't sure why his grandpa wanted to speak with him alone. Even stranger, Elaine swiftly did as she was told, leaving the room without any protest. What's up with her today? Surely she's not just scared of my affinity. He shook his head. He would talk to her later, but for now he had to figure out how to access Baldy's magic tree. Come closer, his grandpa commanded. He frowned, but ultimately obliged, curious to see what the man wanted. Archibald placed a hand on Percy's shoulder, a suffocating pressure emerging from the former's sternum. Activating his mana sense, Percy saw the bright violet star thrumming with activity in his grandpa's chest as a film of vibrant green covered the man's arm in his regular vision.
Percy instinctively tried to step back as the life mana flowed towards him, still not completely over the trauma from the temple. But Archibald's firm grip kept him in place. As the mana trickled down his body, the seed of his second core awakened hungrily, trying to pull it in. Percy feared the worst. He didn't think his grandpa had enough mana to suffocate him, nor was it nearly dense enough to cause lasting harm. But the man could still notice something was off. Luckily, that didn't happen. Unlike the red liquid that had been kept in the pool for Phoebe knew how long, Baldy's mana was filled with his intent, rendering Percy's second core powerless to affect it. Ignoring the weak pull, the green river continued past his abdomen, reaching his legs and causing his wounds to itch. Just a moment later, it was over. Archibald let go of him as Percy tried moving his feet, finding not only the pain but even the soreness from the trip gone. He almost thanked his grandpa. He wasn't used to receiving much from him, but this was the second time in a few days. First, the hefty sum Baldy had spent for his affinity test. Now this. Not that it seemed to take much effort to heal him, but it would save Percy weeks of annoyance all the same. Still, he bit his tongue. Archibald had only begun to help him upon learning there was value in him. It was all a transaction. "That's a handy trick," he said eventually. Baldy nodded, inspecting him silently for a few seconds. "My son told me you have a soul affinity. Is there anything more I can help you with?" Percy suppressed a chuckle. "Sure, I'll take all the mana from your magic tree, killing it in the process. Then I want twice as many elixirs as you give any of the others to feed both of my mana cores. I'll let you know if there's anything else." Naturally, he kept those thoughts to himself. "No," he said. "I'll practice with my soul mana on my own for a few days, and then I'll test clone again." Maybe his grandpa could offer a few words of advice, but it wouldn't amount to much. Percy was pretty much in uncharted territory. He would have to figure out how his bloodline interacted with his affinity by himself. Hopefully, his new soul vision would help with that. "Very well. Let me know once you learn more." Percy nodded respectfully, walking out of the office as he formed a plan. Percy studied the tall oak tree, which honestly resembled a jade statue more than a plant. It exuded a thick green mist, reminding him of the mana around the temple. But it smelled nice. The mind mana had been odorless, while this gave each breath a fresh, minty undertone. It had taken him about a week of planning to figure out how to make it here. Baldy had clearly gone above and beyond to keep it safe. It obviously hadn't been planted in the garden outside, as anybody could steal or damage it there. Instead, he had carved out a special location inside the mansion for a hidden inner garden. It was designed to only have a single entrance. Luckily, it had been several decades since the last time anybody had tried anything funny, so some chinks had appeared in the tight security. From there, Percy only had to wait for his uncles Gareth and Balin to be paired on the same shift, which took a few days longer than he had hoped, but it did happen eventually. The two idiots were among the laziest in the family, so they often left their post a few minutes earlier than they were meant to. No time to waste, then. Percy approached the tree, already feeling the seed in his abdomen beginning to draw in the mana. Standing next to the trunk, he stretched out his hand but paused just an inch from its smooth bark. Once he started, there was no going back. If this was anything like what had happened during the affinity test, he wouldn't be able to stop until his second core was satisfied. Percy wasn't sure the tree even contained enough mana for that. It produced a lot, but could it compare to the condensed mana of a titaness? One thing was certain, though. Whether it was enough or not, the tree wouldn't survive. Based on what he'd heard, this tree was a treasure gifted to his family by the divine order. It was a great help for life users honing their spells. Even his grandpa regularly used it. They were lucky none of the white cores leading the great houses had a life affinity. Otherwise, House Avalon would have long since been destroyed. If Percy ruined it here, he'd be dealing a severe blow to his own family. Even if he managed to escape their wrath, all his relatives might end up dying a few years from now, crushed by a rival house. All because of him. Why the hell should I care? They certainly didn't care about him. Percy needed to awaken his second core if he was to ever be worth something. It wasn't like he had a choice. Did he? He lived in a world where everyone's value was determined by their magical strength. His recent stunt with the clone was his first real break, his chance to break free from the chains of his low birth. Would a second core be enough for him to surpass someone like Baldy? To reach godhood? To obtain a real voice on Remier and beyond? He didn't know, but he couldn't just let go of valuable opportunities like this. Percy gritted his teeth. He had to do this. He had to. Percy entered his grandpa's office, not bothering to knock. His fists were clenched tightly, drained of all color. He had been so close last night, just a tap away from completing his new core. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Even now, he wasn't sure why. Archibald raised an eyebrow at his grandson's intrusion, though he didn't say anything, waiting for him to speak first. "I want the jade tree. It won't survive," Percy said, fully expecting Baldy to laugh him out of the room. At best, he didn't really think there was a chance Baldy would agree. Still, he didn't dare to steal it, so asking for it was the only path left. Contrary to his expectations, however, his grandpa wasn't outraged. He didn't laugh at him either. Instead, his response shocked Percy even more. "I figured out that much." Taken aback, Percy stared at him in confusion until Baldy gestured at a chair across him. "How?" Percy asked upon sitting. "Gawain told me what happened at the temple. You think he didn't notice how the mind mana was swirling around you? My daughter did too. You're lucky her attendants didn't, otherwise she wouldn't have managed to cover your ass." "Your daughter? The High Priestess?" Percy asked. Archibald nodded. "She's your aunt, Guinevere. She's only a few years older than Gawain, but she's a Yellowborn." "I thought you needed to keep as many Yellowborns as possible to increase the chances of getting more Violet cores for the family. Why would you send her away?" "We do need every Yellowborn we can get," Archibald sighed. "Even then, there's no guarantee one will be ready to succeed me if I die. But having strong ties to the Divine Order is just as important." Well, this was all fascinating, but Percy had more pressing concerns at the moment. "That still doesn't explain how you knew I needed life mana." Baldy chuckled. "Please, I'm 50 times your age. You think I wouldn't notice you trying to snatch my own mana right in front of me?" Percy smiled awkwardly. He really was out of his depth. "I still have no clue what you needed all the mind mana for, but as soon as I healed you, I knew you weren't done. I paid closer attention to you since, and you didn't disappoint." Percy fell back weakly, letting his neck sink into the silky headrest as he stared up at the ceiling. He had been so foolish to think he could outsmart the old fox. Why are we even having this conversation then? Just execute me, or banish me, or whatever. Baldy fell back as well, his own expression morphing into something Percy didn't quite recognize. His grandpa almost looked sad, but he'd never seen the older man like that, so he wasn't sure. Percy, do you hate our family? Percy frowned. Where was this coming from all of a sudden? His first thought was to reply, obviously, but he figured he could take his time answering. Most of the people in his house were, frankly, assholes, present company included. But then there was Elaine, who he got along with, and his parents, who he didn't really remember. Was it fair to hate his parents just because of their surname, without even knowing them? Hell, he was part of the family too. Did he hate himself? Perhaps it was its management he hated, his grandpa. But the man was pragmatic, and honestly not a bad leader. His decisions were always calculated. Even though I always get the short end of the math, still it wasn't like he never got anything from them. At least he had food and a roof over his head. He even had his own room. But so what? Was he supposed to just forget everything else? To forgive them? To love them? I don't know, he admitted after a long time. Archibald nodded again. Here's an easier one, then. Do you resent me? Chapter 10. Archibald. Who's asking? The head of the family, or my grandpa? Does it matter? Baldy asked. Percy shrugged. Percy, I am the third head of the house. I've been in charge for less than 200 years. Our family has existed for nearly 10 times as long. That wasn't exactly news to him. He had read about the family's history. So he just waited to see what the man was getting at. I'm sure you knew most of that already, but what you might have not read about in your books was that the second head, my great-grandpa, died about 20 years before I advanced to Violet. Percy swallowed hard. On Remior, a noble house without a Violet at the helm was like a tasty meal lying on the ground. He could imagine all the alliances, conflicts, and betrayals that must have happened during those 2 decades. They had probably been some of his family's darkest years. Why are you telling me this? I want you to appreciate how precarious our situation is, how it has always been. Out of the 1,000 or so Violet cores on Remior, how many do you think will make it to White? You tell me. 20? 50? Percy threw a guess. Archibald chuckled bitterly. We'll be lucky if 1 or 2 do. Why do you think there are so few great houses? The rest are mostly hoping they can get another Violet in their family before they die, otherwise they're screwed. Every time I make a choice, every time I allocate resources, it can make the difference between our house surviving or dying out. This time Percy lost his patience. Look, I get it. You don't have to explain that at this late stage. But why couldn't you just treat me like a grandson? Archibald's eyes wavered for a moment. Who would have thought that emotionless prick could even feel things? Because it's easier that way, he sighed. Have you any idea how many people I've buried? Uncles, brothers, cousins, children, grandchildren. The less attached I am, the more impartial I can be. His voice was soft. It cracked many times as the powerful Violet struggled to form his words. Percy truly saw his grandpa for the first time. What was he even supposed to say to that? Now, will you tell me what you need all that mana for? Archibald asked. Percy smiled. It wasn't like their brief chat could magically erase a lifetime of bitterness, but he saw no point in hiding the truth either. Remember how I said my version of clone did something interesting? I may have undersold how interesting it was, he chuckled, leaning forward. I didn't understand it at the time, but I believe it allowed me to send a fragment of my soul to possess somebody outside Remior. Somebody with 2 cores, he added after a second. Archibald's eyebrows would have hit the ceiling if they weren't attached to his face. The Moirai, he exclaimed. Ah, right. I knew it was Moi something. In any case, my clone brought back whatever it is that gives them their 2nd core, though it's broken and it needs fixing. Archibald remained silent for a few minutes. Percy didn't rush him either. And how close are you to fixing it? If the jade tree has enough life mana, then about 5 minutes, Percy replied. Archibald nodded. Wait, what? Are you actually giving me the tree? Just like that? Percy couldn't conceal the shock in his voice. Baldy looked him squarely in the eyes before replying, Absolutely not. Percy would have strangled him if he could. Why was he playing with his feelings like that? Yet Archibald wasn't done. Listen, Percy, he said in a serious tone. A human having 2 cores is unheard of, and who knows what else you can get through your bloodline. Even though it might not be enough to bridge the gap between you and an Orangeborn right now, I'm willing to invest in your potential. From now on, you'll have access to the advanced elixirs. Percy's heart skipped a beat. The advanced elixirs would let him reach yellow in just 50 years. That was half a century saved. If they had discussed this even 1 month ago, he would have been jumping up and down. However, there were other things he wanted more now. But I can't even use my 2nd core without the tree. I can't give up the tree on a gamble, let alone you. Even if it was Elaine having a 2nd core, I couldn't do that. The tree might help me protect our family next year. Your 2nd core might need centuries to pay off, if it ever does. Percy deflated as he listened to his grandpa. Still, he couldn't argue with his logic. But that doesn't mean we're giving up on it either, Baldy added, rekindling a spark of hope in his grandson's eyes. I will get you a different source of life mana. Percy reluctantly opened his eyes, not fully awake yet. He was tempted to tell his visitor to piss off, whoever it was, but he didn't. Few people ever wanted anything from him, so it could be important. Getting up, he yawned, slowly making his way to the door. On the way, he glanced out the window. It was still dark. What's so urgent it couldn't wait a couple more hours? Turning the handle, he pulled the door open, seeing nobody but his grandpa standing at the entrance. Percy blinked a couple of times, then massaged his eyelids. Baldy was still there when he was done. The realization jolted the last traces of sleep out of his system. You brought it? The life source? Archibald wasn't holding anything. Percy looked behind him, trying to see if there was an attendant carrying something. Yet the corridor was empty, other than his grandpa, who was dressed in his training robes. Are you done? The man asked in irritation. May I come in? Percy shrugged, making way for him. He gestured towards his bed, as he didn't have any other furniture to offer. Archibald sat at the foot, patting the space next to him. Percy cautiously joined his grandfather, curious to see what he wanted. We don't have any other potent life treasures in the family, Baldy said. Percy was about to voice a protest, but Archibald stopped him, patting his shoulder. Instead, I'll be your life source. Before Percy could respond, the patriarch's arm glowed green, sending the potent mana into his grandson's body. However, he didn't target Percy's legs, but instead directly focused it on his abdomen, relinquishing control over it as the seed absorbed it. Percy creased his forehead. Truth be told, his feelings were mixed. Stingy old man. If he didn't want to give me the tree, he should have just left it at that. What do I make of this? It wasn't like he didn't appreciate the elixirs and this gesture. That was a lot more than he'd ever expected from his grandpa. Still, how would it help him? Not that Archibald was weak, not even close. A violet core was 4 grades above orange. The man possessed about 81 times as much mana as him. The gap was insane. But far from enough. Forget about the liquid in the sacred pool. That was the concentrated mana of a titaness. Even the tree contained within it countless times more than his grandpa's core. In fact, Archibald would be hard-pressed to produce as much mana as a single leaf. And sure enough, 5 minutes later, Baldy was completely tapped out, breathing heavily. Had this been before their meeting, Percy might have voiced a snarky comment, but right now he wasn't in the mood. "Thanks," he said. "For trying, at least." Archibald gave him a strange look as the corner of his lips twitched. "Huh? How little do you think of me? You think I'm trying to cheat you out of our deal?" He chuckled. "Of course I can't match Phoebe's pinky toe in mana capacity. But that's only if we compete fairly," he said. "But what if I keep emptying and refilling my core? 10 times? 100 times? 1,000? Baldy flashed him a resolute look. "Percy, I'll repair your second core no matter how long it takes." Chapter 11. Cracks. Percy sat on his bed next to his grandpa. It had been 2 weeks since Baldy started filling his second core. Sadly, they didn't have anything to show for it yet, not even a hint that they were getting closer. Still, he did feel some newfound appreciation for his grandpa. Not only because he was practically showering him with affection for the first time in his life, but also due to his sheer dedication and discipline. Frankly, the man was a monster. Every day, he showed up before sunrise and didn't leave his room until hours past sunset. Well, besides a few mandatory breaks, of course. I guess you don't reach Violet by accident. Having delegated the family's management to his sons and daughters, Baldy didn't slack at all. It took him nearly 5 minutes to empty his core, and about 20 to refill it. He spent over 18 hours per day in Percy's room, and he'd once performed a total of 42 refills. Percy had almost expected him to give up after the first week, but Archibald showed no intention of doing so. Pressing on, he seemed determined to follow his words through to the end. And watching him work hard, Percy was also motivated to keep his training up. For the first few days, he'd continued honing the sharpness and integrity of his constructs. When he began experiencing diminishing returns, he switched to increasing their range. That said, his room wasn't that large, so he'd had to stop when they reached the walls. Naturally, his soul mana could phase through, but he didn't want to hit somebody on the other side by accident. However, the weirdest thing was the way his grandpa had started talking to him since the second day. In hindsight, it shouldn't have surprised Percy. After all, the two would be stuck spending all their time together for who knew how long. It would be stranger if they never talked. Still, he wasn't used to casual chats with Baldy, the two having limited their past interactions to the bare minimum. As for what they talked about? Well, at first his grandpa offered him tips and guidance on how to better manipulate and recover his mana. A few days later, however, they graduated to more idle chatter, even gossiping about Percy's aunts and uncles, or evaluating the other families on Remior. Stuff he couldn't find in books. Percy knew the man was overcompensating, largely because of the harsh things he had spoken during their meeting. Yet he didn't say anything to stop it. It was embarrassing to admit, but the attention felt nice. He formed the daggers in his hand for the billionth time. They didn't look very elegant. Their shape was irregular, closer to sharpened stones than finely crafted knives. Percy wouldn't be winning any art competition with them, that was for sure. Still, they were sturdy, and he was confident they would be useful in a fight. As for who he was planning to fight with them, he didn't know. But a teenager who couldn't even beat a red goblin was downright embarrassing.
Having reached an acceptable shape and range, he'd even learned to produce 2 of them with each hand at once. Today he was planning to try forming a third, when his grandpa suggested something different. "Maybe you should figure out how your bloodline works." Percy knew he was right. Creating that soul clone had been the greatest turning point in his life. If it hadn't been for that, he might have never found out his affinity or gained access to better elixirs. He certainly wouldn't have a second core to work towards, and he might have never gotten to know his grandpa better. And that was just the start. How many more mysteries lay out there in the cosmos? What else could he bring back to Remia? I suppose I should stop postponing it then. The reason he'd been so hesitant was because he wasn't keen on experiencing the agony of splitting his soul again. Frankly, it was something he wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. Yet, it was the only way forward. He activated soul vision, glancing down at his own soul. After all, that was the starting point for everything else. A sea of silver blinded him, causing him to shut his eyes. He reduced the concentration of mana before opening them again. Fine-tuning the ability to work at such a close distance took him about an hour. In part, the complexity was because he also wanted more detail than he usually saw, in order to more closely examine his soul. As the flame underneath his flesh came into focus, Percy's eyes widened. For the most part, it was similar to every other soul he had looked at. However, there was one important difference, which sent shivers down his spine.
The semi-amorphous silhouette flowing under his skin was covered in countless cracks. Each was far narrower than the one he had inflicted on the goblin, their thickness akin to a hair's. However, they were many times longer, one even stretching across his entire forearm. His soul was like a broken vase, held together by spit and wishes. "Is everything all right?" Archibald asked in concern. Percy explained the situation. "I see. You must have really messed your soul up. It's lucky you survived." Percy nodded, his expression grim. "What now? Do souls recover over time?" he asked. He didn't even know why it didn't hurt right now. Maybe it was because the cracks were too narrow, or perhaps it was all relative. Experiencing his soul clone crumbling apart might have raised his tolerance to the point that his current state didn't bother him. Either way, he wouldn't risk using his bloodline like this. For the time being, I suggest you observe your soul for a few days to see if it can heal by itself. Also, test if you can speed the process up with your mana." Another 2 weeks passed by in a flash. During this time, Archibald had continued pouring mana into Percy's abdomen with no end in sight. Calculating everything, he should have already passed 1,000 refills a while ago, but the seed showed no signs of being satiated. Luckily, Percy had found more success with regards to his cracked soul. Fortunately, it turned out it did recover by itself, albeit slowly. Adding the weeks before he began observing it, he estimated it would have needed a total of about 3 months to fully recover. Even better, focusing his soul mana on the wounds had proven exceptionally effective, accelerating the process threefold. In a couple more days, it should be as good as new. It's a pity it hurts so fucking much. Indeed, the only downside was that this approach seemed to agitate the injuries. It was a bit like rubbing salt in a wound, only 100 times worse. Suffice to say, the last couple of weeks had been far from pleasant. Still, it was a small price to pay if it meant he could use his bloodline ability again that much sooner. "Next time, you shouldn't activate it randomly," his grandpa cautioned. Percy frowned. "Well, how else am I supposed to do it?" Baldy appeared to think for a few minutes before replying. "I can't tell you that. The bloodline works differently in your case. Nobody but you can answer that question.
However, what I can do is offer you some inspiration. Tomorrow, I'll take a break from pouring mana into your core." "Why?" Percy asked, puzzled. "I'll need it for something else. I'm going to demonstrate our family's most fundamental technique. It has been passed down and refined for over 1,700 years." "You mean—" Archibald nodded. "I'm going to show you how to efficiently cultivate a life clone." Chapter 12. Clone. Percy opened the door, finding his grandpa outside as usual. This time, however, Baldy wasn't alone. He was accompanied by somebody who looked almost identical to him, like a twin brother. The only differences to the naked eye were that the second Baldy wore cheaper robes and sported a vacant expression. Percy made way for the two to enter, but his grandpa shook his head. Instead, he gestured for him to follow them to the garden. As soon as they reached the training grounds, Baldy and his clone stopped at the same time, which looked a bit creepy. "What do you know about the clone bloodline?" Archibald asked. "The normal version, I mean." Percy dug through his memories for all the information he'd gathered about the ability. Truth be told, his understanding of it was quite comprehensive. After all, it wasn't exactly a great secret that his family had it. Plus, his cousins never stopped boasting about it. "They take a while to make, but that decreases with one's grade, so I suppose it should be much faster for you."
The clones can't think for themselves, and they can't even use magic. But they can be given simple commands. Supposedly, they make great laborers. Baldy nodded. "That's the gist of it. But there are a few more key points to consider. First, use your other senses to examine it." Following his grandpa's instructions, Percy activated Mana Sense. While there was some life mana flowing through the clone's body, it didn't have a core whatsoever. There was nothing but a slightly denser concentration of mana in its sternum. This pretty much aligned with what he'd expected. Next, he switched to Soul Vision. He should have probably seen this coming too, but the clone didn't have a normal soul either. There was only a small silvery wisp burning in its chest. It looked like a gentle breeze could blow it out at any moment. Percy had a lot of questions now. Are they even useful? If it couldn't use magic, why invest so much time and mana to make one? Archibald smiled. The clone walked to the oak tree by the center of the garden and threw out a punch. A deafening explosion caused Percy's ears to buzz as he barely raised his arm in time to shield his eyes from the splinters. It was only a moment later that he was able to examine the devastation, his expression shifting to shock. A large, circular hole now pierced through the trunk, its diameter about half the width of the tree. The clone pointed its fist towards Percy, showing him that there wasn't even a scratch on it. As you can see, the clones inherit the physical capabilities of their creator. At Violet, each of my clones has over 240 times the speed, strength, and durability of somebody at Red, Archibald explained. Not just that, but the number of clones one can produce also scales similarly. I can have 243 of them active at the same time, although they drain my mana constantly to exist. Normally, I only keep about 60 of them, so that I still have enough mana for other things. Percy swallowed hard. 243 monsters like that. That's a freaking army. His grandpa was even scarier than he'd realized. But we aren't here for me to brag. What we want is for you to watch me make one. Archibald stretched his palm towards the clone, visibly draining his mana back. As the green ribbons flowed out of its orifices, the duplicate's visage shriveled like a mummy. Soon it collapsed on the ground, its flesh desiccating at an alarming rate. It wasn't long before nothing remained but a sack of skin and bones. Moments later, Even that collapsed into a pile of fine dust. Thank Phoebe I haven't eaten anything. Percy wasn't generally squeamish, but watching what looked like his grandpa wither into nothingness was more than a little disturbing. Archibald chuckled. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think your version is going to end up much prettier? Right. Percy had to figure out how to keep the worst of that from happening to his soul. Before we begin, do you have any other questions? Baldy asked. Percy looked back to where the clone had stood just moments ago. Please tell me you're going to burn those robes. Soon the two returned to Archibald's office. Baldy preferred to sit while producing a clone, and Percy wanted none of that taking place inside his room. Percy kept his mana sense active, carefully observing everything happening between his grandpa's hands. A green bubble hung suspended between the man's palms, pulsing like a heart at regular intervals. A dark silhouette was faintly visible beneath its surface, its shape resembling that of a fetus. And it was growing fast. Really fast. It had only been about 10 minutes since Baldy began his demonstration. At the start, the glowing sphere had been about as large as a pea, but it had already reached the size of a tangerine. According to his grandpa, it would only take about an hour for it to grow to a baby, at which point the bubble wouldn't be necessary anymore. This was all bizarre. Percy had seen other clones in the past, but this was his first time watching the gestation process. As much as his cousins loved to parade them around, nobody had time to show him how they were made. A red core had to spend 9 months to grow a clone, not unlike a normal pregnancy. From there, each grade cut that time to about a third. This meant most of his relatives needed anywhere between a little over a week to a full month to produce one. Luckily, his grandpa would be done by tomorrow, so he could resume the arduous task of filling his grandson's second core up. Anyway, I should focus on what he's doing, he thought, tapping into his mana sense again. This time, he didn't look at the bubble, but focused on his grandpa's body instead. That was where all the interesting things were happening. Baldy's core thrummed, sending waves of mana rippling through every muscle, every bone, every vein. Once they reached the man's skin, they bounced back, but they did so at an angle. This seemed to create another stream of waves of a different shape, which flowed towards his hands. Yeah, okay. I still don't know how exactly I did what I did 2 months ago, but it wasn't nearly as organized as this. Percy spent a couple more hours carefully observing his grandpa's handiwork, marveling at the sheer elegance and refinement of the technique. Only after the clone had already reached the size of a toddler did he deactivate his mana sense. Not that he was bored, far from it. He could have kept watching for ages. Plus, he didn't want to waste his grandpa's efforts. The reason he had stopped was because at some point, an idea took root in his head. Gathering the mana in his eyes, Percy activated soul vision. He watched the clone carefully, searching for something specific. Even though the clone lacked a complete soul, he remembered spotting a faint wisp in the one earlier. Percy knew life users didn't create them intentionally. After all, not even his grandpa had any way of manipulating souls. No, it's likely just a side effect. Watching the flow of life mana had certainly been informative, but if he could also observe how that silvery wisp came into being, it could give him some more insight into his own version. The following day, Percy was back in his room, resting on his bed. The sun was still out, as the duo had stayed up all night. His grandpa had not finished the demonstration until late in the following morning. Apparently, it was possible to pause the process and resume later, which other people were forced to do, as they couldn't keep it up for several months at a time. Archibald, on the other hand, preferred to make each clone in a single session. He said it helped minimize the mana losses. Either way, his grandpa's habits weren't what was going through his head right now.
How does that even make sense? Percy had devoted roughly the last 15 hours of the demonstration trying to figure out how that tiny soul wisp had formed. And he did have an answer. He just struggled to accept it. The formation of the clone's body had been straightforward. The life mana had first traveled through Baldy, embedding all the necessary information before being passed to the clone. Once there, it had turned into the building blocks making up its flesh, guided by the accompanying information. There was obviously a clear link between Archibald and the clone's bodies. But that wasn't the case when it came to their souls. At no point had Percy seen any soul mana leaving his grandpa. Yet the clone's tiny soul had kept growing regardless. It was as if the two were entirely independent entities, as if the clone had developed its own soul as a natural consequence of being alive. This isn't what I want to be doing.
Percy didn't want his own clones to be dumb as bricks. His affinity clearly didn't want that either, which was why his version of the ability involved splitting up his own soul. I suppose I'm going to have to perform a lot of tests. But that was tomorrow's problem. For now, what he needed was some sleep. Chapter 13. Cousins. Percy marveled at the intricate vial pinched between his thumb and index finger. For something so valuable, it wasn't that large, its height and thickness not exceeding that of his pinky. At least he didn't have to worry about breaking it if he dropped it by accident. Its hardness wasn't a joke. It was made of a hollowed-out sapphire shard, a bit of overkill in his opinion, using such a precious material for a simple container. But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. After all, the vial's contents were easily 50 times more expensive than the gemstone. Probably more. Plus, it can be reused. He shrugged, downing the elixir. The liquid was cool and soft as it trickled over his tongue and down his throat, giving him a refreshing feeling. It was bitter, though a hint of apple had clearly been added to make it easier to swallow for the stereotypical noble able to afford it. Percy chuckled. I'd drink this even if it tasted like shit. Next, he pulled some mana from his sternum, gathering it in his stomach. Only after allowing it to simmer there for a few minutes did he move it back to his core. It stung every time he reabsorbed it, but he gritted his teeth and kept going, repeating the process over a dozen times before stopping. The whole cleansing took about half an hour, and his core burned when he was done, as if he had dipped it into a vat of acid. It's worth it. Percy was still getting used to the new elixirs, despite having used them for the past month. They hurt more than the heavily diluted versions he'd drunk growing up, but they were more potent too. The good news was that they couldn't be used more than once a day, to avoid injuring oneself, which was great for his sanity and his grandpa's pockets. It would be nice to study alchemy at some point, he thought. Such an interesting school of magic it was. Unlike one's spells, which barely lasted a few minutes before fizzling out, elixirs and potions could be stored for a prolonged period of time. And the elixirs were the very key to reaching the higher grades. Percy couldn't even imagine what would happen to the people of Remier if they lost access to them one day. Would they be stuck in the grade they'd been born with? He shuddered, imagining himself at Red his whole life. Supposedly, it was possible to advance one's grade via other means, but nobody did that, as it took way too long to be worth it. Plus, the cheap elixirs were essentially the same substance as the expensive ones, but they were diluted with water in a ratio of 1 to 100, which just about made them affordable even for commoners. Well, assuming they didn't horribly mismanage their finances. Either way, thanks to his grandpa's generosity, Percy could now cut down the time needed before his next advancement in half, although 50 years was still nothing to scoff at. Perhaps his second core would benefit from this treatment sooner. If it ever forms. He stood up, stretching his limbs. Baldy wasn't going to visit him today. Even though the plan had been to resume their sessions after the demonstration, it turned out that he had shirked his responsibilities for a bit too long. Thus, he had told Percy he'd be extending their break by another day or two to get everything back in order. If this was a month ago, he might have thought his grandpa was only making excuses to bail on him. But he was no longer concerned about that, seeing Archibald in a new light. Let's just enjoy the day off. Walking out of his room, he headed towards the main hall. That was where his family members picked and turned in missions. The same was true for Red Corps, although they could only select low-level missions that involved cleaning or doing other chores inside the house, as they weren't strong enough to survive outside of it. If it was up to Archibald, he wouldn't have let the Yellowborns out either, as they were too important to risk something happening to them. Still, he clearly understood they wouldn't grow without adversity. In any case, Percy wasn't going there to pick a mission. He wouldn't have enough time to finish it before his training resumed anyway. No, he just wanted to meet people. Anybody would do. Not that he was particularly fond of his cousins, but after staring at Baldy for every waking moment over the past month, he itched to look at a different face. Preferably one with hair. Perhaps he should have been more careful of what he wished for, however. Soon after entering the hall, his attention was drawn to two loud voices joking and laughing by the counter. Naturally, he recognized them. Not them, of all people. Hector and Tristan were only a couple years older than him, but they were both Orangeborns, having advanced to Yellow a long time ago. At least, he had slightly closed the gap, for now, but he didn't think that would stop them from giving him crap. Each of his cousins was accompanied by two identical copies of themselves, dressed in simpler, more practical clothes. Last time he'd seen them, they'd only had one. I guess even they have to put some effort in every now and then. Part of him wanted to bolt back to his room, but it would look pathetic if he did. Percy wasn't afraid of them, but he wasn't in the mood to deal with them right now. Plus, he did want to get some fresh air for a change. In the end, he slunk to a corner of the room, trying not to draw much attention. His cousins were chatting with their older sister, Loudon, who worked behind the counter. Percy didn't know if they were there to select or turn in a mission, but they sure took their sweet time either way. There were others in the hall, but not too many. It was late in the morning, so the ones heading out had already left, while the ones coming back wouldn't arrive until later. He was about to pick one of the least annoying relatives to approach when his luck ran out. Well, well, if it isn't the little goblin, Hector said, keeping his voice loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Percy rolled his eyes, pretending he didn't hear him. What? He's still alive? Tristan played along. I heard he passed out during his promotion. I haven't seen him for a couple of months, so I thought he died in his sleep. Turning to face them, Percy activated soul vision and imagined himself testing his new spell on his idiot cousins. Yellow or not, the buffoons wouldn't even see the knives coming before they pierced some nasty holes through their souls. Of course, he wasn't petty enough to torture somebody over some teasing. Not even them. But he wasn't above entertaining himself with the thought. Seriously? Who even faints when advancing to Orange? Hector asked, clearly emphasizing his grade on purpose. Percy heard a few chuckles from the others in the room, but he didn't look. He wouldn't give them that. Morning, assholes, he said as he approached the duo. I see you haven't been slacking off yourselves, he added, pointing at the clones with his chin. Of course, this is our family's prized bloodline, after all, the pride of our house. Had this come from somebody else, Percy might have thought it was a joke. but seeing Tristan inflate like a pufferfish, he knew the guy meant his words. He shook his head, suppressing a chuckle. Passing by them, he walked to the board, wanting to browse through the missions, partly to extricate himself from the situation, and partly out of genuine curiosity. But his cousins weren't done with him yet, it seemed. 4 silhouettes approached him from behind, nearing him uncomfortably. Turning to face them, he noted the clones' soulless gazes were even more creepy up close. "Percy, we have the perfect mission for you, one suitable for your talents," Hector sneered. "Right. Help us test out our new clones in the garden. We tried to hunt some goblins in our last mission, but they were too weak. Maybe you can do slightly better," Tristan added. The corner of Percy's eye twitched. He'd been trying to not let them bother him too much, but they were starting to grate on his nerves. He wasn't going to seriously harm them over something this trivial, but perhaps they did deserve to be taught a lesson. The dysfunctional soul wisps burning in the clones' chests should be easy to snuff out, setting his cousins back by a couple of months. Maybe they would think twice before annoying him in the future. However, the soul mana had only begun to coalesce in his fists when he caught a bright flash of azure from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 14. Elaine. The 4 clones fell like marionettes with their strings cut, awkwardly hitting the floor. If they were normal people, they might have ended up with some nasty bruises, but their cloned bodies were at yellow. Plus, healing them wasn't that hard. "Why do you keep messing with people?" Elaine yelled. She let the glowing whip fizzle out into a harmless spray of water, forming a faint puddle on the marble tiles. Firing a glare at her cousins, she scoffed when they took a step back. The cowards only dared to bully those weaker than them. Turning to Percy, she dragged him out of the hall as he looked at her in amusement. He wasn't as defenseless as he used to be. She knew that. Still, seeing those morons treating him as their lesser had clearly irked her to no end. He deserves a higher grade more than them. No, more than me. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that she was taken by surprise when Percy stopped abruptly. "Where have you been over the last month?" he asked, scanning her. She looked down at her body in response. Her arms were covered in bandages, a few scrapes and bruises visible on her skin. "I was out doing missions." She refused to meet his gaze. "For a whole month?" he frowned. When he winced, Elaine remembered she was still holding him. Letting go, she quickly noticed the skin on his wrist was pink. "Shit, I must have put more strength in my grip than I realized." "I took a bunch of them at once to save time," she answered. He nodded. "I see. Must be convenient, serving as target practice for archers right after trekking through a jungle. I'll try it sometime too. Why waste time healing in between?" She chuckled. "It wasn't that bad. Grandpa will fix me up in no time." Percy turned around, gesturing at her to follow. Only after they'd made a quick stop by Archibald's office to get her patched up did they head back towards the garden. "Grandpa seemed really swamped today. Has anything happened while I was gone?" she asked. "I don't know. Maybe he needs to manage his time better." Percy scratched his head, looking at her rather awkwardly. Elaine narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything else. After exiting the mansion, they found a nice spot on the grass to sit. It was calming, listening to the crickets chirping as faint shadows of clouds brushed over their heads. The garden was admittedly less exotic than the vibrant forests and swamps she'd recently traveled through, but she didn't have to worry about an ogre or a basilisk sneaking up on her here. "Care to tell me what happened?" he asked. "What do you mean?" "I know testing my magic on that goblin wasn't the prettiest sight, but you could have talked to me instead of avoiding me." She frowned. "Is that what he thinks?" "I'm not avoiding you," she muttered weakly. "Really?" He raised an eyebrow. Because you barely said anything on the way back. Then you vanished for a month, putting yourself through a mission gauntlet. She sighed. That wasn't it. Not at all. But she couldn't tell him. What was she supposed to say? That she felt guilty watching him struggle? Did that even make sense? Back when she'd found him on the floor, she had taken care of him for a week. She'd known he'd done something dangerous with his ability, but she didn't realize just how dangerous until the test. A soul clone! Percy had ripped his very soul apart. The mere thought made her skin crawl. Still, it wasn't until she heard the goblin's shriek that she truly came to terms with the severity of the situation. Watching the creature squirm over the tiniest scratch, she couldn't fathom what Percy had experienced after tearing his whole soul up. Yet, after waking up, he'd spent the next few days training. Even while traveling, he kept practicing on horseback, even after his injuries. The ones he got because I couldn't stay awake half an hour longer. Despite all the odds stacked against him, he never stopped pushing forward, doing everything he could to get stronger. Meanwhile, here she was, with her green core, everything handed to her on a silver platter, and getting treated like royalty by her whole family just because she'd been born lucky. The irony made her sick to her stomach. Elaine? Percy looked at her with concern. She might have stayed silent for too long. It's nothing. I just figured I should train a bit harder, to live up to Grandpa's expectations. He nodded. You were right, you know, Percy said. She tilted her head. About Baldy. He's not that bad once you get to know him. You've been spending time together? She raised an eyebrow. Some. He grinned back at her. That's great. What do you talk about? He fell back, resting his head on the grass before replying. All sorts of things, really. Like how many times he caught Uncle Gareth skipping on his shift.
Or more recently, he's been helping me figure out how to use my bloodline.
Elaine's jaw tightened, clenching some dirt in her hand. Don't, she muttered. Please, don't use your ability again. She struggled to get the words out, her voice cracking. Percy gave her an odd look. Elaine, my ability is all I have. I can't give it up. What's even the point? She snapped. I don't want to sound harsh. I really, really don't. I don't want to sound like them. She felt hot streams trickle down her cheeks. But why do all this to yourself? Even if you become the strongest yellow core on Remier, it won't mean a damn thing. The moment the last word left her mouth, she felt her gut churn. She'd always hated herself just for thinking those things. And now I told him to his face. Elaine kept her gaze fixed on the ground, absent-mindedly tracking a ladybug as it walked up a blade of grass. She didn't look at him. She couldn't. She knew what she'd just said was plain cruel. Maybe Percy would never speak to her again. The thought hurt, but it was okay. As long as he listens. The silence stretched on for a couple of minutes, even the crickets' chirps now sounding muted, as if they understood they should pipe down a notch. If that's all I ever amount to be, then so be it, Percy eventually said, his voice calm. But I want to at least try to achieve more than that. Did you know that people at the higher grades can fly? Even greens can do it with some practice, if they have the right affinity. You should give it a try sometime. And that's just the start. Gods can supposedly travel around the universe if they want. Elaine lifted her eyes. Only now did she notice that he wasn't even looking at her. He was gazing at the sky. No. His eyes seemed to pierce through it, searching for something beyond. He wasn't upset or angry.
Is he serious? A god? Did he really believe he could do it? As a Redborn?
But he shouldn't even be able to reach green, let alone surpass their grandpa. His eyes met hers. He smiled. Either way, I won't be satisfied until I've done everything I can. A few hours later, Elaine was in her room. Resting on a proper bed after a month in the wilderness was nice, but her thoughts were locked in her earlier conversation with Percy. She realized she'd been a fool to believe she stood a chance of changing his mind. Still, it was comforting to know their relationship hadn't soured. In any case, there wasn't much point in ruminating over things she couldn't change. Instead, she should focus on those she could. Then I won't be satisfied either. She opened her eyes, staring up at the ceiling with resolve. Elaine was a Yellowborn. She would reach Violet, no matter the cost, to support her grandpa and her family. But she shook her head. No, not nearly good enough. If it was Percy in her shoes, he wouldn't be satisfied with that little. I won't stop until White, elevating the Avalon house to one of the great houses. She didn't know if Percy would live long enough to reach Violet, let alone White. He seemed to believe he stood a chance, though she wasn't quite convinced. The thought of leaving him behind made a lump form in her throat. But it was okay. She could at least take care of others like him, protect their family like Archibald. Having made up her mind, she closed her eyes again. She would give herself this one night's sleep. She also had to restock her supply of elixirs before heading out again. Training and missions couldn't speed up her advancement, but she could still hone her spells. It had been a long time since her status had registered her crude magic. It's about time I take the next step. Chapter 15. Soul Clone. What's gotten into her? Percy had no idea what had brought on that outburst from Elaine yesterday. At least she'd seemed more concerned than hostile, which was good news. Unfortunately, he couldn't heed her plea to stop using his bloodline, especially now that he'd finished mending the cracks and could finally begin cultivating his first proper clone in earnest. Using soul vision, he scanned his soul carefully, willing his ability to activate. Unlike the previous time, he held back significantly, only allowing the tiniest strand of mana to seep out of his core. "Careful," said Baldy, sitting next to him. Starting today, the two had resumed their training sessions, though his grandpa was currently focused on Percy's experiment, ready to intervene if necessary. Under the influence of his bloodline, the mana leapt out of his core more violently than usual, like a claw grasping everything in its path, pushing itself out of Percy's chest. The sudden pain made him wince, causing him to grab the mattress tightly and nearly ripping a hole in his bedsheets. Despite his preparations, he wasn't quite ready for this. He hurriedly deactivated his ability before it did any further damage. "Are you okay?" Baldy asked. It was only a few minutes later that Percy steadied his breath, calming down enough to answer. "No wonder I passed out last time. Back then, I pushed all my mana into it like an idiot." He shook his head, reactivating soul vision to assess the situation. His soul was in much better shape than his previous attempt, but it hadn't exactly made it out scot-free either. A few new cracks had appeared near his chest, where the ghostly claw had tried piercing out of his body. They would only take a couple more days to heal, but it meant he had to slow things down again. At least that gave him the chance to come up with a better plan. 3 days later, Percy eased mana out of his core, letting it ripple through his soul. He'd already mended the new batch of cracks, but he wasn't ready to tap into his ability just yet. Instead, he was trying to replicate his family's technique, to see what effect it might have in his case. His grandpa had made it look easy during his demonstration, but Percy quickly discovered that getting the waves of mana to flow properly was rather tricky.
Where almost all of Baldy's mana had reflected uniformly off his skin and towards his hands, Percy's instead bounced randomly from one corner of his soul to the other. He struggled to get even a tenth of it to head in the correct direction. Whenever he adjusted the intensity or the angle of the flow to make one side of his soul work, the rest fell out of phase. Percy wasn't deterred, knowing a lot of it came down to practice. After all, Archibald had been using this technique for centuries. Still, there was another issue. Life mana was meant to flow through one's physical body, which was relatively rigid. This wasn't the case for Percy, who was channeling it through his soul, sending it flickering around like an amorphous flame. That said, it wasn't all gloom and doom. Let's hope this works better. He and Archibald had modified the technique slightly, hoping to make it more suitable for him. Rather than gathering the mana in his hands, forming the clone between his palms, they figured it would be easier to concentrate it near his chest, just an inch from his sternum. After all, that was clearly where his ability wanted it to go. Percy pulled mana from his core, sending it randomly in all directions. Some was reflected towards his sternum right away, while the rest bounced around a few times. Overall, about a quarter eventually made it to his chest where he wanted it, albeit at different intervals. Most of it, however, either leaked from his pores or got reabsorbed into his core. We might be onto something. Try playing with the timing until the waves converge, his grandpa advised, after being brought up to speed. Percy nodded and tried again.
He stared intently at the small, silvery bump hovering in front of his core. He'd spent a long time observing how the mana got reflected, playing with it as he fired it in various directions, eventually managing to gather about 40% of it at once. It had taken him another week to get here, and he didn't think he'd be able to improve much more in the short term. Thus, he and Archibald had agreed to try and make do with this current version of the technique. Percy repeated his actions, observing the changes. As soon as the waves gathered, they caused his soul to swell in that spot for an instant, though the bump didn't last long before deflating. The biggest problem is that it reverts right away, so I don't have enough time to make progress. If only I could hold it there for a moment. Baldy scratched his chin. Well, why can't you? Percy pondered over his grandpa's question. It wasn't like he hadn't considered it, but there were a few issues with that. The first was that his soul flowed about an inch under his skin, so it was harder to grab a hold of. I suppose if I time it right, I can catch it when it bumps. The other problem wasn't as easy to solve, however. He'd need to use his mana to interact with his soul, which was dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might injure himself. He sighed. No pain, no gain. Once more, Percy fired the mana from his core, letting it bounce all over. At the same time, his eyes remained glued to the area right in front of his sternum. The moment his soul bulged, he closed his fingers around it, grabbing the protrusion as softly as he could. Over the past 5 days, he had learned to coat his hand in a layer of soul mana. At first, it had looked like a glove, though it hadn't taken him long to realize he didn't need to cover his whole palm. Only his fingertips ever came in contact with his soul. Right now, his right hand looked like he had stabbed 5 silver cherries with his fingers. It was a bit silly, but he didn't care about how it looked. Just a little more. Percy pulled his soul gently, letting it stretch like an elastic fabric. Everything was going well, at least while the silver flame remained within the confines of his flesh. The moment part of it exited his skin, however, all hell broke loose. He couldn't help but let out a scream. His soul squirmed, frantically struggling to return inside his body where it belonged, and plunging Percy into a world of agony in the process. Soldiering through it, he held on to the bump as tears formed, not only where he touched it, but in other parts of his soul. At least it wasn't his first time going through something like this. Though souls were surprisingly resistant to blunt damage, that only seemed to be the case while they remained within the safety of their body. Once removed, they apparently turned a lot more fragile. Still, Percy had never expected to use his bloodline painlessly. His only goal had been to optimize the process as much as possible and to minimize the risks involved. Can't make a soul clone without a few cracks. A few seconds later, his lips curled up as the situation stabilized somewhat, the pain becoming more bearable. A few tears continued to form, but not as quickly as before. Next, he used his family's technique again, sending more waves of mana around his soul. This time, he allowed the new cracks to absorb whatever mana they could to offset some of the damage. Percy remained in that position for several hours, slowly feeding the nascent clone while struggling to keep his soul from falling apart. The trickiest part was that he ran out of mana every so often, forcing him to hold everything still until he recovered enough to continue. It's going well, all things considered. The bump in his hand had already quadrupled in size, though he wasn't sure how much he needed for a functioning clone. Shrugging, he let go of his soul, watching it snap back into his body. It sucked to give up on the last 5 hours of work, but he wouldn't be able to complete his clone during this session. Sadly, he couldn't pause and resume his progress like the others, which meant he'd have to do the whole thing in one go. I seem to be on the right track. I'll go for it after a good night's sleep. He wiped the sweat off his brow before turning to Baldy. He was about to explain his thought process when he found his grandpa staring at him with a shit-eating grin plastered all over his face. What's up with the creepy look? Percy, I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but your second core stopped accepting mana 2 hours ago. Chapter 16. Second Core. It took him a few moments to truly register Baldy's words. Then it was as if the floodgates opened, a wave of vigor washing away his fatigue. His heartbeat sped up as he willed his status to appear. Percival Avalon. Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange, Soul. Mana Core 2, Red. Bloodline. Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Quotum. Grants access to your status. Quotum. Grants a bloodline. Quotum. Grants a second mana core. Finally! It had taken months, although they'd felt closer to centuries, but it was finally over. Of course, Percy would be lying if he said he wasn't slightly disappointed. He had secretly harbored hope of the new core awakening at a higher grade. If only it could have started off at yellow, it would have changed everything. But, alas, there was no point letting his greed spoil an otherwise good thing. Well? Baldy asked. Percy looked at his grandpa. His expression was also bright, painted with curiosity and excitement. This is all because of him. He wouldn't forget the countless hours Archibald had spent filling his core up, one drop at a time. How could he? The man had competed with a titaness, and won. Well, okay. It was more of a tie. And he cheated. Still, few could boast of the same. Thanks, Percy said, for everything. Some moisture gathered in the corner of his grandpa's eyes, but then he blinked and it was gone. Next, he raised his hand towards Percy's forehead and flicked him. Ouch! Percy exclaimed, rubbing the skin between his eyes. What was that for? If you want to thank me, stop torturing me and tell me what your status says. Still a prick, though. Percy rolled his eyes. What is there to say? It's at red, which sucks. The affinity has question marks. Baldy nodded, then took something out of his robe. It was a long bandage, covered in all sorts of strange glyphs.
What's this?
Percy frowned. It's warded to conceal mana. From now on, make sure to always have it around your waist. It will hide your second core from mana sense, although only while it's idle. Don't use it in front of others. Percy accepted it gratefully, wrapping it as per his grandpa's instructions. Well then, can you feel it inside your body? Baldy asked. Try using it. Percy didn't need to be told twice, also eager to put his new toy in action. Closing his eyes, he recalled his experience of sensing his original core for the first time, right after his awakening. Turning his senses inward, he scanned the area around his abdomen, searching for the new organ. Perhaps he could have used mana sense to speed up the process, but he didn't mind taking a bit longer. Frankly, this all felt nostalgic, and he wanted to savor it. Pinpointing the core's location with any certainty took a few minutes. The new vessel was empty, without a hint of mana flowing in or out, making it hard to spot. I guess that makes sense. Percy's first course of action would be to fill it. With some mental prodding, he managed to stir it up. Repeating the exercises he had been taught as a child, he tried to pull the first strand of ambient mana into it. It was more difficult than he remembered, like pushing honey through a blocked pipe. Of course, Percy wasn't a novice in mana manipulation, having done this daily for the last decade. Still, he normally used the core in his sternum and an entirely different set of mana channels. Learning everything again would take some time. I'll need a couple of days to get it to a usable state. A week passed, which was a bit longer than his estimates. Having gone through all of this before certainly helped, but it wasn't exactly smooth sailing either. It was like learning to write with his left hand. Well, if I only found out I even had a left hand 5 minutes ago. That said, he eventually got there. He could at least reliably draw mana into his new core, albeit clumsily. Catching up to the other one would take longer, though. In any case, he had finally filled it up. Its capacity was a bit lacking due to its grade, but that didn't mean he was without gains. As soon as Percy drew the first sliver of mana, he noticed an immediate change in his body. His muscles surged with strength, his senses sharpening as he felt more alive. He'd expected this, having experienced something similar during his recent promotion. The changes were more subtle this time around, but it did confirm that his second core would also influence his body and, with some luck, his lifespan. While he didn't know how it would all scale, he guessed raising both to yellow might even let him live long enough to reach green. That's in the distant future, though. For now, let's see what I can do with it. During the past week, Percy hadn't pulled any mana out of his second core. He had only focused on clearing the first few channels and filling it up. It was finally time for the main event. Hopefully we can figure out its type without another assessment, Baldy said. Hearing his grandpa, Percy's feelings on the topic were complicated. Having another rare affinity would be amazing, but it would indeed raise some complications. He couldn't exactly go back to the temple, could he? How would he explain it? Fingers crossed for a life affinity. It was one of the few rare affinities they wouldn't have trouble identifying on their own. Also, it would allow him to use the regular form of his bloodline, too. They both activated mana sense, as Percy pulled some mana towards his hand. The flow was partially obstructed. Another channel he would have to clear later. But not right now. A blob of cyan soon coalesced inside his palm. It felt nothing like soul mana. First, it was visible to the naked eye, its color close to Elaine's. But it wasn't a water affinity. This was a couple shades paler. Another difference was that it had substance. Unlike the ethereal wisps of soul mana, which he now knew he could only hold with his soul, he could feel this new energy pressing against his skin as he squished it in his fist. His expression stiffened, a bad premonition bubbling up. He turned to Baldy, only to see his smile had also soured. "I'm sorry, Percy." His heart sank as he opened his status once more, reading the new word that had appeared next to his second core's grade. Mana Core 2. Red. Pure. The status was a strange thing. While the affinity tests were a guaranteed way to fill in many of the blanks, a lot of the information could also be revealed based on one's comprehension. It was why common affinities were so easy to identify, as everyone was familiar with them. Had Percy known more about soul mana, he could have even recognized it on his own, saving him the trip. For the same reason, it wasn't very difficult to identify his newest mana type. Not that he was particularly happy about that. What sort of bullshit is this? Somehow, his second core had ended up at an even lower starting point than his first. Not only at red, but also lacking an affinity. Percy doubted he'd get much use out of it. Even when he raised it to orange, 5 years from now, it would at most enable him to produce some weak attacks at the level of a red core. Baldy placed his hand on his shoulder, squeezing it gently. "Don't let this get to you. It's still a good thing." Percy remained silent for a minute. "Grandpa, have you ever heard of a way to change one's affinity? Or to raise one's grade faster?" Archibald sighed. "Neither of those things exist on Remier. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do on some other distant world. The universe is vast." Percy's eyes regained some luster, though Baldy's subsequent words quashed the rising hope. "You shouldn't count on that," Archibald shook his head. "Even bringing back a second core from the Moirai was an exceptional stroke of luck. You may never stumble on another treasure on that level." Percy clenched his fists as he read his status once more. At least the physical enhancements from his second core would help. Also, his soul projectiles should be close to registering as a proper crude spell. But he was still a long way from bridging the gap with his peers. There was only one way forward, albeit riddled with uncertainties. "I'll send out my next clone tomorrow. I'll comb the ends of the universe if I have to, until I find another way to get stronger." Chapter 17. A Painful Endeavor. Today was the day. Percy had finished mending the new cracks, restoring his soul to a pristine condition. He'd also refilled both cores and gotten a good night's sleep. Adding to that, Baldy had arranged for his children to continue managing the family, freeing himself to oversee his venture. Admittedly, Percy felt a little guilty over it. Somehow, their strained relationship had evolved to the point of him monopolizing his grandpa's time, which he knew was precious. The man was a violet, with an entire house to run and hundreds of people to look after. Yet here he was, focusing his efforts on a red-born teenager. I'll make it up to him. Even if he couldn't find a way to get stronger, he had to bring something back for his family. Going over all the steps in his mind once more, Percy cleared his thoughts, beginning the process. First, he activated Soul Vision, tuning it to look at his own soul. Gathering mana on his fingertips, he placed his hand right in front of his sternum. Next, he sent a pulse of mana through his soul, letting it reflect off its edges. The moment it all returned to his chest, he seized the opportunity to grab the newly formed bump. He slowly pulled it outwards, ignoring the painful tears that started to form as the silver flame left the boundary of his flesh. Only after it stabilized did he send another pulse of mana from his core, trying to reinforce the damaged regions as he forced the protrusion to enlarge. So far, so good. Wave after wave, refill after refill, hour after hour. Percy continued to cultivate the ethereal substance in his hand. It was the very fabric he would craft his clone from. Soon after starting, he'd been elated to discover his soul was more durable than last time. He guessed the awakening of his second core had influenced it. Neither Percy nor Archibald had ever heard that one's grade affected their soul, but then again, they hardly knew much about soul affinities to begin with. In hindsight, it wasn't that odd either. The fact that promotions strengthened one's body was common knowledge. It would be stranger if they didn't have a similar impact on other aspects of one's existence. If this hadn't been the case, a red core with a soul affinity would be able to kill a white with a sneaky spell, which was absurd to imagine. Either way, Percy gladly welcomed all the help he could get. And it did help, as his soul was noticeably more resilient, the tears forming just a touch more slowly. Waiting for his core to refill for the umpteenth time, he tossed a quick glance out the window. The sun is about to set. Apparently, he'd been at it for over 12 hours. The orb in his hand was already larger than an apple. He was getting tired too, the concentration and pain taking a toll on his mind. His original plan had been to pull an all-nighter, gathering as much of his soul as possible before cutting out the clone. But that didn't seem very realistic now. While he could push himself to go on, it appeared there was a limit to how much of his soul he could pull out at once. The more he accumulated, the greater the pressure was, causing the cracks to appear faster. Right now, the damage was piling up far more quickly than his newly strengthened soul and his manual reinforcement could handle. Okay then, let's move to the next phase ahead of time. As soon as his core was refilled, he pulled the soul mana again. Unlike before, he didn't send another pulse, instead gathering it manually inside the blob. For the next 2 hours, Percy filled the orb with as much mana as he could manage, causing it to glow more brightly, until even Baldy could faintly see it. Moving the mana directly into it resulted in fewer losses, but the bump didn't grow in size. Unless the mana traveled through his soul first, it didn't have that effect. That was clearly an aspect of his bloodline he'd inherited from his family. The reason he was adding more mana to the orb was to give his clone some means of protecting itself later. He didn't know what circumstances his double would find himself in, but he figured having a stockpile of mana to fall back to might be handy. Or maybe not, he shrugged, but it's worth a shot. Finally, he refilled his core one last time and, after giving his grandpa a resolute look, he fully activated his ability.
The ghostly claw violently bolted out of his sternum, heading straight towards the thrumming blob. Wherever it passed, it carved nasty gouges in the silver flame, causing Percy to experience a world of agony. Not just that, but the tears that already existed widened, making the situation worse. Only after the claw entered the blob did something change. It began to sizzle, the orb swelling and contracting around it a couple of times. Then, the severed chunk sent a loud shockwave rippling through him. The last thing he saw before his eyelids fell shut was a silver comet blasting out of his bedroom's wall. "Go! Soar through the cosmos, little me." "Fuck," was the first word that came out of his mouth. The original Percy's, that was, not the clone's. His head ached as if it had been split in half. And if not, perhaps he should consider it. It might be an improvement. He was resting on his bed in a pool of sweat, the sheets sticking to his back. "How are you feeling?" Baldy asked, sitting on a chair next to him. The man's hand was raised, a gentle green glow radiating from it. Not that it did much, as the source of Percy's pain wasn't something life mana could help with, but he did appreciate the gesture. "Like I've torn out a part of my soul," he grinned weakly.
How long was I out this time? Just the night. Percy exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Not only had he recovered much sooner, but he'd done so before his clone returned, which was progress. Evidently, his efforts over the past few weeks hadn't been for naught. But thinking of a possibility, he paled. Unless the clone crumbled earlier than the last one. Panicking, he tried pulling some mana to his eyes to check his soul's condition. He frowned. His core was surprisingly empty. It should have recovered on its own by now, since he'd slept for a long time. Over the next few minutes, he meditated to speed up his regeneration, eventually managing to manually gather some mana. Turning soul vision on, he examined himself, his features soon twisting at the sight. His soul was in even worse shape than the first time he'd ever laid eyes on it. Technically, it wasn't too surprising. Back then, it had already had weeks to heal on its own before he learned about his affinity. The sight was unsettling to behold. The tears were too wide and too deep to be described as cracks anymore. Some regions looked like they were held together by a few scant strands, about to break off at any moment. But the worst part was the hole in his chest. It was as if a giant had scooped out a huge chunk of his soul with an oversized spoon, while the edges in the crater squirmed, leaking mana. That explains why my core is empty. Apparently, his soul was frantically sucking the mana out of his sternum, trying to hold itself together. Yet, it wasn't all bad news. Stretching out of the hole in his chest, Percy felt something extending into the distance. It was invisible even to soul vision, somehow even less corporeal than soul mana. If he had to describe it, it was as if somebody had grabbed an idea and rolled it up into a rope. Like an umbilical cord, letting him sense that his soul clone was still out there, somewhere. Only then did he let out the turbid breath he'd been holding. At least it wasn't all for nothing. He sure hoped his clone would survive longer than the other one. And if he was lucky, it might even bring back something useful when it was done. For now, he could find comfort in the fact he was awake and could do other things while waiting. It didn't seem he could practice his soul magic, as his mana was still busy trying to keep his soul together, but perhaps he could feed elixirs to his second core and get a bit more used to it over the next few days. Back to the grind, I suppose. Chapter 18. Wanderer. His thoughts were groggy, taking ages to form. Or maybe seconds? He couldn't tell. Actually, Percy couldn't tell much of anything at the moment. He was blind and deaf. His sense of touch was gone, too. The last thing he remembered was activating his bloodline, watching it tear his soul up. Either I botched it and killed myself, or I'm the clone. Both conclusions sounded possible, though he felt it was more productive to assume the latter. At least he'd retained some sense of self this time. On his previous attempt, that had only happened on the way back. It was certainly nice to have some control over the process. Well, assuming he could figure out what was going on. Let's focus on what I can tell. The most prominent feeling was something attached to him, towing him in a specific direction. The force it exerted was currently weak, but it was strengthening very, very slowly. For now, it didn't affect him much, but he knew it would become irresistible eventually. Perhaps it had to do with how much strength the clone, him, had left? Or maybe with how badly his main body wanted him back. Or something else entirely. Either way, he should try finding a vessel before that happened. If only I could see. His normal senses didn't work, but there had to be something he could do. Concentrating outwards, he filtered out the attraction of his body, trying to grasp at anything else. For a long time, there was nothing. Just then, something appeared at the edge of his consciousness. Curious, he focused on it, causing it to expand and expand until… Percy felt an impact, shaking his very existence. What the hell? Whatever it was now growing more distant. Making a mental note to approach things more slowly in the future, he wondered why he'd been rejected. Was there a reason he couldn't possess that person? Actually, was that even a person? Unable to tell, he resumed the experimentation. He repeated the same steps for some time until another object appeared. Proceeding with more caution, he limited himself to fleeting glimpses. Each time he looked, it grew larger. Stopping himself when he was close enough, he went over what he understood about it, making sure not to focus too hard, to avoid crashing into it again. It felt like a soul, although it was his first time encountering one in his present state. He'd seen plenty of them before via soul vision, but that was nothing like his current perspective. That said, this object gave him a conflicting mix of familiarity and strangeness. On one hand, it resembled his original self, still tugging at him through the connection. On the other, this was clearly somebody else. Also, there was a sense of rejection. Whenever he stopped looking, he felt himself drift farther and farther. I suppose I wouldn't want to be possessed either. Nor did he want to do that to somebody else, actually. He still felt guilty over possessing that baby. He'd rather approach things differently this time, if he could help it. Once more, he scanned his surroundings, struggling a little as the soul obstructed his senses. Instinctively, he wished to move away from it, which seemed to work, the object shrinking in his vision. Percy continued until he was satisfied with the distance. It only took a second. Or did it? Come to think of it, he hadn't a clue how long it had been, nor how far he'd traveled. But he guessed it should be measured at a cosmic scale. After all, he'd essentially sleepwalked out of Remior last time. Focus, Percy. The young man, or perhaps the even younger soul fragment, felt the pull of his main body growing stronger. He still had time, relatively speaking, but he needed to make some progress. He reached outwards once more. A third soul appeared, but he didn't approach it just yet. He kept concentrating until a fourth and a fifth joined it. Before long, or maybe after long, a sea of souls surrounded him from every direction. It was nice to have some choice, assuming he could pick from those, of course. Still, it was annoying he couldn't examine them too closely, lest he approached one by accident. Instead, he had to tiptoe around the swarm, trying to learn about them without looking directly. As he allowed his senses to softly brush over the myriad lights, a strange thought crossed his mind. This is beautiful. He didn't fully understand what lay in front of him, but he suddenly realized he didn't want to rush things. Perhaps no human had ever experienced anything like this. Percy felt a bubbling urge to take his time, appreciating the exotic scenery, to truly understand it. Even if he failed to find a body today, he would learn a lot for his next attempt. Thus, he relaxed, letting go of his previous urgency. The lights came in all shapes and sizes. Lacking anything to measure them with, he could only compare them to one another. Some were tiny. There were countless quantities of them clustered together, and he felt they were so weak that he could snuff them out, even in his current state. Bugs, maybe. The brightest of them outshone the sun, the mere thought of approaching them sending a wave of terror through his splintered consciousness. Those must be gods. Still numerous, given the scale of the universe, but far scarcer than the other types. Percy had never seen a god in person, not even back on Remior, though he'd seen plenty of statues and illustrations, and stolen a Titaness's mana. He didn't want anything to do with these alien deities. Most of them were probably hostile to his species. Instinctively, he wished to move away, but he didn't know which way to go. There was one, no matter where he looked. Calm down, Percy. They can't find you here. Pressing down his fear, he considered categorizing the souls using something other than their brightness. Once more, he scanned them, looking for a different way to tell them apart. That's when he sensed a rather peculiar soul. Curious, he approached.
In terms of potency, it was far more powerful than the insects, and infinitely weaker than the gods.
Well, duh.
Sadly, that was about the extent of what he could discern. Beyond that, reds and whites didn't look too different. Hopefully that would change with more practice. In any case, that wasn't the aspect he was interested in. Unlike the others, this soul felt wrong, somehow. It was fluttering erratically and dimming quickly. Then, Percy made a mistake. In his attempt to learn more about it, he focused on it a little more than he'd meant to, causing him to approach it rapidly. Growing nearer, he averted his gaze, trying to stop. It was difficult. For some reason, this one wasn't rejecting him. It was pulling him in. Intensifying his efforts, Percy actively steered away, eventually managing to slow down. Just in time, too, as he had come this close to getting sucked right in. A moment later, the light fizzled out of existence, disappearing forever. Wow, I think the poor guy just died. At least that solved the mystery of how to possess somebody. Evidently, only those on the verge of death seemed to lower their defenses, allowing others to approach. Perhaps it was some desperate, last-ditch effort to survive. It was a little morbid, but it was comforting to know he hadn't taken over and killed a healthy baby. The alien he'd possessed had probably been a stillborn or something. Suddenly, Percy was dragged out of his thoughts as he found himself on the move again. Another soul was pulling him in. However, this one wasn't some dying stranger. It was his main body. Apparently, his time here had run out. The force wasn't very strong just yet. He could still resist if he wanted, but he knew that wouldn't be the case for long. Truth be told, he wasn't too bummed out. Even though his original mission had failed, he'd learned a lot about this place, which would greatly help him in his future ventures.
Still, my main body will be so disappointed.
Focusing outwards once more, he decided to check one last time to see if he could find a good target. The pull was somewhat distracting, but he eventually managed to peer into the sea of souls again. Having a clearer idea of what to look for, he scanned through them much faster than before. He ignored those too powerful or too weak, and he didn't spare the healthy ones a second glance either. Eventually, his attention landed on another dimming light, but he didn't approach it. It was dying even faster than the one before. Whatever had killed it had done a thorough job. It would suck to possess a body, only to find out it had been beheaded. I need something a bit more on the fence so that I might survive. And I need to do it fast. The pull from his main body grew stronger, forcing him to actively exert effort to resist it. Percy found a few more damaged souls, but they didn't fit. One was too powerful, 3 were dying too quickly, and 1 was too tiny. It didn't seem like it was meant to be. But it was okay. At least he'd tried. Percy was close to accepting his failure when he suddenly spotted another dying light. It was a bit stronger than he would have liked. He didn't know if that would be a problem. Also, it was fading a touch too fast. Even if he possessed it, he'd probably die again soon. An unpleasant thing to experience for nothing, but he didn't have much to lose. Well, hopefully not. Okay, let's do it. Mobilizing every iota of his will, he resisted his body's pull for the briefest of instants, reaching for the dying light. The next moment, he felt it enlarge. Then, he was gone. Chapter 19. Possessed. Percy found himself in an odd state. He was still unable to see or hear anything, but he had finally stopped moving. His body's pull was much fainter, too. It was there, yet it couldn't pry him out of wherever he was. His attempt to possess the dying light had clearly done something, though he wasn't sure what. It's like my limbs are twisted and stuffed inside a messy crate. Well, assuming he even had limbs, logically this body should have something of the sort, but he couldn't move a muscle. Percy tried shifting around. He appeared to still be in a soul form. His very existence slipped through the nooks and crannies of a cramped container. Suddenly, one of the objects he was in contact with gave way under the pressure, shattering into nothing. The other soul! It's not completely gone! Percy tried to untangle himself from his host's spirit, feeling more pieces crumble. At the same time, the pull strengthened slightly. Apparently, he couldn't afford to damage it too much, or there would be nothing left to anchor him to this place. Can you fucking stop that? That wasn't his thought. The words echoing through his mind were foreign, spoken in some language he'd never heard of. Yet he could understand them, as they seemed to be conveyed alongside their underlying meaning. Percy would have frowned if he still had lips. Who are you? He asked. A wave of amusement intruded into his mind. Who do you think? Or did you walk into my body by accident? Okay, that was a dumb question. In Percy's defense, he hadn't expected he'd be sharing. Nothing of the sort had happened that one other time. Then again, the lost body was an infant. You monster! You possessed a baby? The soul yelled in outrage. Percy found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't meant to share that. For what it's worth, it was an accident. Also, it was dying already, I think. Get out, you fiend! This time, the other soul was the one to shift around, trying to push him out. The only thing it managed, however, was to damage itself even more. A wave of pain assaulted Percy, but it wasn't his own. Cut it out! Are you trying to destroy yourself? Silence, demon! The soul yelled. I would rather die than let you defile my body. Percy was about to swear, but paused. Perhaps this was the normal reaction to getting possessed, if there was even such a thing as normal in this situation. Though it would be a waste to die within 3 minutes of getting here. Can we talk about this first? He asked. I promise I'll leave on my own if we can't come to an agreement. What is there to discuss? I've lived my whole life as a proud warrior of Huihui. I won't let my death change that. Percy focused on the most interesting piece of information his soulmate had shared. Huihui? Is that the name of this world? This time, a wave of shock hit him, giving him a bad premonition. Somehow, he'd made the already precarious situation even worse. You don't even know that? Outsider! The soul doubled its efforts to evict him. At this rate, it would only be a few moments until it fell apart. Even the second-hand pain reaching Percy through the connection was difficult to endure. Whatever his host was going through must have been a dozen times worse, but it didn't seem to care. What do you have against outsiders? I didn't even know about this place before now, he said. Liar! It's people like you who ruined everything. I'd sooner let my body be possessed by a Krokarok than scum like you. Percy was about to give up. The pull was starting to pry him off the body, and it didn't seem like its owner could be reasoned with. Still, he tried one last time. Look, I have no clue who these outsiders you hate are, but why would they take over your body? Do you have anything they want? Against all odds, that did seem to slow the soul's efforts slightly, as it appeared to ponder Percy's question, though it didn't drop its resistance entirely. Who knows? You people have already taken everything. Our world, our heritage, our freedom. Perhaps you decided it wasn't enough anymore, and you want our dignity too. The soul's words were scathing, but Percy felt something more than fury behind them. an indescribable sorrow. "I'm sorry those things happened to you," he replied. "I have no interest in possessing somebody by force. If you would like to live a little longer, I can try holding whatever's left of you together for a while. I won't do anything else without permission." This time, the spirit stopped fighting. However, many of the fragments had already shattered. Percy found it difficult to hold on, especially as he treaded a narrow line between anchoring himself and not squeezing the pieces too tightly. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" it asked after a while. Percy sent what he hoped would come across as a mental shrug. "You can always kick me out later if I try anything funny." The soul remained silent for a while. He was about to remind it that they were running out of time when it spoke again. "Can you even do as you claim?" "Beats me. Your earlier tantrum certainly made things harder. But unless you have a better idea, I can do my best." The spirit didn't say anything, which Percy assumed was a yes. Of course, what he had promised was easier said than done. His host had already been dying when he found it, suggesting its body and soul hadn't been in great shape to begin with. Now, it was even worse. Not to mention that he could hardly even touch the fragments without destroying them. Although, it's been a while since the last one shattered, he realized. Perhaps the fact his host had tentatively agreed to work with him had somehow raised their compatibility? In any case, he had to work fast. Shifting his own soul around, he wrapped the shards in it as gently as possible. Unlike before, each time he touched one, memories flashed through his mind. The darkness of a damp cell, the taste of rotten meat, the sting of nasty wounds, the thrill of victory, the bitterness of defeat, the pride of a broken people, the pain of betrayal. It was too much, but Percy pushed it all aside. He could ask questions later, if they survived. For now, he kept stretching all of himself, trying to use what he was to fill in the gaps of what the spirit was missing. At some point, he'd shrouded many of the shards, hugging them gently but firmly. They anchored him here, and he hoped he'd act as a bridge between them. The result was a mixed bag. At least the damage had stopped mounting, but his host wasn't exactly functional. Furthermore, Percy couldn't tap into the body's senses either. Why was it so much easier with the baby? Maybe it was because the latter had lacked a will, making it more malleable, easier to meld with. Out of options, Percy thought back to the bundle of soul mana his main body had generously bestowed upon him. He hadn't used it yet. Of course, he wasn't sure it would do anything, but it wasn't like he'd need it if he failed anyway. Allowing it to unravel, he felt the mana flow outwards. The substance eagerly rushed to the edges of his fragmented soul, beginning to do what it did best, repairing it. And, as luck would have it, it ran into another soul in dire need of mending at those exact spots. Like glue, it lodged itself between the cracks, bringing the souls closer together as the spirit's memories flooded him with greater intensity. There was way too much to sift through, though Percy focused on one thing specifically as they reached equilibrium. His new pal's name. Mictlan Tekutli. Chapter 20. Mickey. "I'm not calling you that. How about Mickey?" "Suit yourself. I doubt we'll survive in this state for very long anyway." Various senses assaulted Percy, from the external ones, such as the thick odors of moss and excrement, to the internal ones, like his chest heaving up and down, or the cold numbness of narrowly missed death crawling along his limbs. His body felt unfamiliar, plus he wasn't in control. He could try taking over, if he really wanted, but he'd promised not to. Besides, their soul wouldn't take another round of infighting. Mickey blinked as a drop landed in his eye. When he next opened it, Percy paid more attention to their surroundings. It was dark, the only source of light being the fluttering flame of a mounted torch somewhere in the distance. They were in a closed space that looked a bit like a cave, only one side covered in thick metallic bars. He recognized this place. It was the cell from Mickey's memories. "Is this where you live?" "It is. For the latter half of my life, at least. And the first part of my afterlife, too, it seems." Percy felt a pang of amusement seep through their connection. Then his host stood up, the pain making both of them wince. That was when he remembered their body was a mess. "Fuck! Dying isn't a joke." "Tell me about it." Many places hurt, but none as much as a region right above their stomach. There appeared to be a gaping hole, perhaps the very wound that had claimed Mickey's life. Even the slightest shift rattled their innards, making Percy sick. It was lucky he wasn't in charge, or they might have thrown up by now. The most annoying part was that his host clearly didn't give a shit, stretching his legs as if everything was fine. "Are you sure you should be moving around so much? I don't know if you've noticed, but you're not in the best shape." Mickey made a weird guttural sound that trailed off a bit like a cackle. "I'm well aware of my injuries. I was there when they happened." He flexed his arms, shocking Percy, who just now registered they had a couple too many. "Must be convenient having 4 hands." "Why? How many do you have?" "Just 2. "Huh. You wouldn't be able to play the kicklet." The image of a long flute-like instrument with dozens of holes appeared in his mind. It was wide like a trumpet on one end, though 2 shafts led to the large opening. He still couldn't understand Mickey's language, but their link made communication convenient at least, if a bit intrusive. "Now what?" Percy asked. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean, what do I mean? Isn't there anything you want to do with your extra time? Somebody you'd like to speak to?" His host remained quiet for a couple moments before replying. "You really don't know anything about Huehue, do you? I'm sorry if you were expecting to be a passenger on some exotic vacation. The only thing your little stunt has bought us are a couple more fights before we die again." "Fights?" Mickey shook his head, a universal gesture, it seemed. He didn't bother explaining. Returning to the spot where they'd woken up, he looked at a small puddle on the ground. The water dripping from the ceiling was mixed with blood, but Mickey wasn't deterred, scooping some up with his lower left hand before bringing it to his face. Under other circumstances, Percy might have berated his host over his lack of hygiene. Right now, however, he was too busy gawking at the guy's reflection, faintly visible on the surface of the murky water. For the most part, he resembled a human, even his skin color not too dissimilar, if a couple shades tanner. Several patches were covered in all sorts of tribal tattoos, some depicting various celestial objects, while others showed Mickey's people in various poses. Is it some kind of traditional dance? Not all the symbols were easy to make out, partly due to the poor lighting, and partly due to the crisscrossing scars of all shapes and sizes marring Mickey's body. His build was bulky, too, his muscles toned, but Percy chalked those up to the harsh life he'd clearly lived. There were other, more glaring differences, of course. Besides the obvious mismatch in the number of limbs, Mickey's nose and mouth were fused together into a long, pointy beak. While his eyes and scalp weren't very different to Percy's, his ebony hair looked a little odd, reminding Percy of the fluff he often saw in newborn birds. His host moved again, shaking Percy out of his thoughts as he walked to a wall before plopping down and resting his back on the coarse stone. It was cold and hard, except for a spot that felt a little grimy, a patch of moss, most likely. Not the coziest seat, though it still felt unbelievably good, considering how unpleasant standing had been. Equally unpleasant was the terrible stench that assaulted their nostrils, which only intensified as Mickey grabbed its source, bringing it to his mouth. "Please, For the love of all that is holy, tell me you aren't going to eat this, Percy begged. His host frowned, glancing at the meal in confusion. Why not? It was the half-eaten carcass of some kind of rodent, twice as large as a rat, though it also had 6 limbs, and its face was more flat. For starters, you have a hole in your stomach. Can you even eat? It's not in my stomach. Mickey rolled his eyes. Besides, I'd very much like to have one more meal, even if it kills me. What's there to like? It's rotten. Mickey made the crackly sound again. Percy wanted to strangle him so damn much. What are you? Some kind of princess? Don't tell me you only eat fresh kills where you're from. The bastard didn't even wait for a reply before pecking a chunk off the carcass. Percy hurriedly summoned his status. He'd been itching to do that since getting here, and he desperately needed a distraction from the… Yeah, he needed a distraction. Mictlantecuhtli, Percival's clone. What's that? Mickey asked, a bone snapping inside his beak. Percy wanted to swear. I'll tell you if you stop eating. His annoying host shrugged, tossing the rest of his meal inside his mouth and chewing it a couple of times before guzzling it down. There, all done. It took Percy over a minute to recover. His main body would have nightmares of the spoiled rat meat for years. It's my status. Do you not have it here? Mickey shook his head. Percy hadn't known it was something exclusive to Remir. Either way, he read the rest, eager to find out if there was anything of value in this place. Monochores. Monochore 1, yellow. Monochore 2, seed. Stare grants access to your status. Grants the seed of a second monochore. Requires potent life mana to germinate. The fuck? What? Both exclaimed at the same time. Why do I have a second monochore? I'd very much like to know that myself, Percy said. It's something I picked up from that baby I mentioned. It followed me home, but I didn't realize all my clones would have it too. But why is it incomplete? Mickey asked again. Indeed, why was it? Percy would have understood had it been fractured instead, requiring both mind and life mana like the first time. Apparently, the former part had stuck with him, for whatever reason. Does it matter? He ended up saying. More importantly, can you think of a source of life mana we can tap into? A spark of annoyance passed through their bond. Do I look like I can get life mana? Mickey gestured at his wound. Good point. At the end of the day, they didn't really need to awaken their second core. They wouldn't live long enough to use it anyway. Percy was more disappointed by the lack of another of those mysterious perks he could bring back to Remir. This trip was swiftly turning into a dud. At least tell me you know your mana type. Of course I do. All the natives of Huihui have a pure affinity, Mickey replied proudly. Percy wasn't impressed. No wonder they were enslaved, he thought, before realizing his gaffe. Fuck. I'm sorry. That was such a shitty thing to think. However, his host hadn't taken offense. You'd think that, yet it wasn't weakness that turned us into targets. It was something else. Percy wanted to ask, but he didn't want to be insensitive. It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Mickey seemed about to elaborate when they heard footsteps. Percy felt a wave of disgust oozing from his host as soon as the figure stepped into their sight. He appeared to be of the same species as Mickey, though he lacked the tattoos and scars, dressed in clean, expensive clothes. The guard stopped by the entrance, searching through the keys strapped to his belt. Actually, scratch that. It'll be easier to show you why my people got enslaved, Mickey said, adding, My next fight is about to begin. Chapter 21. Dance. As Mickey followed the guard through a long corridor, Percy was reevaluating his life choices. How had he found himself hitching a ride on a walking corpse, being escorted to a fight through a dungeon? Not to mention, this place had somehow turned out even crueler than Remior. Mickey might be their prisoner, but these people didn't seem to know nor care that he'd just died. Surely they could give him a day off. Oblivious to his thoughts, the guard soon brought them to a large barred gate, an ominous red light seeping through the gaps. Stopping, the man made some kind of whistling sound. A few moments later, Percy heard a loud metallic noise. It was grating, like a rusty chain grinding against something hard. At the same time, the gate was slowly lifted by the mechanism. Mickey stepped through as the guard stayed behind. He walked into an open space to the cacophony of jeers and boos, which only intensified upon their arrival. Percy's host scanned their surroundings slowly, which he figured was done for his sake. The stand surrounded them in all directions, stretching up for over 100 meters. They were filled to the brim with eager spectators, clearly itching to enjoy the barbaric event. Most of the crowd was too far to make out, but many of those closest appeared to be the same species as Mickey, albeit lacking the tattoos again, like the guard. Why do this to one of your own? His host had a visceral reaction to that thought. Percy felt phlegm accumulate in their throat before Mickey spat out the half-chewed head of the rodent, covered in thick bile.
Please, never do that again.
Your fault for calling this trash my own, Mickey snapped back. He glared up at a sky painted red, reminiscent of a sunset back on Remior. Yet here, it was the middle of the day. The local sun was at its apex, bathing Huehue in a dim crimson light. The sand blanketing the arena was red too, but a different, brownish shade. Mixed with the blood of countless combatants, it was coarse and sticky, with the occasional bony shard jutting out. Mickey ignored those as they failed to pierce his calloused feet, making his way to the center of the arena. Can you even fight like this? His host shrugged. Percy felt the muscles in their abdomen tense, forcefully closing the injury. It hurt like a bitch, causing them to wince, though it was practical. Next, the core in their sternum stirred, flooding their body with potent mana. Having recently acquired a pure affinity himself, the substance felt somewhat familiar to Percy. Still, it was weird coming out of his chest rather than his abdomen, and at a higher grade than he was used to. Soon, it gathered on the wound, further sealing it in a film of pale cyan. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. Roar! A thunderous bellow came from the other end of the arena as faint tremors reached their feet. The vibrations grew more fierce over the next few seconds as another gate opened, revealing their opponent. The large bear-like creature was taller than Mickey, even on all 6 legs. Its green fur was long and curly, which might have made the creature look cute if it hadn't been for its curved claws and twisting horns. Its snout was wide, with sharp fangs protruding out of its mouth, making it resemble a crocodile's maw. Mickey activated Mana Sense, enabling the two to examine its grade. Yellow. Percy wasn't happy. Beasts were generally dumber than sapient beings, but they often possessed a special affinity that made up for it. Greatly strengthening their bodies with each promotion, they grew into fierce opponents even for somebody at an equal grade. And that was assuming that person had a proper affinity themselves. Mickey pulled mana from his core again, this time to his hands, forging it into 4 short staves. He hit them together a couple of times, nodding in satisfaction as he verified their hardness, but that did little to assuage Percy's worry. It wasn't like pure mana was completely useless. It could still form proper spells, and there were people who ascended all the way to godhood with it. Still, it hadn't earned its reputation as the weakest affinity by accident either. It was far less flexible than water or air, and not nearly as sturdy as earth, or as lethal as fire and lightning.
Even calling it a jack of all trades was an overstatement. Perhaps a jack of no trades was more apt. Adding in Mickey's suboptimal condition, Percy wasn't optimistic about their odds. Not wanting to negatively affect his host, he tried to steer away from those thoughts, but they must have seeped through. Mickey chuckled. "I know what you're thinking, and you're not exactly wrong. Lacking any affinities, Hui used to be one of the weakest worlds, constantly losing ground to others." Without warning, their calves tensed like steel coils as Mickey jolted towards the monster with shocking speed.
He was far quicker than a yellow had any right to be, clearly having honed his body to its very limits. His technique was nothing to scoff at either, perfectly timing the swings of his upper arms to close into the beast's head from both sides. However, the Croco-Bear was no slouch either, raising a paw faster than its bulk should have allowed before slashing down violently. Percy felt their bones creak as the shockwave sent ripples through their skin. Bent under the tremendous weight of the claws, one of the rods was already cracked. They'd all shatter the next instant. But Mickey never gave them the chance. Having expected the parry, he stabbed forward with his lower arms, hitting the creature's chin. The impact sent its head up by a few inches, a few bloody fangs spluttering out. Yet it was far from enough. Enraged, the beast swiped with a second paw, slashing directly at Mickey's chest. Percy felt all four elbows bend, the mana flowing to reinforce the damaged weapon as the rods moved to block the incoming blow. It was even heavier than the one before, but Mickey loosened his footing at the last second, letting himself slide back a dozen meters to lessen the impact. Two of the staves have still snapped in half. As Percy had expected, his host was at a severe disadvantage. He just couldn't see a way out of this. Mickey pulled some more mana to repair the weapons, but he didn't stop there. He pushed it into his channels, keeping it in his body. As he took a deep breath, Percy felt the strands of ambient mana enter their lungs, swirling like water down a drain. Their core had previously been at half its capacity, Mickey having already exhausted much of his reserves. But it began refilling rapidly as he continued to pump mana into his pathways. At this rate, it would take less than a minute to max out. My ancestors labored over countless generations to develop a technique that made us famous in the cosmos. Percy's eyes would have widened had he been the one in control. The beast was already charging at them, but Mickey didn't appear concerned. He continued to absorb mana as his channels swelled. Countless thin threads like veins began glowing under his skin. As soon as the monster was upon them, Mickey pivoted on his heel, narrowly avoiding being impaled by its horns. Once its head had passed, he stomped hard with his other foot, all the muscles in his body bulging, somehow even more than before. The mana burned its way through their lower arms, making the weapons glow brighter as they lunged upwards. Percy felt the beast's ribs give way under the fierce strike, the force even lifting its giant visage an inch off the ground. It growled again in fury before its maw snapped shut, droplets of boiling spittle falling in all directions as the creature seethed. Writhing, it swiped sideways with two of its paws. Or tried to, at least. Mickey's movements were too fast for Percy to fully track, though he seemed to have struck one of its knees with a staff, stopping it before it picked up momentum. As for the second paw, he'd failed to see how his host had dodged it as Mickey tiptoed around the monster, his footwork elegant like a dance. With a twist, he leapt backwards, giving them some distance from the disoriented beast. At its highest level, the technique allows one to fight a full grade above their own. Only then did Percy realize their core was about to reach full capacity. With one last breath, it hit its limits. To his surprise, Mickey didn't stop inhaling mana. The pressure was intense, making Percy fear both the core and the channels were about to burst, when the glowing lines on their skin shone even more brightly. Percy had only managed a fleeting glance, but the mana seemed to flow in certain patterns, tracing along the tribal tattoos and hinting at the order in which they were meant to be read.
A few scarce motes of cyan leaked out of their body as the rods abruptly felt hotter to the touch. It made up for our shortcomings, finally letting our gods stand tall against others, and giving the technique its name. The beast regained its bearing, glaring at them with unconcealed fury, though it wasn't as quick to attack this time. Instead, it was Mickey who dashed forward. Before he even reached the creature, he took a few strange steps, twisting his path. The monster's attack hit empty air as Mickey delivered 3 swift strikes from various angles. Every time a rod landed, a bone shattered. Saying that Percy had a front-row seat to the spectacle would be an understatement. Inside Mickey's body, he could feel every muscle flexing, every wisp of mana moving, every pivot of their feet, every sharp swing of the weapons. But even then, he could barely track 1/10 of Mickey's actions. His host wasn't only manipulating the staves with his hands. They bounced off his elbows and even his knees as they swished through the air erratically, stabbing and crushing and slashing at the creature from seemingly random angles. At one point, Mickey kicked the bottom of a rod with his heel, slamming the other end right onto the monster's horn and smashing it into splinters. 5 minutes later, the beast was sprawled on the ground, its pained cries having softened as its breaths slowed down. It was battered, its limbs bent in all the wrong directions, and countless craters tearing into its flesh. Percy stared at the monster in horror. A short while earlier, he'd been wondering how they could possibly escape its clutches, only to instead watch it get slaughtered in such a brutal manner. Then Mickey spoke again, pride filling his voice. It's called the Dance of the Savage Gods. Chapter 22. Keeklit. The two were back in the cell, the foul smell of fresh blood dominating the earthy scents of the cave.
Mickey didn't seem bothered, however, as he pecked chunks off the crocobear's severed leg. Being allowed to eat their kills was apparently one of the few joys afforded to the prisoners of the Colosseum. Not that Percy particularly enjoyed the taste of the still-bleeding meal. He preferred his food cooked. At least this one was fresh. Surprisingly tender, too. A yellow beast's flesh was supposed to be tougher, but his host had softened it quite a bit after that massacre of a bout. So, I take it your people were attacked out of greed? Mickey nodded. Originally, our enemies only wanted our resources. Upon perfecting the dance, my ancestors managed to turn the situation around for a few millennia, regaining some of the lost territories. But the only thing we achieved was to give our foes an even greater reason for coveting our world. Eventually, they joined forces with a few other races to conquer Huehue. But why? Does it even work with other affinities? Fighting above one's grade was certainly valuable, but if it only worked with pure mana, then the advantage would be offset by its weakness. In that case, it would be priceless for the people of Huehue, yet not quite as much for others. Sadly, yes. Hearing that, Percy's feelings were mixed. Part of him did want it to work solely with his second core, to finally make the weaker affinity worth it. Stumbling upon a powerful technique that only worked because of that affinity sure sounded better than one that did so despite it. But he shook those thoughts away, knowing they were silly. It's better this way. I can use it with both cores. The only question now was whether Mickey would be willing to pass his people's heritage to an outsider. Might as well. Percy thought he'd heard wrong. Just an hour ago, you were willing to destroy your own soul to keep me out of your body. Mickey shrugged. Well, by now it's obvious you aren't related to our enemies. I don't mind helping you out. It's not like I have anything better to do. But what's in it for you? You've already given me everything I could ask for, which isn't much, really. It's not like I have some grand ambition. I figured it would be nice to have a couple more fights, and if I'm lucky, maybe another shot at the bastard who killed me. Percy was at a loss for words. You're already getting those things for free. Why put in the effort? Mickey chuckled. This is the part where you thank me and quit while you're ahead. Are you trying to get me not to teach you? Well, no. Of course I'm happy to take the freebie. I just thought it felt a little too easy. His host sighed. Percival, had you visited Huehue 10,000 years ago asking for our technique, I'm sure my ancestors would have skinned you alive. But right now, all the people I hate the most already have it. As I see it, passing it to somebody else before I die is my best chance at preserving my legacy and spiting my enemies. Mickey coughed, Percy feeling the taste of iron accumulate in their mouth before his host wiped something sticky off the bottom of his beak. This blood wasn't from the food. How long do you think we even have? Beats me. Mickey shifted in his seat, the movement sending another jolt of pain through their body. Unlike before, he had to use one of his lower hands to keep the wound closed. Despite the measures he'd taken during the fight to protect it, it had still widened by about an inch. While powerful, the dance of the savage gods clearly took a toll on its user. Carelessly tossing the naked bone away, Mickey pushed himself up, walking to a different corner of the cell. The dim light of the torch didn't reach that spot, so Percy hadn't noticed anything there earlier. Reaching down, his host picked up a strange piece of bone, crafted into some sort of intricate tool. No, not a tool. An instrument. It looked a little like an ivory flute, but it had two shafts, way too many holes, and was wide, like a trumpet on one end. That's the thing you mentioned earlier, a creaky tick. A kicklet, but yes. Mickey rolled his eyes. My mother played one for me as a child. A few years ago, I convinced the wardens to let me craft one after winning a lot of matches in a row. He sat down again, moving the object to his face. Percy quickly understood that, unlike a trumpet, one was supposed to blow at the kicklet from the wide end, the beak going inside the hole. Which, frankly, made sense, given the locals' physiology. Percy figured his host would have a tough time playing with one hand occupied. Yet Mickey seemed to manage just fine. If anything, he appeared quite skilled with it, too, his fingers moving swiftly but gently, tapping some of the holes while brushing over others. Relaxing slightly, he blew a strained breath into the kicklet, causing it to emit a soft tune. The melody was crisp and strangely uplifting, like something a mother would play for her child to cheer them up. For a second, Percy almost forgot he was still inside a corpse, trapped in a cell atop a broken world. Yet a second tune subtly underscored the first. A kid would have missed its presence entirely, and perhaps Percy might have too, if not for Mickey's emotions seeping through their connection. The hidden layer spoke of struggles against adversity, and of the fight for one's place in the world. Like a people cursed without an affinity, trying to protect their home. Or a boy born with a red core, looked down upon by all. Mickey played for hours, the mellow notes bouncing off the cold walls. Every few minutes, a cough interrupted the music, each one sounding worse. Still, he always resumed soon after, as if it would be a crime to rob Huehue of even this minor consolation. So absorbed was Percy in the melody, he nearly failed to register the warm trickle down his cheek. It slowly flowed down his face, before dripping off his chin. The tears splattered on his chest, curving around the wound, almost caressing it. But Mickey wasn't the one crying. Without meaning to, and for the first time since their meeting, Percy had broken his promise. Chapter 23. Circulation. A zigzagging trail of shallow prints formed on the red sand. They were erratic and barely visible, nearly soundless, too. Had Percy relied on his eyes, he would have failed to track the creature. Still, the orange orbs shimmering inside his mana sense made it easy. With a horizontal movement of his upper right arm, he slammed the rod into the critter's side, feeling little resistance as he catapulted its body a dozen meters away. A small crater formed on the ground, while the skin of the fox-like animal regained its color. "Careful, there's another behind you," Mickey warned. Percy had already noticed, swinging his left to intercept it, but his movements were clumsy. The only thing he managed to hit was his own back, fumbling with the weapon as the orange blur streaked toward his throat. His bottom left elbow jerked upwards at the last second, the staff's lunge sending the beast flying. It didn't land until a couple seconds later, the impact sending a splash of bloody sand in every direction. The rest of the pack growled at him, but didn't rush to attack, learning from their companions' mistakes as they circled him cautiously. "It's harder than you made it look," Percy said. "You'll get there," Mickey replied, chuckling. "Just don't start crying again." Percy felt his cheeks heat up. "Shut up about it already. For all we know, it was you." Clearing his head, he resumed his stance and returned his focus to his opponents. A sliver of cyan leaked out of his sternum, tracing along an arm to repair one of the rods. Mickey was in charge of their core, as Percy wasn't yet proficient enough with pure mana to form stable constructs.
The second pair of arms were Mickey's to guide too, as he didn't need to learn how to use those. "Your technique is downright atrocious, but I suppose it would be unreasonable to expect otherwise. If you're used to my body, we can turn things up a notch." Percy nodded. The Dance of the Savage Gods was a complex technique with many moving parts. Mastering each would be a time-consuming process, but a lot of the elements he could work on by himself. For example, training his body to withstand it was relatively straightforward. Forming the weapons, too. That said, there were some aspects he couldn't learn without guidance. Mickey pushed more mana out of their core, flooding their channels. Unlike the last time, he deliberately slowed down the process, making it easier for Percy to follow. He paid close attention to the specific pathways the mana was flowing along. Normally, over 95% of a mage's mana was contained in their core. Their channels weren't meant for storage, but rather for efficiently transmitting it outside as quickly as possible. Consequently, most people only bothered to clear out the channels that began at their sternum and spread out to their extremities. Mickey's technique was very different. It used every channel in one's body, even the seemingly useless ones looping around pointlessly. Percy would have to clear a lot of new pathways later. Not just that, but he'd have to temper all of them, including the ones he normally used, until they could stretch more than normal. It would be hard work, but it would let him contain twice as much mana as before. The increased flow was also necessary to keep the mana evenly spread out, so that he could draw on it quickly where it was required. The deep breaths in particular were vital, as they would constantly refill his pool, maintaining his strength. "Sadly, I can only teach you the first half of the art, as I never learned the rest."
"What? This is only half?"
That was news to Percy. Once more he felt his muscles brimming with strength, as glowing cyan lines became visible on his skin. This much had already allowed Mickey to utterly dominate a previously insurmountable opponent. Just how powerful was the full technique? From what I understand, the last step involves some direct manipulation of ambient mana outside your body. Unfortunately, you'll have to figure it out by yourself. Still, once you master circulation, your strength should shoot up by half a grade.
They coughed again, but they didn't bother wiping the blood off their beak this time. There was no point. They were covered all over already. That's enough. I think I've got the basics down. Mickey nodded. With a sudden spin, he delivered a powerful blow on one of the remaining critters, crushing its skull. Then, gathering strength in his calves, he sprang forth like an arrow, swiftly dispatching the last one. Only after they were alone in the arena did he finally let go of the excess mana, falling with his back on the sand, his chest heaving up and down as the cyan lines faded from his skin. He was using both of his lower hands to keep the wound from opening more than it had to. By now, it had doubled in size, and his body was much paler, having lost a ton of blood. "How are you holding up?" Percy asked. He could feel the agonizing pain, of course, but he figured his host had a better understanding of his own body. "I think the next fight will be our last." Perhaps they could have made it a couple days longer if they had taken things slower, but they'd overexerted themselves against the invisible foxes. Normally, Mickey wouldn't have needed more than a minute to slaughter them all. The only reason he'd persisted for over an hour had been to show Percy the ropes. It wasn't nearly enough time for the latter to learn the technique, but he'd at least begun to grasp the underlying concepts.
As their breath evened out, Percy noticed the crimson sun was still at its apex, having never moved from that very spot. "Are days really long on Huehue?" Mickey raised an eyebrow. "What's a day?" Percy thought he was being pranked. He showed his host images of the sun setting and rising on Remior. "Fascinating," Mickey said after a while. "Huehue always faces Tonatiuh with the same side. The warmth is barely enough for us to survive, but the back of our world is stuck in eternal darkness." Then he chuckled bitterly. "Though I suppose this side isn't much better now." A few moments later, they pushed against the sand, struggling to stand up. Only then did Percy register the crowd's boos, startled by their intensity. Evidently, their bloodthirsty audience wasn't pleased he and Mickey had dragged the fight out for so long. "Not entertaining enough for you, you pigs?" he glared. Mickey shook his head. "You learn to filter it out after a while in here." The rusty gate made a groaning sound somewhere behind them. They looked back, seeing the guards gesturing impatiently. "Percival, do you mind if I do something dumb?" For some reason, Percy felt his heart clench, but he didn't say anything. This was Mickey's life, the tiny sliver he had left. And he'd already used up much of it for Percy's sake. Whatever he wanted to do, Percy wouldn't stop him. Receiving a tacit agreement, Mickey ignored the guards' shouts, slowly trudging to the other side of the arena. The boos only grew louder as the injured gladiator stumbled his way to one of the walls. When he reached the barrier, he looked up. Percy examined the crowd as his host's eyes brushed over them. There were people of all ages, men, women, and children, dressed in all kinds of clothes he'd never seen before. From sleeveless shirts with silken ties, to colorful dresses that left little to the imagination, to flamboyant hats and intricate accessories. Under other circumstances, he might have appreciated the exotic fashion of Huehue's locals. Right now, however, it wasn't nearly enough to suppress the sheer disgust he felt towards them. Eventually, Mickey's gaze lingered on a man somewhere in the first row. He lacked the tribal tattoos and scars, much like everyone else, but, unlike the rest, his build was muscular. A fighter, Percy realized. He was surrounded by a few more men like him, but Mickey didn't pay them any heed. Raising his hand, he manifested a new cyan rod before pointing it at that person. Only after getting a nod back did he let the construct crumble, his arm falling weakly by his side. Finally, he turned back towards the gate, ignoring the even louder boos buzzing in his ears. The cell's door slammed shut as the guard left with what Percy thought was the equivalent of a sneer. "Mind telling me what that was all about?"
Cupping a handful of water from the puddle, Mickey gulped it sloppily before plopping down on the cold stone. That guy in the stands. He's Mishcoatl, the one who killed me. Percy's eyes widened, but Mickey wasn't done. And I've just challenged him to a rematch. Chapter 24. Mishcoatl. What's up with those people anyway? Aren't they also natives? Why aren't they locked up in a cage? Percy felt his features twist into a grimace. They are. They're just too dumb to see it. Once more, Mickey reached for the kick-lit. With a trembling grip, he moved it to his beak, exhaling a soft breath into the instrument. The sound was off-tune. He tried again, but his fingers shook, unable to close the holes properly. His lungs hurt with every attempt. After a few more failures, he let his arm fall, the intricate piece of bone rolling half a circle away.
When it became obvious we were going to lose the war, some of our ancestors switched sides. They volunteered the technique and our resources to the enemies, helping them accelerate their conquest. So, the spectators, the guards, the wardens? Percy could already guess the answer. Their descendants. Mickey nodded. Percy pondered over the implications. This certainly explained the bad blood between the two sides. Still, why would that guy agree to a fight? Can you challenge the wardens whenever you want? Mickey sighed. There's no official rule allowing or prohibiting it, but why wouldn't he accept? The very reason our enemies even built these colosseums is to humiliate us and to rub the bitter truth in our faces. What truth? That their ancestors chose right and mine wrong. The two remained silent for a while. Eventually, Percy spoke again. Can you beat him? Back in the arena, he'd caught a glimpse of Mixie Coco whatever's core. The guy was at yellow, the same grade as them. Sure, Mickey was injured badly, but maybe if he was more skilled. Not a chance, Mickey said. He has the full technique. Even when I was healthy, he won easily, let alone now. Percy was shocked. Then why challenge him? Not now, I mean. I get now. But why did he do it the first time? Same reason, really, Mickey replied. I was running out of time. What do you mean? Mickey closed his eyes, softly tapping the back of his head against the wall. I was born at Yellow, some 80 years ago or so. Percy raised one of their eyebrows. He didn't know how long a year was on Huehue, but he figured that should be plenty of time for Mickey to have advanced at least once. Yet he hadn't. Of course not. Who would waste precious resources on prisoners? The wardens, on the other hand. Mishcoatl is an orange-born, but he'd already reached Yellow by the time he rounded us up, butchering my mother and sister right in front of me, before dragging me into this shithole. I'm so sorry, Mickey. Mickey chuckled, but it sounded hollow. I'm not an idiot. I knew I wasn't his match, but I've heard he's close to green now. Unless I went for it when I did, the gap would widen even further, and I'd lose my chance forever. Say what you will, but even throwing my life in the gutter was worth it if I could just land one good hit on that fucker's face. Did you? Mickey raised an eyebrow. Land a hit, I mean. Did you? Huh. Nope, Mickey said, clenching his free fists. He toyed with me, gave me a nasty stab, and then he had me sent here to bleed out. And you know the rest. Percy was at a loss for words. But hey, it's not all bad, Mickey said, the skin by the base of his beak curling a touch upwards. Thanks to you, I get to try again. They stood in the arena for the final time. Whatever the outcome of the match, Percy knew his adventure on Huehue was about to end. The horrific wound now extended all the way to Mickey's chest, his flesh barely held together by the lower pair of arms and as much mana as he could spare. His legs wobbled. Even making it out of the long corridor had been a challenge. Percy thought the gate in front of them might have opened, but it was hard to say for sure through their blurry vision. It wasn't until Mickey's opponent stood just a few yards away that they could make out his mocking expression. Their only consolation was that the ringing in their skull made it impossible to hear the crowd's jeers. "Percival, whatever happens, I want you to know it was nice having somebody to talk to."
Not whatever happens. You have to land a hit, remember?
Mickey nodded. Both combatants took a deep breath, standing still for a couple moments. Percy felt power flood through their mana channels, though it hurt this time. Wherever it passed, muscles tore and bones creaked as blood gushed out of their chest like a river. Bright cyan lines lit up on their opponent's skin in response as the two sides summoned their weapons. Mickey clenched the ill-shapen rods tightly in his free hands, one threatening to crumble already. Mishcoatl had an easier time, leisurely assuming a loose battle stance, only bothering to lift one of his 4 javelins to point at their throat. Mickey dashed forward. Not that he could afford to move much, but waiting would only make things worse. The twin rods closed into Mishcoatl's face from either side like a pincer, but the attack was too slow, too telegraphed, too weak. With a swirl of his javelin, the warden sliced both staves in half, kicking Mickey squarely in the chest. Multiple bones broke as his ribcage caved in. Percy felt a wet cough escape their beak as they were sent flying back, skidding and rolling, before sliding across the dirty sand over a long distance. Luckily, their core hadn't shattered under Mishcoatl's foot, but mana still leaked out of their pores as Mickey struggled to keep the technique going. Seeing this, the warden also allowed the glowing lines to fade away. Apparently, he deemed it unnecessary to exert the effort. Just like that, Mickey had been defeated again, without Mishcoatl even having to resort to the full dance. Percy felt his soul untangle from his hosts. The makeshift patches he'd hastily fashioned out of soul mana were rapidly coming undone as his connection to Mickey grew more distant. Over the last couple of days, he'd almost forgotten how precarious the condition of their soul was. Like 2 broken vases joined together with spit and wishes, it was even more fragile than their physical form. The tether to his main body was already pulling him, trying to pry him out of Huehue. No, not like this. Mickey had lived a shitty life, and he'd died an even shittier death. Percy would be damned if he let him die another. He prodded his mana again, tightening the patches, trying to restore his connection to Mickey, their connection to the battered body. It seemed to work. His buddy's bitter thoughts seeped through him as he barely managed to open their eyes in time to see Mishcoatl looming over them. The warden's beak moved, but Percy couldn't register the words. Then the man lifted his foot and stomped their knee. Hard. Just like that, one of the patches Percy had fixed with so much effort instantly fizzled out, a part of Mickey's soul shattering with it. It was pointless. Even if he clutched onto their fading life for a moment longer, the end would be the same. There was no way Mickey could fight back. So, Percy stopped trying to hold on to their life. Instead, he did something crazier. He didn't have his soul core with him, but this was still his mana. His main body had bestowed it to him to use it as he pleased. It was filled with his will. Percy allowed many of the patches to disperse, ordering the mana to fall in line. There wasn't much of it left. His main body had charged him up with a few refills before sending him off, but most was already gone. Some had been absorbed, trying to mend their broken souls. A lot had simply leaked out or drifted away. It'll have to do. Mishcoatl was a full grade higher than him, but he wouldn't see this coming. The fool had even deactivated the dance. Commanding the mana with all his might, Percy gathered it into one of his lower hands, one of the two still keeping their organs from spilling out of the wound. He had spent countless hours practicing this spell, but he wasn't happy with it. It had to be sharper. Much sharper. Tougher, too. He'd only get one shot, and he refused to waste it. The warden lifted his foot again, crushing the other knee. It didn't matter. It was already limp. Percy had already drained all the mana from their lower body, allowing half of Mickey's remaining soul to crumble away. Then, Mishcoatl switched to the arms.
Luckily, he only bothered with the upper ones, the ones sprawled out on the sand by his sides, not the one Percy needed. 2 seconds later, they were also shattered. With a savage glint in his eyes, the warden raised his javelin, finally done torturing his prey. He pointed the tip at their neck, ready to end this. It was now or never. Percy summoned as much strength as he could and flicked his hand towards the warden's chest. His movement was slow. So slow. Mishcoatl had reacted before he even let go of the mana. The warden stabbed Mickey's throat with a javelin. The other 3 crossed in the projectile's path. Percy wasn't sure if the warden could see it. He should be able to, if he was using mana sense. Either way, his hand's motion had betrayed the dagger's trajectory. But it didn't matter. The bastard should have dodged instead. The last thing Percy saw as his vision faded to black were Mishcoatl's eyes glazing over as he plopped down, deader than dead. Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell. Parting Gift. Crude. Chapter 25. Spells. The status was a strange thing. It didn't notify one when they identified their affinity or a bloodline. In fact, it didn't even say a word when their grade advanced. However, there was one thing it did actively inform its user of: mastering a new spell. The people of Remior weren't sure why it worked like that. For the most part, the status was just a tool of convenience to help its users keep track of their progress. Still, that didn't explain why spells got special treatment. A widely accepted hypothesis was that it was meant to guide mages into honing their magic. Letting them know when they reached a significant milestone might be a way of doing that. Classifying spells into various ranks could be another. Either way, Percy had waited his whole life for his first crude spell to be announced. He should have been ecstatic to see it finally happen. But he wasn't.
In fact, he couldn't care less about that right now. His mind was preoccupied with something more important.
Mickey, can you hear me? We did it! That asshole is dead! Mickey!
Percy's time on Huehue had been short, but unforgettable. Despite what he'd thought at first, he'd even gained a lot. Mastering his first spell, understanding how his soul clones interacted with dying bodies, learning the fundamentals of the dance. However, he would gladly give all that up to talk to his friend one last time, to tell him they'd killed the man who ruined his life, to bid him farewell. But, alas, their connection had been severed, his main body already ripping him out of the battered corpse.
No, there must be something more I can do.
Percy felt for the fallen gladiator's soul. There wasn't much of it left, just some random pieces here and there. He gently wrapped himself around them, enveloping and gathering them like a satchel. He couldn't establish a link with them,
and the last drop of soul mana had been used up in that attack. His only option was to try and take the shards back to Remior with him. The rope on his back tightened, Percy's soul stretching like a rubber band. Still, Mickey's fragments refused to budge. They were pinned in place, anchoring them both to Hui still. Just like Percy's soul belonged on Remior, Mickey's belonged here. As broken as it was, its world refused to let it go. Percy felt something tearing, followed by a wave of pure agony. Pulled between two worlds, his own soul wouldn't last long. Shit! At this rate, we'll both die! Of course, his main body was probably going to be fine, safe as it was, back in the Avalon House's mansion. That said, permanently losing the clone couldn't be a good thing. Not seeing any way of carrying all the pieces back, Percy loosened his hold on them, letting a couple of the smaller shards slip through the gaps. The dying wisps instantly shattered upon leaving his embrace.
His hope was beginning to evaporate when he felt the rest of the pile fidget slightly. It was working, but it wasn't enough. "Fuck, I'm sorry, Mickey." Percy left a few more fragments behind, until only a couple remained, his friend's soul now being even tinier than his own. At least the gamble seemed to pay off, as his desperate move finally tipped the scales in Remior's favor. The persistent pull dislodged them both out of the four-armed corpse, plunging them into an infinite sea of darkness. The pressure on Percy's wisp was immense, his friend's soul feeling heavy in his grasp. Hui might have lost the tug of war, but it appeared it wasn't quite ready to give up pulling. Is it even worth it? Percy was tempted to let go. What was the point? So little of Mickey remained, he doubted it could be salvaged. But he held on. Even if the odds were abysmal, he had to try. He owed his friend that much. Percy swung the cyan dagger against the trunk. He only managed to carve about an inch into the aged wood before the mana construct broke apart. Plopping down on the grass, he rested his back against the tree, breathing heavily. He considered refilling his core to try again, but it was dark already, and he'd been at it all day. Perhaps he should resume tomorrow. Man, I miss training with my soul mana. Using his second core wasn't as fun. Its lower grade meant he couldn't practice for nearly as long before running out. Furthermore, its lacking affinity made for flimsy constructs that shattered easily. Sadly, his soul mana was still being funneled into his injuries to keep him stable. At least, many of the smaller cracks had already closed, while the rest had shrunk significantly. It was only the massive crater in his chest that looked about the same. Or, well, at least he thought it did. Had there been any improvement, it was too small to notice. At this rate, it would take years to fully heal. How long until that clone is done? Around 3 weeks had passed since he'd activated his ability. On one hand, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It meant the clone was being productive somewhere out there. Still, it did leave him a bit crippled until the rest of him returned. He shook his head. I guess I shouldn't be impatient. Besides, practicing with my second core is something that needs to be done. While it wasn't very useful right now, it would be such a waste to write it off so quickly, especially after all the trouble he'd undergone to repair it. Standing up, he was about to head to his room when he felt a tug at his chest. He looked down, but there was nothing. Percy frowned, not connecting the dots until a couple moments later. Actively gathering enough mana for soul vision took a while longer, but he got there. Normally, the thread linking him to his clone was invisible even in his augmented sight. However, he could clearly see his soul trembling in unrest as the ethereal cord vibrated. The pull itself wasn't much stronger than it had been just an hour ago. The attraction had been steadily rising over the past 3 weeks. Still, this was the first time he'd sensed the connection shaking, as if it was attached to a boat sailing in a storm. "It's happening! It's coming back!" Percy was over the moon. Closing his eyes, he took a few deep breaths, manually gathering some soul mana. It was hard, as his injuries fought to drain it, but he persisted, hoping to fill his core up by the time the clone returned. Naturally, he hadn't a clue how long it would take, or even what state the clone would be in. That said, he guessed it might be handy to have some soul mana available, just in case. A good idea, it turned out. The clone hadn't returned right away. Percy had to wait a few hours, even after refilling the core. Annoyingly, he had to keep meditating to keep the mana in. Should I just call it a night? It was tempting. For all he knew, the clone might not arrive until tomorrow. Right when he was seriously considering heading to his room, he felt a powerful impact slam into his soul, a potent wave of vertigo nearly knocking him off his feet. At the same time, a flood of memories invaded his mind, one after another. A dark expanse, a sea of souls, a fight over a body, a damp cell, a blood-stained arena, an ancient dance, a heartfelt melody, a bitter story, an unlikely victory, a painful death. There was plenty to sift through, but Percy brushed all of it aside, focusing on what mattered. "Mickey!" Activating soul vision, he fought against the nausea to check his friend's condition. Upon tapping into his core, a lot more soul mana gushed out than he'd intended. Only a trickle flowed to his eyes, the rest pouring into his chest by itself, trying to attach the new chunk back to the rest of his soul. But Percy pressed it back into his core, suppressing his body's instincts. He might need every last drop to save his friend. Examining his chest, he found 3 separate entities at play. One was the main part of his soul, still with a large crater right around his sternum. However, this hole was no longer empty. Inside, there was another piece, about the size of a grapefruit, already stuck to the larger section in a few spots. Finally, inside the ball representing his clone, there was a third soul, a foreign one. There wasn't much left, and the pieces were swiftly being assimilated. "Crap! I'm going to kill him if this goes on!" Back on Huihui, the two had been at an equilibrium. Both souls had been fragmented, though Percy's had his ability to back him up, while Mickey's had quantity and the home advantage. Right now, however, they were in Percy's body, his soul being much healthier and, for the most part, intact. Sporting an overwhelming advantage, he watched his own soul gnaw at the last shards of Mickey's, causing it to shrink at an alarming rate. "I need to move him elsewhere." It was easier said than done. Percy had already learned that healthy souls tended to reject others. What he needed was a dying body. He looked around with his soul vision still on, though he was alone in the garden. "Please, I must find somebody. Fast!" Grasping for any idea he could think of, he forced more soul mana into his eyes. He'd never tried this before, but it should work. His soul constructs could phase through walls, so perhaps he could see through them too, right? His guess seemed to be on point, as a few wisps of silver became visible from somewhere inside the mansion. Then he slapped his forehead. That was such a dumb idea. He could scan his house all he wanted, but what were the odds he'd find somebody dying right now? Nobody was on their deathbed, as far as he knew. Of course, he wasn't very close to any of them, but he'd have heard something like that. Plus, even on the off chance he found one, what was he going to tell the others? "I'm sorry, everyone. I know Uncle Barlin is dying and everyone is knee-deep in tears, but can I borrow his body real quick to shove an alien inside? It'll only take a moment."
Finding a human body for Mickey was obviously out of the question. Examining his surroundings again, he inspected the critters scurrying about on the grass. Shoving his friend's soul inside a caterpillar would be such a crappy move, but it was all he could think of. Better than a plant, at least. And he did find a few candidates. The training grounds were teeming with ants, worms, ladybugs, butterflies, snails, and all sorts of other not-so-great options. Not many of them were on the verge of death, but that could easily be arranged. The question was whether he could do better. 5 minutes later, Percy noted he was running out of time. Mickey's soul was dissolving into his own, like an ice cube dropped in a cup of tea. The largest body he'd found was a praying mantis.
It was healthy, so injuring it just enough would be a little tricky. Yet it sounded like his best option at this point. He was about to go for it when a stroke of inspiration led him to toss one last glance at the tree. There! A faint wisp of silver flickered somewhere atop its naked crown. It was weak, but he had a hunch it was worth looking into. Climbing up was a challenge, considering his splitting headache and the lack of purchase on the trunk, but he made it there eventually, after an embarrassing fall or two. Reaching the top, he spotted an old bird's nest. It was abandoned. Its owner had either died or forgotten about it. Still, it wasn't empty. Percy counted 6 eggs, 5 of them already dead. In fact, 3 of those were already cracked and hollow. But the last one wasn't fully gone yet. Good enough. Percy didn't exactly know what he was doing. It had taken him ages to figure out how to craft that clone in the first place. Bringing Mickey's soul back to Remior had also been a fluke. Still, he had to try. Stirring his bloodline again, he skipped the whole procedure. He didn't have the time to slowly grow and carve out a proper clone. Luckily, he didn't need to. The last one had just returned, so the grapefruit-sized ball was only loosely attached to its surroundings. The ghostly claw hungrily pounced upon it, snapping it violently from the rest, twisting his and, most importantly, Mickey's souls into one before shooting out of his chest again. This time, Percy was ready for it, having angled his sternum just above the egg. With the last trace of lucidity, he fell backwards, unwilling to crush the nest under his body as he passed out. He didn't know if he had succeeded, or what the repercussions of his reckless move would be, but he'd done his best. Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell. Secret Art, Familiar, Crude. Chapter 26. Secret Arts. Percy opened his eyes, a flash blinding him. It soon died down into a mix of colors, but everything was still too blurry to make out much. The off-white of his bedroom wall was predominant, although there was something else by his side. It looked like the silhouette of a person, or maybe just a piece of furniture. He thought he heard them say something. It was muffled, as if they were underwater. The furniture person tried a few more times, with some minor permutations, but Percy still couldn't understand them. Soon they gave up, disappearing from his sight. His eyes fell shut again. Once more he faced what he thought was his wall, this time with 2 silhouettes surrounding him. They made more sounds, the first one chirping at a higher pitch than the second. Percy tried to shift, but found himself unable to even twitch his fingers. The silhouettes kept speaking to him. At least that's what he assumed was happening. However, he just couldn't filter them out of the buzz. Tired as he was, he wanted to doze off again, though he forced himself to stay awake. One of the blurs moved, enlarging in his vision. They tugged his chin, the touch prickling him as if he'd been stabbed by needles as they pulled his mouth open. Then something bland and lukewarm flowed down his throat. It left an aftertaste akin to chicken soup, but even that was muted like the rest of his senses. It stopped after a while as they let go of him. The two remained with him, chatting every now and then. It took a while, yet he noticed the figures had grown a bit more defined at some point. One of them, the one with the chirpy voice, was aquamarine near the top. He recognized it. Her. Elaine. Percy tried muttering her name, but he couldn't even open his mouth without assistance. As for the other blur, well, the only candidates would be Gawain or Archibald, though he wasn't sure who. What happened? Digging through his memories, he tried to recall how he'd ended up in this state. He remembered training. Lots of training. Practicing with his pure mana hadn't been very pleasant, but it was all he'd been able to do while waiting for something. Right, the clone. He was in the garden when it returned, and then pain, nausea, panic, frustration, desperation. The clone brought something with it, something important. No, not something. Someone. He'd tried to help them. Percy remembered looking around for something, a vessel to place them in, to place Mickey in. Right. Mickey. A gladiator. A teacher. His teacher. His friend. He couldn't find a suitable body until he did. Percy climbed a tree, and then... the egg! The memories sobered him up. His vision was still blurry, but he understood now. He remembered. Once more he tried to speak, but his mouth refused to budge. He willed his body to move, any part of it. He needed to get Elaine's attention, to ask her what happened to Mickey. His finger twitched. Soon the silhouettes shifted too. They must have noticed. Percy, okay? This time he caught a couple words. It wasn't much, but it was a start. To his dismay, he felt his strength leaving him again. No, I have to tell them first. Talking seemed impossible. His mouth wouldn't open. Percy took his time bludgeoning it into shape. Pushing the air out of his lungs wasn't much easier. He wouldn't get many words out, so he had to choose them carefully. Just 2 of them. They'd have to do. Care. Egg. Only after he was certain he saw Elaine nod did he allow himself to pass out again. It took a few more sessions like that until he could properly communicate with his cousin and grandpa. They appeared relieved he'd woken up, but also quite pissed off at him. Percy didn't blame them. He'd gone to great lengths to learn how to use his bloodline safely, yet he'd tossed all that out of the window by activating it for the 2nd time without even letting his soul recover first.
Right now, he couldn't even examine it, as he was unable to gather a sliver of soul mana. But that was probably for the best. He'd been unconscious for a whopping 3 weeks, and was still bedridden now, even after waking up fully. He told his relatives of his time on Huehue, of the circumstances that had led him to do something so reckless. In fact, he and Baldy even brought Elaine up to speed on his 2nd core, not seeing much reason to keep it from her. "Is the egg all right?" he asked. Baldy gestured to his granddaughter to bring something before turning back to his grandson. "Percy, I found you unconscious in front of a bird nest. Naturally, I assumed those eggs were important to you, even before you told us." His cousin walked to a corner of the room, picking a small object up before returning. Resting atop her hands was a nest made of dried branches, filled with broken eggs and discarded shells. And something else. There was a tiny creature sleeping soundly in the middle of the nest. A black chick, small enough to fit in his palm. "This little guy hatched just a couple of days after you passed out.
We took care of him ever since. The rest we kept just in case, she explained. Percy nodded, gently picking the bird up. Was this a mistake? He didn't know if there was anything left of his friend in the creature. Even if Mickey was in there, would he appreciate being shoved inside a newborn critter on a distant world? It doesn't matter. Percy shook his head. This wasn't the time for regrets. What was done was done. His priority right now was to make sure it survived. The rest he could figure out later. Doesn't look like it's in great shape, he said. Even after being picked up, it remained asleep. Its breaths were soft and labored. It was better when it hatched, but it's been getting worse. We've been feeding it insects. It improves for a while every time it eats, but it never lasts long, Baldy explained. Waking it up is getting harder.
The last time I managed was 2 days ago, his cousin added. Percy furrowed his brow. He wasn't sure where the problem lay. It might be due to its body, as the egg had been abandoned for who knew how long. It should have been on the verge of death, too, otherwise it wouldn't have accepted the soul. Then again, its soul was probably in a sorry state as well, perhaps even worse than his own. After all, it was a patchwork of 3 different existences, the bird's, Mickey's, and his. And each had been through hell and back by the time they mixed inside the egg. I wish I could use soul vision. It was still impossible to accumulate more than a wisp of mana in his sternum before it got drained. Percy had no idea how long this dry spell would last. Perhaps he'd crippled himself for life. The only thing that might shed some light on this situation was his status. Percival Avalon. Mana cores. Mana Core 1. Orange. Soul. Mana Core 2. Red. Pure. Bloodline. Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Spells. Parting Gift. Crude. Secret Art. Familiar. Crude. My. Grants access to your status. My. Grants a bloodline. My. Grants a second mana core. The only thing that had changed was the new section listing his spells. Percy had nearly forgotten about it. All his efforts in honing his soul constructs, coupled with his desperation, had culminated in the deadly strike he'd killed Mishcoatl with. Though he'd been too busy at the time to celebrate, it was the presence of a second spell that surprised him, however. This one he didn't remember being notified about. It should have happened when he'd pushed Mickey's soul into the egg. Nothing else made sense. Grandpa, what's a secret art? Baldy raised an eyebrow. Have you created one? Percy nodded, telling them of the new additions to his status. Elaine listened closely, clearly interested as well. I see. Well, simply put, a secret art is like a regular spell. The only difference is that it also involves your bloodline. Percy had suspected it was something along those lines. Strictly speaking, what he'd done with the egg wasn't very different from creating a regular clone. Come to think of it, I do feel a connection to Mickey. It was the same kind of sensation his clones and main body experienced, linking them to one another. Though he couldn't observe his soul right now, he didn't need to. Allowing his thoughts to sink into the cord, Percy's eyes widened as a new status page manifested in his vision. Mictlan Tekutli. Percival's Familiar. Chapter 27. Beast Affinity. Mictlan Tekutli. Percival's Familiar. Mana cores. Mana Core 1. Red. Beast. Mana Core 2. Seed. Question mark? Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent life and mind mana to germinate. There was a lot to unpack there. Seeing the familiar had inherited his friend's name gave him some relief.
With any luck, it meant Mickey was indeed buried somewhere inside the bird. Well, it was also possible it meant nothing. Perhaps the status had simply picked that name out of convenience, as that was how Percy thought of the creature. Hopefully it's the former. Another thing that caught his eye was how his prolific second core had spread out once more, though it was back to fractured again for some reason. By now, he was pretty sure this thing was glued to his soul. After all, his soul was the only thing he'd brought back from the Moirai. However, it seemed to have more components to it as well. Perhaps one was rooted in his body and one in his mind, which would explain the two other types of mana needed to repair it. Once he had, his mind followed his soul to Huihui, which was why his clone had only lacked the life part. But now, his mind didn't seem to be present in the familiar, downgrading it by another step. In any case, this is a project for the future.
The next thing he noted was that the mysterious section with the question marks was missing 2 of the usual culprits. It wasn't that strange the small critter didn't have a bloodline, but Percy was surprised it didn't have a status either. Then how am I reading it right now? The only answer he could come up with was that Mickey's status was currently an extension of his own, which he could view through their connection. Well, any idea what's wrong with it? Baldy asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. Percy shook his head. There wasn't enough information to identify the problem. That said, he did have an idea on how to solve it. Have you tried feeding it anything bigger than insects? It's a newborn chick. What else could it eat? Elaine asked back. He doesn't mean the meat, just the cores, Baldy explained to his granddaughter before turning to Percy. It has the beast affinity, I imagine? Percy nodded. They wouldn't be needing any tests to confirm that. Every non-sentient animal in the universe had the beast affinity by default. Beast mana was unique in that it couldn't normally leave one's body, rendering its owners incapable of casting spells. However, that didn't make it weak. In fact, it was the opposite. It had the unique property of strengthening its users to such an extent that they could compete against mages of the same grade with nothing but brute force. And this was just the start. This affinity gave animals another colossal advantage that made sapient races envy them greatly. They could advance naturally, without having to resort to things like expensive elixirs. Beast mana was great at consuming and assimilating other mana types, which meant its users could evolve extremely quickly simply by hunting and devouring others. Had it not been for their general lack of intelligence, beasts might have become the dominant force in the cosmos. Well, there was also the fact that each promotion required a ton of food, which wasn't exactly sustainable. For example, merely to advance from red to orange required the consumption of hundreds of red cores. This made blue and violet beasts extremely rare. As for white, Percy doubted there were any on Remior. Still, he didn't care about Mickey's bright future prospects right now. Hearing that the bird improved whenever it ate made him think that better quality food might be the answer. After all, insects had brown cores, a special grade below even red. It was exclusive to them, as larger creatures couldn't survive with something that weak. Perhaps what Mickey needed were a few red cores. It's not like I haven't considered it, though I don't think the issue is a lack of mana, Baldy said. But we can give it a shot if you want, Percy insisted. He didn't necessarily disagree with his grandpa's assessment, yet it wasn't like they had a better option. Elaine opened the door, entering Percy's room. Suspended above her hand was a bubble of water with something squirming inside. It was a mouse, clawing desperately to escape its liquid prison. Unfortunately for it, its efforts weren't going to bear fruit today. At least Elaine had made sure its head was above the surface, to avoid drowning the animal a minute too soon. It had taken her a couple of hours to procure Mickey's meal. The Avalon house had no shortage of meat, but mana cores tended to crumble away and dissipate shortly after death. They needed a fresh kill for the bird.
I'm sorry it took a while. I had to search the fields for ages to find one. A powerful green cord mage could naturally capture vermin rather easily, but that was precisely why there weren't any inside the mansion. Come on, buddy, you need to eat, Percy said. He had been told it was getting harder to wake the bird up, but he hoped to get through to it via their connection.
Focusing on the ethereal cord as he gently spoke to his friend seemed to work after a few attempts. The chick finally moved its head groggily, but it needed help standing up. Elaine lowered the glowing bubble into Percy's other palm as he brought his hands together. The girl tightened the sphere, snuffing the life out of the mouse, and closing her eyes in the process. Percy knew she didn't like doing it, which only made him appreciate her help more. She pulled the mana away from the rodent, tossing the splash of water aside as the tiny carcass landed in front of Mickey. Percy rolled the body over with his thumb, pointing at the animal's sternum. After some more prodding, the bird finally pecked at it, causing Elaine to look away again. Even Percy wrinkled his nose in disgust, though he didn't avert his gaze. Instead, he activated Mana Sense, unwilling to miss anything important. With his sixth sense, he followed the orb of red as it rolled down the bird's throat, swiftly dissolving in its stomach. A gush of mana soon flowed through Mickey's body, causing him to perk up before resuming his meal with more vigor. "It does seem to do something," Baldy mused. Percy nodded, still observing his friend, relieved to see the bird's condition improve, however briefly. He and Archibald kept watching it eat, both raising their eyebrows as it continued getting better with each peck. Mickey couldn't possibly eat more than a third of the carcass in one sitting, and even then, it would take him a while to finish. Naturally, each bite was no larger than a grain of rice, yet, for some reason, the mana never stopped spreading out of the familiar stomach. "What's going on?" Percy asked. "Most of the mana should have been inside the mouse's core. Where's the rest coming from?" His grandpa appeared just as perplexed as he was. Each bite gave Mickey less mana than that first one, but still not nearly as little as they would have expected. Meanwhile, the bird's mood greatly improved as the familiar pecked more and more frequently, like his life depended on it.
"Don't tell me."
Percy's eyes widened as he harbored a guess. It was only a couple minutes later that Mickey's condition stopped improving. The bird was still eating gluttonously, but the meat had eventually stopped releasing mana.
"We're going to need more mice,"
Percy said, flashing his cousin a sheepish grin.
"Please tell me this is the last time I'm doing this,"
Elaine spoke with a grimace. Percy scarcely registered his cousin's words, his attention focused on the floor. Mickey was skidding around happily, having already finished eating another 2 mice and currently heading towards the third. Well, finished might not be the best word, as the bird seemed to grow disinterested in each carcass after a minute or two, consuming less than a tenth of the meat. Only after his third victim stopped providing any mana did Mickey pause. This time, he wasn't in a rush to reach the next one either.
"I think he's full," Baldy said. "Mickey, I know you're stuffed, but can you keep going? Just one more," Percy pleaded through their connection. The bird tilted its head in confusion. Percy wasn't sure if it had understood his instructions. Maybe it just didn't get why it had to continue eating when it wasn't hungry. But it listened after a moment, walking to the fourth mouse, though its steps were clearly a touch less eager than earlier. Just as before, the mouse's mana was soon released inside Mickey's stomach, flowing through his channels and filling his body. Unlike before, however, the bird's tiny frame was already saturated, rendering it unable to absorb any more. The familiar looked unwell, as if he was about to be sick, having no outlet for the excess. The red glow rose up his throat and towards his beak, about to spill out, when Mickey stubbornly held it in, unwilling to throw up his food.
Yet more mana manifested in his stomach, mounting up the pressure and making Percy stare at his friend in alarm. "That's enough! Just let it go." He was about to stop the little bird when something strange made him swallow his words. For seemingly no reason, a chunk of the excess mana instantly vanished from Mickey's body as a subtle flow trickled through their connection. It wasn't much, but Percy recognized it, his eyes widening. Soul mana. Chapter 28. A Peculiar Diet. There was no mistaking it. The excess mana spilling out of Mickey was soul mana. They hadn't been able to identify it earlier because mana sense couldn't differentiate between various affinities. The only thing that determined its appearance in that case was purity and density. In other words, its grade. That was why everything had appeared red previously. Only with soul vision could Percy have noticed the difference. Right, soul vision! He tried to tap into the trickle sent over by his familiar, to direct it to his eyes, but his broken soul quickly snatched it away. Keep going, Mickey! Eat! He did catch the strange looks Elaine and Baldy gave him, but he didn't say anything. He could explain later. Heeding his request, the bird dove back into the mouse's flesh as Percy took a deep breath and then another, trying to refill his first core. The mana regenerated slowly at first, but soon another stream flowed through the cord, now that Mickey had discovered how to relieve himself of the excess pressure. It took all of Percy's willpower to gather enough in his eyes, but he managed to augment his sight at last. As soon as soul vision activated, he tossed a quick glance down to his own soul. Saying it was a mess wouldn't do it justice. The crater in his chest had greatly expanded. As for the rest, it almost resembled minced meat, held together by numerous thin threads. No wonder I can barely even stand. He shook his head. The priority right now was to figure out what Mickey was doing. Turning to his familiar, he saw the little bird's soul wasn't much better. It was made of 3 distinct pieces that had been hastily twisted together like a yarn ball. At least his tiny body was filled to the brim with soul mana, which constantly latched on to the damaged soul to mend it. Of course, it would take ages for it to be fully repaired at this pace, but this was promising. Next, his attention shifted to Mickey's beak. His soul was gathered there, sharpening the edges and making them glint in Percy's soul vision. It reminded him of the daggers he'd constructed with his soul mana. Every time the bird pecked at the dying embers of the mouse's soul, a chunk of glowing silver slid down its throat along with the flesh, dissolving into soul mana in its stomach. The sight of the hatchling gleefully devouring another's soul as if it was little more than kibble sent a chill down Percy's spine. Wow, how is he even doing this? His best guess was that Mickey's nature as a familiar had bled into his instincts as a beast, giving rise to this frightening ability. Either way, Percy knew in that moment that it would be the key to repairing both of their souls. "I'm going to throw him!" Percy yelled. He was sitting on a branch holding a bird with both hands. The creature was naturally Mickey, who had since doubled in size. His glossy feathers were a slick black, absorbing the sunlight like uncut onyx. "Go for it! I've got him!" Elaine replied. She stood below him, an azure net fluttering in the air in front of her. Rather than rope, it appeared to be made of numerous interlocking streams of glowing water. Upon receiving her positive reply, Percy tossed the bird up. It fell rapidly, sending waves of panic through their connection. "You've got this," Percy sent back. Betrayed by its only family, the bird had no option but to frantically flap its wings in a desperate attempt to right itself. At first, its movements were clumsy. Still, just a couple of feet before hitting the net, its speed seemed to slow as its direction shifted slightly, letting it glide over the net to land softly on the ground a few meters away. Staring daggers at him, the tiny creature cawed bitterly. Percy smiled, however. He could tell through their link that the cute look contained more pride than anger. Show off. It had been a month since they had discovered Mickey's ability. For the first week, Percy had relied on his cousin to bring food for the bird, as he had personally been too weak to walk. A dozen meals later, however, both their conditions had improved significantly. By then, Percy was able to move around on his own, allowing him to take care of his friend by himself. Every morning since then, Percy went on a stroll a couple miles away from the mansion, with Mickey perched on his shoulder. Percy used those opportunities to stretch his legs, while simultaneously setting all sorts of mouse traps and rabbit snares in the surrounding fields, and collecting the previous day's haul in the process. Afterwards, he fed his familiar for an hour or two, as they both used the influx of soul mana to hasten their recovery. "We should head back. Grandpa's waiting for us," Elaine said. Percy nodded. Today was the day he'd been looking forward to for a while now. He'd finally recovered enough to add another important item to his daily routine. The two returned to Archibald's office, where they found their grandpa dressed in training robes. He gestured for them to follow him as he led them to a spacious room somewhere inside the mansion. They had chosen this location over the outdoors training grounds, as privacy was paramount for what they planned to do. Next, both Baldy and Elaine looked at Percy expectantly. After all, he was going to be their teacher during these sessions. He cleared his throat, assuming the role of a sagely scholar as his relatives rolled their eyes. "So the first thing we need to do is straightforward strength training to push our bodies to their limits." Without waiting for them, he dropped to the floor, beginning a set of push-ups. Baldy and Elaine didn't say anything, joining him just a moment later. Of course, a simple workout wasn't nearly demanding enough for the powerful mages. To truly challenge themselves and benefit from the training, each of them had strapped a bunch of wristbands and ankle bands on their extremities, engraved with runes. The magical weights raised the intensity of the exercises sharply. Obviously, Baldy's were by far the heaviest, as he lifted a couple tons with each repetition. Even Elaine's were no joke at a couple 100 kilos. Meanwhile, Percy's were much more modest by comparison. Either way, if it hadn't been for the numerous runes glowing on the floor, he was sure the wooden planks would have collapsed under the pressure, resulting in a commotion that would inevitably draw the attention of the rest of his family. A lot of silencing wards covered the walls, too. About an hour later, all three were lying on their backs and breathing heavily, their bodies drenched with sweat. Naturally, the trio were here to practice the Dance of the Savage Gods, or at least the parts that Mickey had been able to show him back on Huehue. Percy could have kept the powerful art to himself, of course, but there were many reasons why he'd chosen to share it. Firstly, both Elaine and Archibald had done a lot for him, so he'd decided to bring something back for them even before sending out that clone. Secondly, as much as Percy wished he were strong enough to survive on Remier on his own, he understood he currently had no choice but to hide under his house's insignia. For the time being, his safety hinged entirely on Baldy's ability to defend their family from their enemies. Consequently, helping his grandpa grow stronger would benefit them all. Finally, Percy actually needed his grandpa's help once again to practice the technique more efficiently. "Ready to resume?" he asked. Physical training essentially involved breaking down and repairing one's muscles. Humans could only exercise for a few hours per day, lest they injured themselves and did more harm than good. At least, that was the case if one didn't have a grandpa with a life affinity and a violet core to heal them. "All right," Baldy said. Percy felt an intense pressure radiating out of his grandpa's core
as a wave of vibrant green flashed through the room. A few seconds later, his muscles stopped burning and his stamina fully recovered. He didn't even hesitate before restarting his workout anew. It was tough, of course, but the memory of the wounded gladiator's savage dance kept him going. Chapter 29. Mana Channels. "Please tell me we're done for today," Elaine groaned. The trio were sitting on the floor, Baldy having already healed them for the 10th time that day. "We might as well stop here. I can help us recover again, but we still need to eat properly to build muscle," Archibald said. Elaine didn't even wait for the second part before waving her hand, manifesting 3 bubbles of water in the air. Each was about twice the size of a watermelon. The orbs flew over their heads as she let go, dropping them to splash on their bodies. Sniffing a couple of times, she scrunched up her nose. "Remind me to bring soap tomorrow," she said, already pushing herself up. "Is there anything else we need to be doing?" Baldy asked. "Yes," Percy nodded. "Try to spend a couple hours every night clearing your mana channels." "Any specific ones?" "Nope. We need all of them. Only after our bodies have stopped improving and all our channels are cleared and tempered to their limit can we move to the next step." The others nodded in agreement. Percy had already explained the details of the technique before, so nobody felt like complaining.
They all understood what a bargain they had struck.
As Percy was about to leave the room, he crouched to pick Mickey up from the floor. The bird gave them strange looks after spending all day watching them train. Percy had brought the familiar along, as he wasn't comfortable leaving him alone just yet. "You're the one who taught me this stuff, buddy. I promise I'll do everything I can to help you remember it one day." Percy was resting on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. It felt nice that his training was finally back on track. His reckless move with Mickey had cost him a lot of time, though he didn't regret it. "I'd do it all again," he thought, as he looked over at the bird, sleeping soundly on a cushion in a corner of the room. Even if Percy put his friend's well-being aside and looked at everything from a pragmatic perspective, his gamble would probably pay off in the long term. Mickey's potential was difficult to quantify. Right now, he was young and his core only at red, but with a beast affinity, he would outgrow Percy in no time. Percy wouldn't be surprised if his familiar became his secret weapon at some point. Sure, his stunt had set him back by a few months, as he'd been unable to begin practicing the dance before now. Not just that, but his soul core was still out of order. He couldn't use it, or even feed it elixirs, and it would be a while until he could send out another clone. But, all things considered, the benefits probably outweighed the costs. I guess teaching him how to hunt by himself should be one of my priorities. Right now, Percy had to spend a few hours each morning helping the bird out. It was terribly inefficient, as they only moved as fast as he could walk, and his traps caught a mere handful of meals each day. If Mickey could fly around hunting for food by himself, he would probably do much better. It would not only accelerate their souls' mutual recovery, but also the familiar's advancement to orange.
Plus, it would free up more of Percy's time to spend on his own magic. That's tomorrow's problem, though. For now, let's focus on clearing some channels. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Stirring the core in his abdomen, he pulled some mana to his arm. It flowed around his abs and then below his pectoral muscle before turning downwards at his shoulder. It was easy to think of mana channels as magical veins, as the former facilitated the circulation of mana, much like the latter did with blood. Still, the analogy wasn't quite correct, as mana channels weren't physical tubes. It might be more accurate to describe them as the path of least resistance for the mana. Clearing a pathway involved using it repeatedly, wearing down all the obstructions over time to make the flow smoother. This meant one's mana channels differed depending on their affinity. After all, each type had different properties, subtly affecting how mana flowed through the body.
Consequently, the path of least resistance for, say, fire mana wasn't necessarily the same as that for air mana, and so on. For most people, it didn't really matter. So what if their mana channels looked slightly different to one another's? They could still clear them and use their magic all the same, right? But it does affect me. Percy had 2 cores with different affinities. This meant he also had 2 entirely separate sets of mana channels. Even if he cleared all his pure pathways, he would have to do it again later for his soul ones. Not just that, but his soul affinity introduced another challenge the others wouldn't have to deal with. Most affinities interacted with one's body, meaning the corresponding mana flowed through their physical forms. Percy's soul mana, however, flowed through his soul instead. Can I even use the dance with it? How would I strengthen my soul enough to do that? He shook his head. That was a problem for after he was done repairing it.
Right now, he could focus on mastering it for his second core. Returning his attention to the flow on his arm, he cut it off at the shoulder, instead diverting it towards his other shoulder. It had to pass parallel to his collarbone, curving through the space between his spine and lungs. The mana resisted at first, as it wasn't used to traveling along this route. Normally, when Percy wanted to shift mana from one arm to the other, he'd send it through his core first. This is more efficient. It wasn't just about increasing his capacity. He was also establishing a faster way to move it through his body. Most people didn't bother, as the channels they normally used were only a fraction of the total. They didn't consider this minor speed-up significant enough to waste months opening the additional pathways, though clearly this mindset was wrong. It had blinded everyone to the possibilities that Mickey's people had stumbled upon. Percy was broken out of his concentration by the gentle rays of the morning sun seeping through the window, brushing softly along his face. Shit, don't tell me I was up all night. So focused had he been on clearing his channels that he'd lost track of time. At least he'd discovered and opened over a dozen new ones. Still, plenty remained in his body. Maybe it's not too late for a short nap. Guessing his thoughts, Mickey, who'd woken up already, flapped his wings angrily as he leapt on the bed. Fine, we'll go get your breakfast. Just let me drink my elixir first. Percy uncorked the elegant vial, gulping its contents in one go. He began the daily ritual of cycling his pure mana between his stomach and core as he fought to keep his eyes open. He sure wasn't looking forward to another 12 hours of physical training with Baldy after an all-nighter. Mickey cawed again, pecking his knee. Right, I'm awake, Percy yelped, having totally fallen asleep at some point. Getting up, he opened the door, dragging his feet outside the mansion. The morning breeze gave him goosebumps. It wasn't pleasant, but at least the chill and the fresh air helped flush the last traces of sleep out of his system, leaving only the exhaustion behind. Mickey jumped onto his shoulder, content with enjoying his free ride as Percy prepared his food for him. Percy paused, flashing the bird a mischievous grin. Starting from today, you'll be flying alongside me, looking for more mice. His familiar tilted its head, playing dumb, but Percy knew Mickey understood him. Seeing him refuse to yield, the bird cawed angrily, trying to peck him again. Percy ignored the pain, refusing to take another step until Mickey started pulling his own weight. It took another 10 minutes for the bird's tantrum to end. Eventually, Mickey took off, resigned to his fate. He hadn't stopped mouthing off with what Percy could only assume were curses, though. Only then did Percy resume his stroll, gathering some pure mana in his hand and trying to form it into a solid shape. This was pretty much the only time he had during the day to practice his magic, so he wouldn't waste it. He might have been born at Red, but he'd finally accumulated a few advantages of his own. Unlike his peers, who only had a single core to worry about,
He essentially had 4 between himself and his familiar. He couldn't afford to slack. Percy sighed. I suppose I'll just have to work 4 times as hard then. Chapter 30. 1 year. Mickey sent an image of a shadow sneaking through the bushes. The fully grown crow was perched atop a branch, gazing at their surroundings from the high vantage point to scout the area. Percy felt it practically salivating through their bond as it eyed their misguided ambushers. Thanks, I see them now. Percy pulled most of his mana to his channels, nearly emptying his core, before taking a deep breath to refill it.
The motes spiraled into his lungs like a vortex, as an even denser river gushed through his body. But he wasn't done yet. He pumped another wave of mana through his pathways, feeling them swell and burn as his muscles brimmed with strength, his frame threatening to pop like a pufferfish. An arrow shot out from behind him. He only tilted his head slightly, dodging the projectile as the wind brushed harmlessly by his ear. Another mouthful of mana later, faint cyan lines began to glow visibly under his skin. The pattern wasn't exactly the same as Mickey's. Even though they shared their affinity, their cores were located at different points, forcing Percy to modify the technique slightly. His channels shone less brightly, too. There was definitely some room for improvement, but the status had still been kind enough to register the technique a couple months back. You chose the wrong guy to attack, Percy smirked. Concentrating, he stomped hard. The dried dirt cracked under his foot, catapulting him towards the goblins. More arrows flew his way, but he easily weaved out of their paths, causing the goblins' eyes to widen. They switched to their melee weapons in a hurry as he descended. Their knives and hatchets had all been crafted out of bone. Rather poorly, too. Percy's core had nearly refilled already, but he drained it again to gather the mana into his right hand, squishing the blob of cyan into something solid. By the time he reached his opponents, his weapon had fully formed. It was a staff about as tall as he was, its thickness as wide as his thumb. He spun it through the air as his momentum carried him between 2 of the creatures, hitting each with a different end of the staff. The blows simultaneously slammed one to the ground while sending the other flying. Of the remaining 5 goblins, only 3 were brave enough to gang up on him, as the other 2 fled in terror. Their lunges felt slow with his mana sense active. He easily tiptoed around their attacks, with some well-placed footwork. He swung his weapon again, smiling as they flinched away. It had cracked after the previous strike, his red core not doing him any favors. But he'd already finished repairing it as the mana continued to accumulate inside his body. 2 swings later, the 3 remaining goblins were rolling on the ground as Percy finally allowed the staff to crumble. Another image flashed through the connection. Mickey had already intercepted one of the escapees, having torn out its throat with his talons. The bird was currently feasting on the goblin's soul as Percy felt the mana flowing through the link. Activating soul vision, he spotted the last of the creatures. It had stopped moving, crouching quietly behind a tree some 30 yards away. Perhaps it thought it was safer to hide than run. Big mistake. Percy took another breath, switching his focus to his first core instead. The 2 sources of soul mana soon gave him just enough for his spell as a silver dagger formed in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the parting gift pierced soundlessly through the air, flying even more rapidly than the arrows had, before phasing through the tree's trunk. A moment later, the goblin's stiff body landed on the ground. Start with the dead one, before its soul dissipates. Percy tossed the corpse in front of his familiar, who'd just finished consuming the previous goblin. The other 5 were merely knocked out, as he had taken extra care to keep them alive. Feeling the mana in his eyes dissipating, he hurriedly tossed one last glance down at his soul,
before soul vision deactivated. Mickey had supplied him more than enough to keep it active for longer if he wanted, but he'd rather invest the limited resource towards their recovery. His soul didn't look that great, still resembling a pile of minced meat held together by thin threads.
That said, the chunks were fewer and larger than before, and they were attached to one another more firmly, too. The crater in his chest had also shrunk a lot since last year. That's right. A little over a year had passed since Mickey's first flight. Percy had even had 2 birthdays in that time. He was 17 now. He still couldn't gather much soul mana without the bird's assistance, but he healed faster and faster as Mickey grew up, and their hunts became more rewarding. As early as a few months ago, the two had graduated from rats and rabbits to goblins in the nearby Whistling Woods. It wasn't ideal, as the forest was a few miles away from his house's mansion. It meant they had to spend several hours per day just traveling back and forth. Still, it couldn't be helped, as it was too dangerous to camp through the night there by themselves, and they harbored a few too many secrets to be working with strangers. Neither Baldy nor Elaine had the time to babysit them for weeks on end. That said, it wasn't all bad. Percy's free time had increased sharply ever since his training sessions with his relatives stopped, so he could afford to do this. Plus, hunting was good for honing both his magic and his teamwork with Mickey. Finally, even though the goblins were notoriously difficult to find, their larger cores and much more developed souls made the endeavor worthwhile. At least Mickey is doing better. While Percy's soul was still some distance from a full recovery, preventing him from cleansing his first core or creating another clone, his familiar's soul had grown a lot more stable. The bird could even go a few days without a meal before it began to get affected. Shrugging, his attention turned to his status, as he had no interest in watching his friend stuff his face with goblins. Percival Avalon Mana Cores. Mana Core 1. Orange. Soul. Mana Core 2. Red. Pure. Bloodline. Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Spells. Parting Gift. Crude. Secret Art. Familiar. Crude. Quarterstaff. Crude. Circulation. Refined. Kutta. Grants access to your status. Kutta. Grants a bloodline. Kutta. Grants a second mana core. Not much had changed, besides the 2 new spells he'd registered. The first, Quarterstaff, was perhaps the most unassuming entry in his entire status. Being nothing more than a crude spell cast from a red core with a pure affinity, it wasn't nearly as eye-catching as all the other stuff in there. Still, Percy was proud of it, as it had taken him a lot of hard work to hone it to its current state. Plus, it was his very first registered spell with his second core, so that had to count for something. At first, he had tried to go for a couple of shorter rods, one in each hand, to more closely mirror Mickey's style. Eventually, he realized dual wielding felt a bit unnatural to him. He appeared to have a personal proclivity towards a single, longer weapon. The construct wasn't very sturdy, but it was good enough for the goblins. The other new entry was a lot more impressive, however. Although still a step short of the full dance, Circulation was Percy's first refined spell. As a mage's grade increased, so did their mana capacity and regeneration, as well as their control and reflexes, allowing them to master more intricate spells. Generally, people between red and yellow mostly focused on crude spells, whereas refined spells were seen as the hallmark of greens and blues. There were exceptions, of course. Sometimes a talented yellow would master a refined spell ahead of time, or a lazy green would fail to do so before advancing. Still, Percy was only at orange. Not just that, but he was technically using circulation with his red core. Suffice to say, his circumstances were essentially unprecedented. News of his achievement would probably cause some waves if they were leaked.
He wasn't exactly surprised that circulation was ranked that highly either, as it involved many difficult and demanding steps to master. Frankly, he knew he couldn't have done it without cheating. Extensively. His grandpa's help had allowed him to get the equivalent of half a decade of physical training in only 6 months. That, coupled with his dedication in clearing his channels, meant that he had started tempering his pathways faster than the others. In addition, the final step, circulating the mana and overcharging both his core and his channels, was by far the most difficult. However, he'd already experienced the art under Mickey's guidance, severely lowering the barrier of entry for him. Even Baldy had only managed to master the spell a month after Percy. As for Elaine, she was still struggling with the last part. Let's not get complacent, though. They can still wipe the floor with me with their hands tied behind their back, Percy sighed. At least, he'd grown strong enough to survive by himself in a semi-dangerous place like the Whistling Woods. That said, the road ahead was still long and uphill. Suddenly, some unexpected thoughts seeped through the link, drawing his attention. Percy lifted his eyes, looking at his familiar with concern. For some reason, the bird had stopped eating after the third goblin. Instead, it was huddled on the ground, occasionally twitching, as if in pain. "Mickey, what's wrong?" No reply. Percy activated Mana Sense, anxious to figure out what was happening to his bond. The bird's frame was glowing more brightly than ever before, its entire silhouette shimmering in a vibrant red color. More and more mana was being released from its stomach, as its flesh shook and squirmed. The core in Mickey's sternum thrummed more frequently and violently than Percy had ever seen it react before, glowing a shade brighter than the rest of its body. Logically, his friend should have already started sending him the excess mana to relieve himself. However, the creature was instead holding everything in for some reason, letting it accumulate to a dangerous level. Percy panicked, unsure how to help his familiar. He was about to call to Mickey again, to ask him to let go of the mana, when he caught something odd through his sixth sense, giving him pause. As the core pulsed more and more intensely, its color shifted. It was subtle at first, but Percy became more and more sure of what was occurring as he kept watching. His previous fear was rapidly replaced by excitement and even anticipation. Mickey was advancing to orange. Chapter 31. Leaving the Nest. Mickey complained loudly, much to Percy's dismay. The bird's screeches were far more piercing than ever before, echoing through the dark forest. "I'm sorry, buddy. You're too big to sit on my shoulder now." The actual advancement had taken less than an hour, but that was just the start. Saying the crow was starving afterwards would be the understatement of the century. Mere minutes after the promotion, Mickey had devoured all 7 goblins, not leaving a single bone behind. In fact, he ate their weapons too. Gone were the days when he only selectively sampled his victims' souls and cores, leaving most of their flesh untouched. Evidently, the bird's advancement had placed its body in a state of rapid mutation, requiring a ton of nutrients in a short period of time. Percy had watched his friend grow visibly with each bite as they scoured the forest, looking for anything even remotely edible. The two had remained in the Whistling Woods all night, desperately fueling Mickey's insatiable appetite. It wasn't until the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense thicket that the bird seemed to be done eating, his frame twice as large as before. "Oh well, I bet he's a lot stronger." Other than his size, Mickey's appearance hadn't changed much. The only other notable differences were a visibly increased sharpness to his beak and talons. Their edges now glinted in a pale silver light,
even outside soul vision. Percy sure pitied whoever ended up on the receiving end. Overall, the most welcome surprise was the improvement to his familiar's soul, however. It had stabilized a lot even before the promotion, but this new step took everything to a whole new level. Mickey's soul was still a patchwork assortment, but they'd grown closer together with every improvement. The delineation separating the three souls was much fainter, resembling old scars more than fresh wounds. Maybe they'll fuse completely after another evolution or two. Either way, the bird would not only harvest more soul mana from its victims, but it would also need a lot less for itself, sending the lion's share to Percy. With his familiar like this, he was optimistic that he'd fully recover in a couple months. Then he smiled wryly. Not everything was good news. He'd already felt the two had been outgrowing the Whistling Woods for a while now. To fully take advantage of Mickey's improvements, they'd need to leave the safety of the mansion and venture to more dangerous regions. And there was another, more immediate problem. "How do we explain you?" he frowned, looking at his pal flying circles above him as he stepped out of the dense undergrowth. Before, they'd used the excuse that he'd found Mickey abandoned and raised him as a pet. It wasn't that strange, as red beasts were essentially regular animals. Reaching orange, however, not only made them stronger, but far more aggressive. The thrill of advancement tended to whet their appetite, making them all but impossible to tame. Suffice to say, his relatives would be asking a lot of questions if they returned home like this. "Okay, remember to stay away until I say otherwise." Percy imparted the same instructions for the 5th time as they neared his family's estate.
Mickey protested, but didn't disobey, taking off to look for a snack or something. Percy made his way to the mansion alone, heading straight to Baldy's office before knocking at the door. "Come in." Percy stepped inside, ready to deliver the news, when he noticed the presence of somebody else. The black-haired man, who looked to be in his early 20s, was dressed in an elegant buttoned-up shirt and silken trousers. His core was blue. He was Galahad, Archibald's oldest living child currently in the family. A yellow-born, over 400 years old, House Avalon's second in command, who was only below Baldy himself. In fact, he was the one family member who had the highest chance of reaching Violet, on track to do so in about a century. "Don't you think you've been wasting too much of Father's time, boy?" Galahad asked, his nose wrinkling in disgust. Percy grimaced but didn't reply. Instead, he turned to his grandpa. "I was hoping to speak to you alone. It's urgent." "Don't ignore me, you brat," his uncle snapped. "You should be grateful we've wasted so many elixirs on you already. I still don't get what your grade has to do with passing on your affinity." He stepped forward menacingly, about to keep going, but Baldy raised his hand. "That's enough, Galahad. I don't need you to manage my schedule for me, or to tell me which of my grandkids to spend time with." Archibald's tone was calm but firm. Galahad raised an eyebrow. He probably hadn't expected his father would reprimand him in front of the likes of Percy. He only spared Percy a cold glance as he walked out of the office, though Percy didn't miss his uncle's clenched fists, drained of color. "I'd almost forgotten what an asshole he is." Between his injuries, his training, and his ventures into the forest, Percy hadn't run into his relatives as much over the past year. His amiable relationship with Elaine and Archibald had shifted his overall perspective on his family, but the truth was that most of them still looked down on Redborns like him. That much hadn't changed. "What is it?" Baldy asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Right!" Percy exclaimed before approaching the desk. He covered his mouth before whispering, "Mickey has advanced." Archibald's eyes widened, Already? This is even faster than I expected. What do we do? I can't exactly bring him here. His grandpa sank back into his chair, remaining silent for a few minutes. Eventually, he spoke. We're heading back to the forest. It's a temporary solution. But I'll stay there with you for a week until we come up with something more permanent. A grimace marred Percy's face. By the time he'd met with Baldy, he'd already been up for nearly 30 hours, having spent all night hunting with Mickey. Staying awake as his grandpa arranged for his impromptu absence had been pure torture, and he wasn't happy about traveling to the woods again. Still, this had to be done if he was to keep his secrets. He doubted anybody in his family was a spy or traitor, but there were hundreds of people in the Avalon house. If a few more learned of his second core, or Mickey, it wouldn't be long before that number doubled, and then quadrupled, until the entire mansion knew. At that point, it would only take one mistake for the rest of Remier to find out too. In fact, those two secrets were still relatively benign. Anything pertaining to the dance, on the other hand, was far more dangerous. Even in its incomplete state, it could instantly raise the strength of an entire house by half a step, placing them right behind the great houses. As much as it would benefit his family if they all learned it, a single mishap could easily invite disaster.
Just like what happened to Mickey's people.
Consequently, Baldy had strongly emphasized to both Percy and Elaine the importance of keeping everything under wraps. As much as it sucked to be looked down on by people like Galahad, knowing he could change everyone's view of him with a few words, Percy understood what a thin line he was treading. Percy, I'm sorry you have to take all this shit from everyone, Baldy said as he walked alongside him, a dozen of his clones marching silently in their wake. Truth be told, you've already done more for our family than almost anyone else. Percy waved the apology away. We knew it would be like this from the beginning. Archibald nodded. So, what do you plan to do now? Percy pondered over his grandpa's question carefully before replying. I'll head out. I need to find a good place for Mickey to hunt, to avoid stunting his growth. I also need to get my soul repaired as soon as possible to resume sending out clones. Though, I suppose those go hand in hand. Baldy didn't seem surprised, having likely expected that answer. Any idea where, specifically? Percy didn't reply for a while. That was the part he hadn't figured out yet. I'm not sure. Maybe I should take lots of missions like Elaine and only come back once every few weeks to restock on elixirs. Baldy's face fell. I've been meaning to talk to you about the elixirs, actually. As you know, our family is fully transparent with who gets them and who doesn't. This policy has served us well for centuries, as it bolsters trust. Percy nodded, but he didn't like where Baldy was going with this. Normally, it doesn't really matter, as the rules are fairly simple. Orange-borns and yellow-borns get them. Red-borns don't, Archibald continued. Until me, Percy realized. Yes. So far, I've used the excuse of your soul clones being a promising possibility for the family in order to justify giving you elixirs. But nobody knows the details.
They have no idea how useful your clones are. Neither do they have a clue why I've been spending so much time with you.
Galahad's outburst from earlier is actually a common sentiment among the family's management. Percy frowned. Indeed, between the weeks that Baldy had spent filling his second core up, the several months of training together for the circulation spell, and all their other interactions, they really had spent a lot of time together. Even now, his grandpa was going to be with him the whole week. It was no surprise that the sudden changes should all seem suspicious to the rest of their family. Surely they understand there must be a reason for it, right? Even if they don't know what. Baldy shook his head. What reason could there be? Nobody could possibly imagine what your ability does. Sending your soul to other worlds. Most of them believe I've grown too attached to you for purely sentimental reasons.
They think I'm just finding excuses to spoil you rotten." Percy's jaw slackened upon his grandpa's admission. He was glad his relationship with Baldy had improved, but he hadn't known their actions had given rise to such a wave of discontent among his relatives. "So, what does this mean?" Baldy sighed. "I can continue supplying you with a single set of elixirs. They won't like it, but it's within the limits of what I can justify, based on your bloodline's importance. However, a second one is currently out of the question." "What? But I'll need it when my soul is repaired." He hadn't started cleansing both cores yet, as he'd created that clone too soon after repairing his second core. Since then, his injuries had prevented him from maintaining the necessary mana, despite Mickey's help, but he was very much looking forward to changing that soon. "Is there no other way?" Baldy's response gave him hope, however. "I can only think of two possible solutions."
Chapter 32. Two Solutions. Percy looked at his grandpa expectantly, prompting him to continue. "The first option is to spill the beans on some of your secrets. Naturally, not circulation. That one could destroy our house if it leaks. But if we let the others know about your second core and Mickey, they will understand." "Do you think it's a good idea?" Percy asked. "Not really, no," Baldy admitted before elaborating. "Ideally, I advise you not to do this. Even though others can't immediately benefit from your second core, it will still make our family a target. However, these are ultimately your secrets. If you want to go through with it, I won't stop you. It wouldn't be fair to hinder your growth like that." Percy nodded. He didn't much like the idea of bringing trouble to his house either, but he'd consider it if it was the only way. "What about the second option?" "This one actually circles back to our earlier discussion." Percy perked up. "I can think of a place where you'll find plenty of beasts for Mickey to eat. At the same time, you can earn as many elixirs as you need. But I must warn you that it's neither guaranteed nor easy." "Where?" "The Alchemists' Guild." Percy frowned. "Isn't that where they make the elixirs? You want me to become an alchemist?" "Yes. That place works with a system based on contribution points. You earn them by performing various tasks, and you can spend them on elixirs, ingredients, or alchemy lessons." Percy creased his brow, considering his grandpa's proposal. He'd always found alchemy fascinating, but he'd never thought he'd have the opportunity to study it. However, if Baldy thought it was a good idea, he was more than willing to hear the patriarch out. "Do they let anyone join?" "Not anyone. The Alchemists' Guild is one of the most important places on all of Remior. Everyone needs the elixirs, even the Divine Order. Consequently, the guild is completely neutral, and nobody is allowed to stir trouble there. They only accept applicants recommended by a noble house." Okay, perhaps it was an even bigger deal than Percy had thought. "Won't the others be against it? They're already unhappy that I get elixirs. Now I'm going to be brewing them." Baldy shrugged. "It's not the same thing. It won't really affect our family either way. We'll still have to buy the elixirs at full price. It's not like there's any discount for having a relative there. As for anything you earn on your own, that's between you and the guild." "So, is it common to send Redborns?" "It's not. Not that there's any rule against Redborns, but your lower grade will make it difficult to get points. Also, your shorter lifespan means people will generally view it as a waste of time for you to learn the art." Percy would be lying if he said he wasn't bothered. It seemed there wasn't anywhere on Remior he could go where he wouldn't be looked down upon. "What about my affinities? Are they suitable for alchemy?" "Those don't really matter. Water and fire help with some parts of the brewing process, though that's only a minor convenience. Life mana is good for growing herbs faster, but you can just buy those." "That only leaves Mickey then. How will I explain him?"
This was by far the most important thing. He wouldn't leave his familiar behind. After all, his friend was one of the main reasons he'd even bother going in the first place. You won't. The guild is adjacent to the forest where you'll be hunting the beasts. It's also where the main ingredient for the elixirs comes from. Mickey will live there by himself, and you'll join him whenever you can to hunt together. That way you'll help him get his meals, and he'll help you earn contribution points. But is it going to be safe? What if someone attacks him? Baldy shook his head. The hunting grounds are separated into various levels. Most of the guild members are at a higher grade than you. Nobody ever goes to the bottom level, as the beasts there are weaker than Mickey and not worth killing. Percy didn't immediately reply. He was still tired, and this was a big decision. He'd rather sleep on it and give his grandpa his answer later. The two met up with Mickey in silence before continuing to the forest. However, they didn't stop upon reaching the Whistling Woods. Instead, they kept walking for another hour. "Okay, I think this is far enough," Baldy said. Percy began setting up camp as Mickey flew down, landing in front of Archibald. Baldy took a deep breath. Soon, Percy felt a terrifying amount of ambient mana flow towards his grandpa. It wasn't until a few seconds later that intricate green lines lit up under the man's skin. Their pattern looked very different from Percy's. Rather than simple curved lines, the ones on Baldy's skin swirled and branched out, making them resemble vines. Archibald gently placed his hand on Mickey's head, sending a suffocating torrent of green gushing out of his body to flow down to the familiar's abdomen. This was the main reason why Baldy had arranged to spend a week with them in the forest. Ever since he had mastered circulation, Percy's grandpa volunteered to help the bird repair his second core. He wanted to thank Mickey for giving them the technique. Plus, the increased capacity and regeneration made the process much faster than it had taken the first time around. Of course, they still had no idea where to get more mind mana. Percy couldn't exactly bring Mickey to the temple. The mist outside was much thinner, too, so they'd have to lurk there for months, assuming the Order would even let them. Finding a friendly violet core with a mind affinity willing to dedicate several weeks to help wasn't very realistic either. Consequently, they hadn't rushed, only spending a couple of hours each day whenever Percy and Mickey returned home.
Assuming the bird's core needed the same amount of mana as Percy's, they estimated they were already about 2/3 done, and Archibald planned to complete the project by the end of the week. Percy watched his grandpa fill up Mickey's core. They'd already been in the forest for 6 days, yet the process wasn't done. He sure hoped they hadn't miscalculated, as he'd rather not have to also look for a different source of life mana for the final stretch. In any case, he'd worry about that later. At the moment, Baldy's words still echoed in his mind. Enrolling in the Alchemist's Guild would be a huge commitment. He didn't know much about alchemy, other than how prestigious of a profession it was. Maybe he'd suck at it. Even if he didn't, who knew if he'd ever amass enough contribution points to cover his needs? His grandpa had emphasized that he'd be at a massive disadvantage. Perhaps he wouldn't even earn enough elixirs for just one of his cores, putting him in an even worse position than before. Then there was the issue with Mickey. Despite Baldy's reassurances, Percy knew it would still be risky. This was Remior, after all. There were plenty of unreasonable people out there who would harm a beast for sport. Hell, it would be hypocritical of him to even criticize them. He'd killed plenty of goblins himself just to get stronger. He knew he wouldn't care much about a random bird either, if it wasn't his reincarnated friend. At the end of the day, everything boiled down to one simple fact. Despite the discrimination he'd faced growing up, Percy had spent his whole life under his grandpa's protection. The closest he'd ever come to losing his life had been due to his own recklessness when creating his familiar. But this would be different. There would be no certainties.
Everything would depend entirely on his own ability. And his luck. Conflicted, he looked at Baldy. Perhaps his grandpa had been lucky enough to be born at yellow, but he'd still made himself into the man he was today. He wasn't dependent on others. Others depended on him. I want that. To be my own person. He nodded. He finally had his answer. He was about to tell Baldy when he noticed his grandfather stop pouring mana into the bird. It was done. Smiling, he opened Mickey's status to check it one last time before heading to the Alchemist's Guild. Mictlantecuhtli, Percival's familiar, Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange, Beast. Mana Core 2, Seed. Question mark? Incomplete. Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent mind mana to germinate. Chapter 33. Trouble. It was a 2-week journey on horseback to the Alchemist's Guild. At least the dirt road only passed through grasslands and barren fields, saving Percy the trouble of trekking through more forests or mountains. Not that the trip was without dangers. Baldy had given him a month's worth of elixirs so that he wouldn't fall behind on his second core's purification. Unfortunately, the excessive amount of wealth was a double-edged sword, turning him into a juicy target for any aspiring robbers. Percy knew bandits frequented places like this, so he found it difficult to sleep at night. His family didn't have any justification to send escorts with him, making him easy prey for the criminals. Sure, he was the owner of a promising bloodline, but as far as his relatives were concerned, he should have stayed locked up at home like a good little Redborn, not risking his life on pointless adventures. His only consolation was that he wasn't completely alone. Mickey flew nearby, just a couple miles away, ready to help if anything happened. Of course, that came with its own set of challenges, as Percy didn't want to be seen too close to the bird in order to avoid drawing suspicions. Just 5 more days of this. Nothing bad will happen. The good news was that they had already traveled nearly 2/3 of the trip without getting into trouble. Perhaps he shouldn't have been so quick to jinx it, though. Shit, I think they're following me. 4 men rode just a couple 100 meters behind him. Normally, it wouldn't have necessarily meant much, as this was a popular road. Maybe they were regular travelers or merchants heading along the same route. However, their movements were rather suspicious. Thanks to Mickey, Percy had noticed them before they saw him. At the time, they had been riding much faster, but they had slowed down as soon as he came into view, staying a fixed distance behind him ever since. They were still too far for him to examine their grades via mana sense, but it was easier for his familiar to pass over them and sneak a couple of glances before flying away. 3 orange cores, 1 yellow. Percy frowned. The only thing in his arsenal capable of harming a yellow was his parting gift. Even though his first core was at orange, his soul affinity was disproportionately geared towards offense. The resulting projectile was invisible, making it difficult to spot without mana sense. Fast, too, making it hard to dodge if it caught them by surprise. Since it also phased through objects, it was nearly impossible to block. And lethal. Very lethal. If the stars aligned, he could definitely kill a yellow with it, as Mishkotl had learned the hard way. But that's a big if. His soul magic downright sucked defensively, as he couldn't block incoming attacks either. It would be just as easy for his opponents to injure him, if not worse. Plus, he couldn't gather soul mana independently, unless Mickey ate something first. If that wasn't bad enough, there was the rest of his magic. Circulation barely made up for his pure affinity, but his second core was still red. If it wasn't for his higher physical strength, he wouldn't be confident holding his own even against a single orange core. As for Mickey, he might be able to keep one of them busy, at most. He shook his head. We can't confront them directly. His only option was to run and hope that his horse was both faster and less tired than theirs. He grimaced down at the pouch strapped to his waist, hearing the gem bottles clinking with each bump. Archibald wasn't naive. He had obviously understood the perils of the trip. Right before Percy set off, he told him to ditch the elixirs and bolt if he got into a situation like this. The bandits only wanted his money. They didn't give a damn about his life. Losing the bottles would sting, but they weren't worth dying over. Percy smiled bitterly. Leaving the pouch behind was the most logical course of action. He could always earn more elixirs later, but he was unwilling. This whole trip was a gamble. They didn't even know if he could make it into the guild. It was all a desperate attempt to earn enough elixirs for both of his cores. Was he really supposed to give up 20 doses before he even got there? Screw that. I'm not going to run from a bunch of lowlifes. Having made up his mind, he slowed down his horse. Mickey, whatever happens, stay away unless I say otherwise, he spoke through the connection. When the bandits reached him, they seemed quite surprised. They quickly hid their confusion, though, replacing it with amiable-looking smiles as their leader approached him. He was probably going to pretend he was just a harmless traveler or something, but Percy wasn't interested in the charade. Before the criminal even spoke, Percy tossed over the pouch, eliciting a strange look from the man. Still, the bandit opened it, his eyes widening as his expression morphed into one of greed. I've got something even more valuable than those, if you leave me alive, Percy said. Ha 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 ha, the bandit laughed. Kid, you seem to really understand what's good for you. Most people waste our time running away just to get killed a couple hours later. Percy shrugged. So, are you interested in hearing me out? The leader only chuckled, gesturing at him to speak. Percy slowly lifted his shirt, revealing the bandage wrapped tightly around his stomach. Multiple runes were engraved on the fabric. What's that? My family has developed a technique that lets us grow a second core. I keep it hidden for obvious reasons. The bandit gave him an odd look, probably thinking he was a lunatic, but didn't stop him, watching him unwrap the bandage. Just use your mana sense and you'll know I'm telling the truth. A few seconds later, the criminal stared at him with his mouth agape. The others had also approached at some point, flashing each other incredulous looks. And anybody can learn this? Percy nodded. There are a few steps, but as long as you have somebody guiding you, you'll all have a second core in a couple of months. Internally, he smirked. The first part of the plan had gone smoothly. He could already see the bandits salivating with greed. He wouldn't have to worry about them killing him anytime soon. Now, he just had to make sure none of them lived long enough to speak of his secrets. 3 more days passed as Percy traveled with the group. At first, they'd been suspicious of him, thinking he was up to something. He didn't exactly blame them either, because it was true. He seriously doubted they'd ever run into another target half as cooperative as he was. The leader had repeatedly questioned the validity of his words, warning him not so subtly that things wouldn't end well for him if he tried anything funny. But they did appear to relax around him over time. He was sure part of it was because he made no attempt to escape, not even when they pretended to give him an opening. Another part was due to his demonstration of circulation. The bizarre technique was impressive enough on its own, as Percy showed them how it increased his strength sharply. Once he went into detail, explaining how it worked and how they could learn it, even guiding them into clearing their mana channels, they were too busy doing the work to worry about him bolting. In fact, he'd been truthful too, instructing them in earnest. Well, for the most part. The only lie he'd added was that circulation would grant them a second core once mastered. Revealing 2 of his secrets like that had been a risk, but a necessary one. His second core was the bait he'd needed to entice them on the first day, so they wouldn't kill him on the spot.
As for circulation, it was to convince them to keep him alive, as it was too complicated to learn without guidance. But there were a couple more hidden objectives he'd achieved. By explaining how he used the bandage to hide his second core, he'd diverted their attention from anything else he might do with it. Furthermore, by showing them his pure affinity, coupled with circulation, he'd impressed them with its potential, while also making himself appear weaker than he was. Right now, they probably believed his first core lacked an affinity too. And the time to act was swiftly approaching, as one of the bandits left the group to pee behind a hill. Knowing this was probably the best chance he was going to get, Percy subtly wrapped the bandage around his right hand a couple of times. This was it. He took a deep breath before speaking through the connection. "Now, Mickey!" Chapter 34. Unexpected Boon. The crow glided soundlessly just a meter above the grass as it approached its prey. Mickey's black feathers turned him nigh invisible against the dark blanket of the night. Soon, a man emerged in his vision. He was looking the other way, performing his business without a care in the world. Mickey could already hear the soft stream pitter-pattering against the stone, and he was feeding all the information to Percy. Percy held his breath. If the ambush failed, their lives would be forfeit.
With one powerful flap of his wings, Mickey shot through the last 15 or so feet, landing on the man's head. The poor bandit barely managed to turn around before a talon clamped his mouth shut as the other clawed his throat out. Receiving confirmation of the kill, Percy exhaled the turbid air in his lungs as subtly as he could manage, trying not to alert the others. So far, so good. Focusing, he inhaled deeply again, directing the pure mana towards his abdomen before pumping it through his channels. As for the soul mana, he gathered it in his sternum, fighting against his soul's pull. He walked towards the leader, Rick, if his memory served him. Assassinating the yellow core was just as important as the previous ambush, if not doubly so. Accumulating soul mana was difficult at first, but a new stream gushed through the ethereal cord, helping him amass it more easily. This is a lot more than expected. The largest things Mickey had eaten in the past were the wood goblins. Being semi-sapient creatures, their souls were a lot more developed than the rats and snakes they had hunted before. Still, those couldn't possibly compare with a human at Orange. Percy didn't keep the mana in his core for very long, though, swiftly drawing it into his fist instead. There, he willed it to condense under the cover of the bandage. "What's wrong?" Rick asked. Percy stopped a few meters away. "I was thinking, are you guys going to let me go once I've taught you everything? Surely you won't need anything else from me at that point, right?" Hearing his request, the bandit gave him the most amiable smile in the world, almost like an older brother reassuring his sibling that everything would be okay. "Of course! You've been a huge help, kid. Just keep cooperating and we might even let you join our gang." Rick's casual acting sent a chill down Percy's spine. He was fairly certain they wouldn't let him go.
It would be much safer to kill him than leave behind a trail for his family to latch onto. Stealing his nerves, he grinned back. "But I suppose I have no intention of letting you scumbags go either. So I guess we're even." Percy had already gathered enough soul mana, though Rick couldn't see it. Even if he activated Mana Sense, the bandage would conceal it. Still grinning, he willed it to harden and take the shape of his insidious weapon before sending another message to his familiar. "Draw their attention." A shadow shot up from behind the hill, the heads of the 3 remaining bandits all snapping in that direction. Percy didn't care about that, however, as he bolted towards Rick, flicking his hand towards the man's torso. Noticing him at the last moment, the bandit leader pulled up a thick sheet of stone with a wave of his finger.
Shame that it wouldn't help him. Diverting a trickle of soul mana to his eyes, Percy watched the silver dagger phase through the rocky barrier, unobstructed, piercing a hole through the man's soul as if it was a sheet of paper. The wound continued to widen even after the projectile popped out the other side. By the time Rick fell to his knees, his soul already sported a hole wider than a fist, his head making a sickening thud as he collapsed forward onto his own wall. The remaining 2 bandits took a few moments to catch on to what was happening. By then, the cyan lines had already lit up underneath Percy's skin. He held the quarterstaff in one hand, a smaller version of the parting gift already forming in the other. He rushed towards one of the bandits. The other was about to help his buddy when Mickey dove down, trying to gouge out his eyeballs. While he failed to do so, the bandit managing to roll to one side at the last moment, the familiar had successfully prevented him from reinforcing Percy's opponent. Percy, on the other hand, was having some trouble at first.
His footwork did allow him to dodge most of the fireballs, but the few he was forced to parry made his weapon bend and crack, while the dispersed heat scorched his skin, making him wince. At least, it remained challenging for a few moments, until his second weapon took shape. Ignoring the sweat and the blisters, he dashed towards the bandit, weaving between the incoming spells and closing the distance rapidly. A well-timed throw later, and the third man was on the ground, his eyes glazed over like the 2 before him. Mickey wasn't having an easy time pinning down the last one. The criminal's air affinity was a bad match for the bird, preventing it from reaching him. Still, the tables swiftly turned once Percy joined the fight, the duo eliminating the final opponent not long after. Percy plopped down on the bloodied dirt, breathing heavily. This had been his toughest fight yet. The first real one, too. But he'd done it. He'd defeated a yellow core by himself, and even took all 3 henchmen out with him. And all of that without dying in the process, Mickey cawed in protest, pecking Percy's shoulder angrily and causing him to wince. Okay, fine. We did it together, he conceded. Now go eat Rick's soul and core before they dissipate. Mickey didn't seem entirely placated, but he heeded the instruction, clearly thrilled at the prospect of such a gourmet meal. Meanwhile, Percy rested on his back, a flood of mana soon filling his body. Shocked as the pressure intensified, he activated Mana Sense, only to be blinded by the bright yellow color filling his frame. Unable to discern anything, he switched to Soul Vision, but the intense silver glow wasn't much easier to peer through. I guess this must be how Mickey felt before learning to get rid of the excess mana. It was a lot to absorb at once, but Percy didn't ask his friend to stop eating. He knew that such an opportunity was hard to come by. Rick's digested soul was by far the richest, most abundant source of soul mana they would come across anytime soon. It was a potent tonic, greatly accelerating his soul's recovery. Squinting, he barely managed to watch his gruesome injuries closing in real time. The sight almost reminded him of the time his grandpa had healed his physical wounds in mere moments. Mickey stopped producing soul mana about 10 minutes later, but fully processing it took them a couple hours longer. By then, only the crater in Percy's chest remained, and even that had shrunk to the size of an apple. Wow, maybe I should thank Rick for targeting me. Percy estimated he'd only need one more fight like this to fully recover. Of course, he had no intention of chasing more bandits or provoking other yellow cores, but even the orange beasts they would be hunting at their destination should do the trick in a few more weeks. In fact, he figured he could probably refill his core without Mickey's help if necessary. Mickey rustled his wings and eyed him in concern. You're right. Better keep moving. They were both spent. so resting for a few hours before resuming their journey didn't sound too bad. Sadly, the longer they remained on the path, the greater their odds of running into more trouble. Getting to the guild as soon as possible was probably the wisest choice. Luckily, the bandits had traveled in the same direction, so they hadn't lost much time. Calculating the distance, Percy estimated they should be within a day of their destination. Standing up, he quickly scanned the corpses for anything valuable. Nothing. The poor bastards were broke. Retrieving his elixirs, he climbed onto his horse. Only one dose was missing from the pouch. Naturally, it would have been too wasteful for them to use the elixirs in their concentrated state. Percy's entire stash would have barely lasted them a week. Their next promotion had probably been decades away, so the elixirs wouldn't have made a dent. Instead, they had likely planned to dilute them all, making each dose last the group for nearly a month, and the entire stash would have lasted them well over a year. And just for that one tiny bottle, they paid with their lives. He sighed. This was the true Remier, away from his house's walls, a jungle, where the lowborns like him had to place their lives on the line every single day for a small chance to survive. But I will, no matter what. Chapter 35. Scorpions. The azure flash sliced through the thick carapace as if it was butter. It might as well have been, against the spell of a green. Elaine swung her arms a few more times, 3 whips lashing out with each move to dice the rest of the creatures into pieces. "Careful not to damage their stingers or their venom glands. It's what we're here for," Enid said. The blonde girl was having a bit more trouble at yellow, but her earth magic kept the enemies at bay at least. "You don't have to worry about her, Enid. Princess knows what she's doing," Elaine said. Having inherited the bloodline, the boy's life affinity didn't help him much in a direct confrontation. Still, he reduced the pressure on his cousins by distracting the beasts with his clones. "All I'm saying is, each scorpion is worth 4 silver. It would be a waste to lose some." "All right, stop bickering. I think we managed to preserve most of them," Elaine said. She wiped the sweat off her brow as the last of the creatures fell limp on the sand. Exhausted, she walked to one of the more intact carcasses and sat against it. Drawing the last drops of mana from her core, she manifested a mouthful of water to quench her thirst. The worst thing about the desert was the suffocating heat. To add insult to injury, it wasn't particularly suited to her affinity either. Refilling her reserves took twice as long here. Taking deep breaths, she tried to recover as much as she could while resting. Enid soon joined her, also in need of a break. It wasn't like they hadn't considered helping Aelin harvest the loot, but the boy had volunteered to delegate the menial task to his clones. Instead, she summoned her status. "Elaine Avalon, Mana Core, Spells," she sighed. Her status irked her every time she looked at it. Her first and only crude spell had registered several years ago, yet the upgrade still eluded her. "Reaching white my ass," she smiled bitterly. She'd resolved to obtain a refined spell even before Percy's return from Huihui, yet here she was with nothing more than a single crude one over a year later. Not just that, but her cousin had achieved what she'd failed to while still being at Orange. And he had 3 other spells, too. Yet, despite being 2 full grades above him, Elaine couldn't even manage it with Percy holding her hand and walking her through the process. Strengthening her body and tempering her mana channels had been fine, but she just couldn't figure out the correct pattern for her affinity. Such an embarrassment. The only thing she could do was to resume taking mission after mission, focusing on her whip instead. At least she could now summon a whopping 6 constructs at once. Sadly, sheer quantity didn't want a refined spell make. All right, that's all of them, Aelin said, breaking her out of her thoughts. 4 men stood behind him, each with a face identical to his own, save for their soulless gazes. They didn't utter a word of complaint, despite the heavy-looking sacks they bore over their shoulders, filled to the brim with grimy scorpion parts. One even had a stinger sticking out of the bag, passing just inches from the clone's cheek, but he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Finally! Enid jumped to her feet excitedly. I can't wait to take a bath and sleep in a proper bed. She looked at Elaine expectantly, silently urging her to get a move on.
Faced with a cousin's eagerness, the latter acquiesced, pushing herself up as the corner of her lips curved upwards.
Elaine and Enid were both Orangeborns, but they didn't waste their time wallowing in self-pity. What right did she have to be unhappy? The trio was about to head out when a sudden burst of sand blinded them. Elaine opened her eyes just a second later, only to be greeted by a gruesome sight. 3 figures were lying on the ground, pinned down by long stingers. Each barb was twice as thick and thrice as long as those of the regular scorpions, making them resemble lances more than monster parts. The chitinous protrusions were a deep purple color, dripping with droplets a shade paler. Every time the liquid landed on the victim's skin, it sizzled, releasing smoke that carried a putrid smell with it. The appalling scene made Elaine tremble in abject terror for a moment. Luckily, she soon regained her wit. Those 3 weren't her real cousins, just clones. Elaine and Enid were both okay. They were sprawled on the ground a few meters away, fortunate enough that the abomination hadn't targeted them. Get up, fast! She yelled, already stirring the mana in her sternum. She'd only managed to recover about a third, but it would have to do. Her cousins heard her, scrambling to stand. Sadly, they weren't fast enough. A second mound of sand exploded just under Elaine's feet, a deafening sound ringing in their ears. As soon as the cloud settled somewhat, Elaine spotted a colossal pincer pointing towards the sky, chunks of wet gore hanging off its serrated edges. Its base was drenched in a crimson pool, which kept deepening as the blood gushed out of the 2 halves of her cousin's lifeless body. Enid's scream was the only thing that stopped her from throwing up on the spot. Prying her eyes off Elaine's corpse, Elaine turned towards her last surviving teammate. A second pincer had pierced through the sand at some point, but luckily it had missed.
Although shaken, Enid was still in one piece. Elaine dashed forward, ignoring the protests of her tired legs and scooping her cousin off the ground as she kept running, trying to gain distance from the monster. She felt the sand shake as a tremor coursed through her surroundings. Resisting the urge to look back, she activated her mana sense instead. A bright green star thrummed in the beast's frame as multiple streams of the same color flowed through its visage. It was using its pincers to pull itself up, its body already halfway above the surface. This scorpion was the size of an elephant, with 3 long tails flailing above it. Being the same grade as the creature, Elaine knew she should normally be able to defeat it. But she had no chance with so little mana, and especially not while also keeping Enid safe. Right now, her best course of action was to flee. Unfortunately, the beast wasn't quite ready to let them go, however. As soon as it was done dislodging itself from the makeshift tunnel, its 3 pairs of legs began stabbing and pushing against the sand to accelerate the scorpion's heavy frame towards them. Like a battering ram, the abomination crashed through the dunes, barely slowing down. "It's catching up," Elaine grimaced. There was no way she could outrun the monster in its own element, certainly not while carrying somebody. She summoned all her strength to toss her cousin as far ahead as she could manage. Perhaps the fall might have injured a regular human, but the girl was at yellow, so she just rolled harmlessly on the soft sand. Not that she would survive long if Elaine failed to kill the beast. Hopefully, this would keep her out of the fight, though. Turning around,
Elaine took another deep breath, briefly entertaining the thought of breaking through the last barrier and mastering circulation right then and there. She chuckled bitterly. Not a chance.
Even if she could miraculously come up with the burst of inspiration she needed, the arid desert air made this the worst possible place to circulate water mana.
No, she'd have to make do with the only spell she had. Her measly reserves wouldn't last for a prolonged fight, either. I guess I'll have to kill it in one shot. The scorpion approached rapidly. Its massive body was only a dozen meters away when a wave of calm overtook her, a strange thought passing through her mind. Is this what Percy feels like every time he gets in a fight? Elaine had completed countless missions, but she couldn't remember coming this close to dying before. Most of the time, her green core was enough to make quick work of the orange and yellow beasts she hunted. Even the few green ones she'd faced had been under better circumstances. Was this how it felt to put her life on the line? She shook her head. This wasn't the time for silly thoughts. Drawing every drop of mana from her core and summoning all the strength in her muscles, she spun her body towards the beast to build up as much momentum as she could manage. She figured every little bit might make the difference. 3 whips formed in each hand, but she didn't stop there. She willed them to turn even firmer, sharper than ever before, as a 4th one began to manifest. By the time the shadow of the scorpion loomed over her, she could hardly even see it. It was all a blur, the spinning blades of azure dominating her sight as they whistled shrilly, slicing through the air. The impact she did feel, however. The whips bent, a couple of them even snapping as a mountain collided with them. Having absorbed most of the weight, her constructs saved her from being squashed into paste, but the wind was still knocked out of her lungs, waves of pain rippling through her body. Her joints buckled, her bones creaked, and she could feel her soles burn as she and the monster both slid through the scorching sand. But she didn't stop spinning. She kept focusing on her whips, her only way out, as she commanded them to reform, to sharpen even more, to carve out anything in their path. The grating sound intensified as she picked up speed. The mana was dwindling at a frightening rate, the whips thinning into mere threads. But they still felt stronger than before, somehow. Elaine didn't stop. She couldn't stop. A moment's hesitation would mean her death. Enid's, too. She kept spinning in place, her world consumed into a whirlwind of azure, as all other senses vanished. Congratulations, your spell has evolved. Whip, crude, to Kraken's Gambit, refined. It wasn't until a long time later she realized she was no longer sliding through the sand. The grating screech had stopped too. There was no longer anything pushing against her, but she didn't let go of the mana right away. She didn't want to risk it. Elaine! Through the fog, she scarcely registered a voice. Enid's. It's over! It's dead! Her cousin added after a moment. Only then did she allow the spell to fizzle out, plopping down weakly. Yet she didn't land on the dry mound of sand she was expecting. Everything still spun, though she marginally registered a greenish chunk of wet chitin in front of her eyes. She tried shifting around. All her muscles hurt. She felt more of the goo surround her with every movement. She was practically swimming in the stuff. I'll need some help getting home. Chapter 36. Fungal Spire. Technically, Baldy had explained what they would find at their destination. Perhaps Percy shouldn't have been so taken aback by the sight before him. Yet here he was, blinking repeatedly as he struggled to believe his eyes. Maybe they were playing tricks on him, tired as he was from the long journey. Mickey cawed, clearly sharing his awe. Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be this big either.
The Alchemists' Guild was situated next to an extraordinary structure resembling a conical tree.
An impossibly tall one, too, its tip lost above the clouds. It was adorned from top to bottom with bright lights of all colours, making it appear man-made and seemingly erected for some grand festival. Yet this assessment couldn't be further from the truth. To start with, this was no plant at all. Strictly speaking, it was a mountain. Its trunk was really a narrow column of rock, several miles tall, thrusting towards the sky like a giant's spear. There was nothing artificial about it either. Countless huge mushrooms grew all over the steep slope, their stems bending upwards. As a result, their caps faced the stars, forming platforms hundreds of meters wide. These titanic protrusions constantly released mana of all types, giving the place its varied glow. So, this is the fungal spire. According to his grandpa, it was among the greatest natural treasures on Remior. It was also one of the main reasons other races targeted them. Multiple underground rivers of mana converged beneath it, allowing the monstrous fungi to flourish. This, in turn, had given rise to a truly bizarre ecosystem, where the main ingredient for the elixirs could be found. The guild, where Percy would be living, was built at its base, while the hunting grounds, where he and Mickey would spend most of their time, were the giant mushrooms themselves. Mickey cried out again, snapping him out of his thoughts. Reminded by his familiar, Percy gently tapped the horse's side with his heel, urging it to gallop faster. There would be plenty of time for sightseeing later. He shouldn't delay and risk getting attacked again. His relief was palpable as the guild's entrance came into view. At last, he was safe. The lack of a queue is a welcome bonus, too. Not that this wasn't a popular destination. Quite the opposite, in fact. Aspiring alchemists and merchants travelled to the guild all year round.
Still, it couldn't compare with the traffic to the Order's temples, where a third of Remior's children were brought to take the test. Certainly not this late at night.
Everything okay on your end? Percy had bid his familiar farewell a few minutes ago. The bird couldn't follow him into the guild proper, so the plan was for Mickey to circle around and find a place to roost on the other side of the trunk. Apparently, the base of the spire was designated as the bottom level of the hunting grounds, mostly populated by red beasts. There, the bird could fly around unobstructed, with nothing daring to approach. Of course, the perimeter of the guild was patrolled by numerous squads to prevent intruders from entering without authorization. That said, they wouldn't care much about a lone beast passing through the bottom level. After receiving confirmation from his friend that he was all right, Percy approached the guards. The two men wore green robes, the same color as their cores. The clothes were neat, but not nearly as over-the-top as the funny-looking togas and sandals of the guards at the temple. The guards were half asleep, one even startled by his appearance, probably not expecting any visitors past midnight. Still, they were professionals. Without complaint, they requested his official documents backing his purpose at the guild. Percy took out his grandpa's letter, which one of the guards skimmed through rather quickly, before handing him a wooden badge. "This is only for guests. You'll have to register properly inside the third building to your left, but it's not open at this time. For now, keep going until you reach the building with the blue door, and then head right until you get to the inn. You can stay the night there for free. The stables are next door." Percy nodded and walked inside, his horse in tow. As soon as he entered the settlement, his eyes widened. Motes of light danced in the wind, like colorful snowflakes painting everything in joy and wonder. He'd noticed some outside, too, but they were much denser here, probably thanks to some large-scale enchantment keeping them within the guild's perimeter. The tiny orbs faded into nothingness every time they touched an object, a red one startling him as it landed on his nose. They must all be coming from the mushrooms. Instinctively, he tilted his head up, gawking at the blinding sea of colors slowly descending from the sky. Even more numerous than stars,
They shifted and mixed, forming ever-changing patterns of raw magic. A question suddenly popped up in his head. Can I absorb them? He took a deep breath, letting the motes spiral into his lungs as he directed the mana to his 2 cores. His regeneration was slightly faster than outside, maybe by 20% or so, but that was about it. It would make fighting atop the giant fungi slightly more convenient. That said, the difference wouldn't be great. Mickey might be able to find some mind mana for his 2nd core too, although it would be negligible. It couldn't even compare with the red mist outside the Order's temple, so it would take the familiar years to amass enough at this rate. Percy would still have to find a different source, which was one of his goals for the near future. Sobering, he shook his head. That's tomorrow's problem. Let's get some sleep now. Following the guard's instructions, he slowly made his way towards the inn, all the while appreciating the sights around him. The architecture was very different to what he was used to. Unlike his family's mansion, which was mostly made of wood, all the buildings here were made of stone. Not just that, but they all appeared to be in pristine condition, as if they had only been built days ago. Of course, this wasn't the case. The Alchemists' Guild was even older than the Avalon House. Many times so, in fact.
Percy wouldn't be surprised if these houses and shops had been here for tens of millennia already. They must be enchanted with preservation runes. He didn't miss the numerous glyphs dimly shimmering along the polished surfaces. The symbols shone a touch more brightly every time one of the colourful motes landed on them, fading a moment later. Before long, he found the inn. He skipped it for the moment, entering the stables instead. Luckily, they were open, manned by a clerk in a uniform like that of the guards, although his was yellow. There weren't many horses inside. Not many people used them on Remia, as travelling on foot was easier once you reached yellow. With 9 times the speed and endurance of a regular human, the only reason for a yellow or higher to ride a horse would be to escort somebody at a lower grade. Even then, they technically had the option of carrying that person themselves, although it would look awkward and downright silly. Percy chuckled, imagining Gawain giving him a piggyback ride, or Rick stacking his 3 lackeys on his back like sacks of rice. "How long do you want us to keep it for you?" the clerk asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. Percy felt some heat gather in his cheeks upon realizing he'd looked like a maniac, laughing to himself. He shrugged sheepishly. "Can I sell it instead? I'm not going to be leaving any time soon." It would be cheaper to buy another horse when it was time to go, if he even needed one by then. Strictly speaking, Percy had no idea how long he was going to stay. It would depend on many factors he couldn't currently account for, such as his success or failure in the guild, or whatever treasures his future clones managed to bring back to Remio. Still, he estimated he'd be here for at least a year or 2. The man nodded, slamming a red coin on the counter and prompting Percy to raise an eyebrow. "Ha, I guess you're new here. This coin is worth 1 contribution point."
The colors followed the same pattern as grades, with orange coins worth 10, yellow 100, and so on. You'll need them for everything you buy or sell in the guild. Percy picked the coin up, examining it for a couple of moments in intrigue before tossing it in his pocket. He was about to flood the clerk with a ton of questions, but the guy beat him to it, raising a hand. "Look, kid, I know you want to ask me more stuff, but they'll explain everything at the orientation when you register tomorrow. For now, go get some sleep. You look like crap. No offense." Percy wasn't bothered, realizing the clerk was most likely right. He thanked him for his assistance and made his way back to the building next door. Entering the inn, he showed his wooden badge and was promptly led to his room for the night. It wasn't the most luxurious place, but it was clean and probably enchanted to keep it in pristine condition. It sure beat Mickey's cell on Huehue. His own room back at home, too.
though not by a huge margin. I guess this is my home now. Percy would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. He knew he'd be safe inside the guild, and he'd already checked up on his familiar 6 times since entering the settlement. Still, he had no idea what tomorrow would bring. Would he thrive in this place, or sink to the bottom and be forgotten? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Chapter 37. Registration. As soon as the first rays of sunlight entered his room, Percy's eyes bolted open. He practically leapt to his feet, eager to register as an alchemist and begin hunting right away. He was still tired, having barely managed to catch a couple hours of sleep. Not that he hadn't tried to rest longer, but his anxiety and anticipation had narrowly won over his exhaustion. That said, he was at least functional, and he didn't want to leave his familiar alone out there a moment longer than necessary. "Mickey, how are you doing?" The response came delayed and strained.
With it, Percy received a close-up image of a tree's branches, presumably where the bird had nested for the night. He hadn't missed the hint of annoyance contained in his friend's reply, either. Mickey must have just woken up. Percy chuckled. "I'm sorry, buddy. Had to make sure you were okay." Exiting the inn, he briefly paused to appreciate the scenery. The colourful motes looked different in the morning sun, glinting as they fluttered in the soft light, but they were just as beautiful as last night, if not more so. There was some movement in the streets, although not as much as he'd expected. I guess most people don't wake up this early. The few he did see all wore the guild's uniform, with varying colours matching their grade. Most were yellow, but he did spot a couple greens and even a blue at some point. As for anything lower, he had yet to see one. Hopefully it's not compulsory to wear it. I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb if I'm the only one in orange robes. He grimaced at the thought. Retracing his steps from the night before, he recalled the guard's instructions, trying to find the registration office. He did make it there eventually, albeit after taking a couple wrong turns and being forced to ask a passerby. I blame the fatigue. Luckily, the building was already open, sparing him the torture of waiting outside. A clerk greeted him with a smile. "Good morning. We'll need your guest badge, your recommendation letter, and some details about yourself," he said, passing him a piece of paper and a quill. Percy handed him the wooden badge and his grandpa's letter before examining the document. It was a form meant to be filled with all sorts of personal information. My name, age, family, grade at birth, current grade, affinity, bloodline, reasons for joining the guild, prior experience with alchemy. It all looked standard, although he wasn't comfortable with all the fields.
Naturally, he wouldn't reveal anything about his second core, but he had to be truthful about his first one.
"Is anything wrong?" the clerk asked after a minute. "Well, I was just wondering, what do you need all this information for?"
The man chuckled. "Don't be so stressed. I know it's a jungle out there, but you don't have anything to worry about as long as you're within the jurisdiction of the guild. We need to know some basic things about the people who work here to make sure everything is in order. However, nobody will leak details of your bloodline or use any of the information you provide to harm you." Percy nodded, albeit reluctantly. This was in line with what Baldy had explained, but it still felt weird being so open about his soul affinity and his ability. Logically, he understood that nobody would piece together its function, and even if somebody wanted to hurt him, it wasn't like they needed this information to do so. Still, he felt his stomach churn after he was done, as if he had been stripped naked in front of a stranger. "Great! It will take about an hour to process your registration and prepare your new badge and clothes. In the meantime, please follow me." The clerk was already walking down a corridor by the time he finished speaking. Percy hurriedly caught up. "About the robes. Is wearing them mandatory?" he asked, with some hope in his eyes.
The man tossed him an apologetic look, probably realizing the source of his concern. "Afraid so. Still, I assure you that your lower grade won't affect your ability to access any of the Guild's facilities. If you suspect anyone has refused to accommodate you solely because of that, make sure to report them to the Guild's management." Percy's expression fell at the beginning of the clerk's response, although he had to admit he did feel better by the end. At the end of the corridor, they reached an open door which led to a small room with a few sets of desks and chairs facing a blackboard.
2 people were already sitting inside, neither of them wearing the Guild's robes. "To save time, we explain everything to you in batches," the clerk said. "Please wait in this room for now. Your orientation will begin once a few more people gather."
After he left, Percy looked at the other newcomers. Both appeared around his age, although it would be misleading to make any assumptions based on that alone. Having reached adulthood, it would take them decades for any physical changes to show, given their yellow cores. They also checked him out at first, but quickly frowned and grew disinterested upon noticing his grade. Despite what the clerk had said, people wouldn't stop looking down on him just like that. At most, the Guild's rules forced people to not decline him any important services, but their thoughts were still their own. "Okay, fine. No talking then. Let's all wait in silence." And wait they did, for several more hours. 3 more people were brought in by the clerk at various points, but he didn't seem keen on beginning the orientation just yet. Percy entertained himself by peering through his familiar's eyes, watching the bird hunt some black wasp-like creatures and stuffing its face full of red cores. The others in the room didn't have that option, however. "How much longer until we start? I've been here for 6 hours!" one of them yelled at the clerk the next time he showed up. "I apologize for the delay. Usually we do this in groups of 7. Unfortunately, it's been a slow day today. If nobody shows up in the next hour, we'll start anyway." The reactions were mixed. Some were visibly annoyed upon hearing they had to wait longer, while others appeared relieved to finally have a concrete time frame. As for Percy, he was a bit more neutral. He still itched to head out and begin hunting, of course, but he was no longer worried about Mickey. It was hard to be after watching the bird play around all morning. Either way, the clerk returned just a few minutes later to put them out of their misery with the 7th person in tow. She was a girl in her late teens, her tousled dark hair barely reaching her shoulders. It matched the color of her eyes, half hidden behind glasses. Her petite frame was dressed in casual clothes, not exactly what one would expect from a noble lady. In fact, unlike the others in the room, Percy failed to recognize her house's insignia. Must be a new family. Either way, she was at yellow, like everyone else besides him. He figured they were all orange-borns, too. It fit with their appearances. None of them looked old enough to be red-borns or young enough to be yellow-borns. At least the new girl didn't look at him with ridicule like the rest. Well, technically, she didn't even spare him a glance at all, or anyone else for that matter. Ignoring all the annoyed glares aimed her way, she sat at the nearest chair before resting her face down on the desk. Evidently, she was only going through the motions, still half asleep. "It's past noon already. She's even worse than Mickey." The clerk cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. His gaze lingered on the drowsy girl for a moment, but he didn't dwell on her. "I apologize again that this took so long, but we can finally begin." Chapter 38. Orientation. The first part of the clerk's explanation wasn't anything too eye-opening. He went over some mundane topics, such as how they were expected to conduct themselves within the guild. The summary was that they were pretty much allowed to do whatever they wanted as long as they wore the uniforms, treated others politely, and didn't kill, steal, or cheat. Each of them was going to be handed 5 contribution points to start with.
It wasn't a huge sum, but it was more than sufficient to cover their food and accommodation for their first month. Beyond that, they would have to pay for their expenses out of their own pocket.
That said, the bare necessities weren't difficult to earn enough points for. The clerk even gave them a quick overview of the settlement, showing them where to find shops, inns, restaurants, and other important facilities on a map. So far so good, Percy thought, suppressing a yawn. It was the next part of the orientation that caused his eyes to widen. This was what he was interested in. The reason most of you are here are naturally the elixirs we all require in order to advance. Our guild is where they are produced. You can learn to brew them yourselves, but you can also buy them with contribution points. How much does a dose cost? Somebody asked. The clerk smiled bitterly. 400 points. His response elicited sharp breaths from the audience.
Per day?
That's enough to buy food and accommodation for 7 years. After waiting for the chatter to die out, the clerk spoke again. It's indeed expensive, but you knew that already. It's not any cheaper to buy it from the guild than elsewhere. However, you can find all sorts of opportunities to earn contribution points here. The room remained quiet, prompting him to continue. The simpler ones are jobs like the one I'm doing right now, he smiled. Although these posts don't pay that well, we typically treat them as a vacation, for when we want to take things easy for a couple of weeks. Then, what's the most profitable method? An initiate asked. Alchemy, obviously. After all, it's the guild's specialty. There is no better way to earn points than to brew your own elixirs and make a killing selling the excess to others. But I'm afraid there's a catch. Nobody looked surprised by his admission. If it was that easy, nobody would bother with anything else. Learning the art is a time-consuming process and a colossal money sink. You'll have to spend months, if not years, to get any good at it. You'll need to throw a warehouse of ingredients down the gutter, too. Until then, you'll be losing more points than you earn. Everyone's faces fell, but he continued. Consequently, I advise you to forget about alchemy for the time being. If you have lofty aspirations to live a life of luxury and wealth, it might be something for you to work towards in the long term. For now, your best bet is to venture out into the fungal spire and hunt the starry wasps. What does that involve? A young man asked. Percy recognized him as one of the 2 people who'd arrived earlier than him. The clerk proceeded to explain how the hunting grounds worked. Essentially, the fungal spire was segregated into 5 levels, each based on the grade of the beasts living there. The higher one ascended, the stronger the wasps got. At the ground level, where Mickey was currently staying, only starry drones could be found, which had red cores and were about as large as a man's fist. Further up, one could find starry workers, soldiers, knights, and commanders, which progressively increased in both size and grade, all the way up to blue. There was even rumored to be a starry queen with a violet core hidden somewhere in the depths of the fungal spire. However, nobody could verify if this was true, as entering the structure was strictly prohibited. The number of insects living inside the spire vastly eclipsed the few that wandered outside. Still, the guild's foremost priority was to preserve the local ecosystem, so people were only allowed to freely roam and hunt on the giant mushrooms. What you want to harvest is the special gland that all types of wasps develop just a few inches below their core. According to the clerk, this unique organ contained a few drops of nectar, the primary ingredient for the elixirs. The amount of nectar contained in each gland depended on the grade of the creature. Apparently, the starry drones at the bottom level usually carried 5 drops, with each higher grade having 3 times as much as the one below. Each drop of nectar was valued at precisely 1 contribution point. Or perhaps it might be more accurate to say it was the other way around. Clearly, the entire economy of the Alchemists Guild had been built around the exotic substance. At the end of the day, it all comes down to your combat ability. If you're good, you can kill a lot of wasps per day and make a ton of points. Sadly, it means that some of you may be at a bit of a disadvantage. Percy didn't appreciate how everyone pointedly turned towards him. They aren't wrong, though. Most of these people would be hunting the starry soldiers on the 3rd level, while he and Mickey would have to make do with the workers on the 2nd one. Still, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He actually liked the idea of having an entire level to himself. After all, he had many secrets. Hunting in a crowded area would be inconvenient. "Any questions?" the clerk asked after finishing. Only one person raised her hand. It was the girl with the glasses who had arrived last. She'd spent the entire orientation face down on the desk, so Percy assumed she'd slept through the whole thing. The clerk didn't look very pleased either, creasing his brow. He probably thought she was going to ask about something he'd already explained. Still, he didn't stop her. "Are we obligated to hunt or brew?" The man raised an eyebrow, not expecting that question. "Well, no. Nobody can tell you what to do. If you want to stick to other jobs and only pay for your expenses, you're technically allowed to do that. Keep in mind, you won't be able to afford the elixirs that way. Why even come to the guild if you aren't willing to do those things?" The drowsy girl nodded absent-mindedly, seemingly satisfied with the answer. She didn't say much else, instead falling back to her desk and resuming her nap. The clerk spent another 5 minutes giving them a few more tips and instructions. At the end, he politely asked them to leave the room to make space for the next batch after handing them their badges and robes. Finding a place to stay wasn't difficult. The guild was full of empty houses, all made of the same enchanted stone, waiting for new members to claim them. Percy picked a spot near the back gate of the settlement for easier access to the spire. He only needed to press his badge against a rune on the door to register himself as the new owner, allowing him to enter and lock it as he pleased. At the end of each month, he'd have to pay rent at a designated spot to get the badge recharged. After a quick look inside, he took a shower before changing into the orange robes. It was still annoying that he had to wear them everywhere, but at least they felt comfortable enough to hunt in. Having not had a chance earlier, he gulped down his daily dose of the elixir, leaving the last few vials in his possession on a shelf before heading out for some shopping. Despite being quite hungry, he didn't buy much, settling for a loaf of bread. He munched on it on the way back, figuring he could return for more food later. At the moment, he'd rather avoid wasting more time. It was already late in the afternoon. He'd accepted he wouldn't get much hunting done today, but he wanted to at least meet up with Mickey and explore the 1st level to familiarize himself with the area. Leaving through the back gate, he ignored the suspension bridge leading up the 1st mushroom. That was the way to the 2nd level, which he'd worry about tomorrow. Remaining on the ground, he began circling around the mountain. The entire trip would have taken him several hours, but he'd already asked his familiar to meet him halfway. The bird flew much faster than he walked, too. Although Mickey had kept him updated throughout the day, Percy couldn't help but exhale in relief after seeing his feathered friend in person. This was the longest they had ever spent apart.
His familiar cawed excitedly, clearly feeling the same way.
"So, care to show me around your new home? I want to see what these starry wasps are all about."
Chapter 39. Starry Drones. It wasn't like he hadn't searched for the bugs on the way, but he hadn't found any. The colorful motes impaired visibility and even interfered with mana sense. The bird threw a quick glance around before flying off a short distance. A few moments later, it returned with something squirming in its beak. The insect's shape wasn't much different from a regular wasp's, but it was much larger. For the most part, its carapace was black.
However, Percy didn't miss the numerous tiny dots glittering along the slick chitin, resembling the motes in their surroundings. Okay, so they blend in with the environment. How did you find it so easily? Mickey hadn't struggled much to locate the oversized bug, seemingly unaffected by its camouflage. The familiar pointed to its eyes with a wing. Percy smiled wryly. Not very helpful. I wouldn't be able to spot one farther than 6 meters away. Unless... Gathering some soul mana into his eyes, 3 silver flames of various shapes and sizes came into view. His own was the largest, followed by Mickey's. The wasp's wasn't nearly as bright, merely a wisp on the verge of being snuffed out. But it was there nonetheless. This was good news. Due to his nature as a familiar, Mickey had manifested some unique abilities, allowing him to interact with the souls of others. At the beginning, it had only affected his beak, letting him consume the souls of his prey. Following his advancement to orange, however, it had extended to his talons and eyes. Evidently, while the colorful motes affected both mana sense and regular sight, they weren't alive and thus could be filtered out through soul vision. It's nice to know we have at least one advantage over others. Still, Percy failed to spot any other wasps nearby. Apparently, they were somewhat scarce.
Despite having the ability to see them, he and Mickey would have to move around a lot. Eat its core, but be careful not to damage anything else. The bird heeded his instructions, swiftly putting the wasp out of its misery and cawing in satisfaction after swallowing the tasty snack. Pulling a knife out, Percy carefully sliced open the bug's thorax vertically and gingerly placed his fingers inside, searching for something. A few moments later, he pulled out a soft, squishy ball about half the size of a cherry. Taking a small vial out of his pocket, he uncorked it with his mouth before cutting a small hole into the gland and squeezing it above the bottle's opening. A drop of a viscous liquid fell inside. It glowed with a rich amber color, looking a bit like magic honey. On second thought, isn't that precisely what this is? Percy compressed the gland more firmly until he counted 5 drops. This was already worth as much as what the guild had given him. Clearly, the clerk wasn't kidding when he said it would be easy to make a living. Still, I need 800 drops per day for both of my cores. It was a huge sum. Percy wasn't sure if it was even possible to get that much. Mickey and Soul Vision would certainly help, but they'd need to hunt 160 starry drones a day on average. Mickey, let's play a game. Whoever finds the most wasps in the next 2 hours wins. Mickey cawed excitedly, declaring his dominance. He was over the moon, having barely eked out a victory in their little competition. Percy wasn't nearly as happy, on the other hand, although his loss wasn't what soured his mood. As expected, hunting on the first floor isn't very efficient. The two had only found another 5 wasps by the end. Extrapolating, he estimated that even if they spent all day doing this from now on, they'd only get about 200 contribution points, barely half a dose, a quarter of what he needed. It was not all bad, however. Eliminating the drones was easy, as they didn't put up much of a fight, making the ground floor quite safe. He was also certain nobody in their right mind would ever bother with it either, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about his secrets leaking. Finally, he was confident that he and Mickey would improve with experience, increasing their harvest after a few more weeks. Still, it won't be enough. He shook his head. But that was fine. He hadn't expected this to work. His goal had always been the second level, the starry workers there being more suitable for their grades. Even if he ignored the fact that they possessed 3 times as much nectar as the drones, their orange cores would accelerate Mickey's advancement, and their souls would do the same for his own recovery. Squeezing the rest of his loot into the vial, he shook it a few times, marveling at the expensive liquid swirling at the bottom. It wasn't nearly as much as he needed, but it was a start. His goal for tomorrow would be to do better. Percy bid his familiar farewell before heading back towards the settlement. The sun had already set a while ago, but according to the clerk, the shops shouldn't have closed yet. He hoped to get some supplies for his new abode. He would be staying there for some time, after all. He might as well make it comfortable. Percy was carrying 4 paper bags full of groceries. While he had come across a lot of exotic spices and ingredients they didn't have back at the mansion, he had kept his shopping fairly bare bones. He'd only gone for things like bread, milk, eggs, and some fruit. After all, he'd never learned to cook, and he doubted he'd have the time for a new hobby anytime soon. Maybe one day. He was only a couple blocks away from his new house when an interesting smell caught his attention. It came from his left, where a small stall stood. It was operated by a plump guy lighting a stove with fire magic. This was the first person Percy had seen wearing an orange robe. He looked a bit older than the others, too, seemingly in his mid-30s. His short hair was a vibrant ginger color, his features soft. Most notably, a bright grin was plastered all over his face, making him look rather approachable. "A Redbone," the guy noticed him as well, waving at him to approach. "First day here?" "What gave me away?" "Nothing, really. I just haven't seen you before." The affable vendor handed Percy something warm, wrapped in a piece of parchment. He sniffed a couple of times, trying to discern what it was. It looked a bit like a pancake dripping with honey. However, it had been rolled up, and the outside was crispy too. Percy struggled to keep himself from drooling. "What is it? It looks delicious." "It tastes even better," the guy grinned. "I call them honey rolls." "How much?" Percy asked, reaching into his pocket. The guy shook his head. "First one's on the house. Think of it like a welcome gift. Or Redborn solidarity, if you prefer." "Thanks." If the guy was offering, Percy wouldn't stand on ceremony. He bit a chunk out of the honey roll. The dude wasn't kidding. It was heaven. The thin crust gave way, crunching under his teeth as the flavor of the honey blended with the warm dough. Maybe he was a little biased, having lived off dried rations for 2 weeks straight, followed by some bland bread. That said, he'd bet money that one of these would still taste good tomorrow. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind. "Don't tell me you're using nectar." "Ha! As if! What moron would waste an elixir's worth of nectar on a snack?" the plump dude chuckled. "Besides, I doubt it would even taste that good. This is just regular honey," he added after a moment. Percy nodded. That made sense. "Name's Freddy," the plump guy said, extending his hand. Percy hurriedly wiped his fingers on the parchment a couple of times before reciprocating. "Percy, are you also doing this as a vacation? The clerk from the orientation said you can't afford the elixirs without hunting wasps or learning to brew." Freddy's face fell at his question, making Percy realize he might have asked something inappropriate. He was about to apologize, but the guy spoke first. He was right. My honey rolls are rather popular, if I may say so myself. Still, nowhere near enough. He remained silent for a few seconds, before continuing with a wry smile. "But I've given up on hunting. Even after busting my arse, I could barely make 300 points on a good day. It would still be enough to get the expensive elixir every other day or something, but I figured it wasn't worth the trouble. Right now, I've settled on the diluted ones." Percy felt the urge to protest, to tell Freddy not to give up, but he suppressed it. "What do I even know? I just got here."